Damn system, it's been frozen for a whole year and still won't reboot. I haven't seen a living person for more than a year. Are they really planning to pen me up like this until I die of old age? Jing Tian lay sprawled on the luxury king-size bed in the villa watching two zombies brutally tearing into each other on the television screen as he let out a lazy yawn. The apocalypse had descended a year ago and he had been trapped in this ultra-luxurious villa for the entire year. Day after day there was nothing to see but zombies, only zombies, to the point of unbearable tedium. A year earlier, just after graduating and becoming a real estate agent, he had been taking photos of this very villa. Without warning, a crimson mist descended from the sky heralding the coming of the apocalypse. Jing Tian fainted on the spot. When he regained consciousness, a so-called super villa system had appeared in his mind. What infuriated him was that after its first activation this system essentially crashed. Aside from a small amount of information about the outside world, all it left him was this modified miraculous villa and a single drone. Over the past year, although Jing Tian wanted for nothing in terms of food or clothing, he was bound by the system's restrictions and could not leave the villa grounds. Unable to step outside for a whole year and needing no job, he quite naturally degenerated into a complete slacker. Back then he had spent several days carefully figuring out all the functions of this extraordinary villa. After that, his days consisted of experimenting with cooking, practicing boxing and fitness, and using the drone to survey Yun City and observe the surrounding situation. At this moment, the battle between the two zombies on the screen came to an end. Jing Tian guided the drone to fly toward a more distant area. The drone made another circuit and was about to reach the outskirts of Yun City, already approaching its maximum flight range. Sigh, another mind-numbingly boring day with nothing to show for it. Jing Tian let out a depressed sigh and was about to pilot the drone back. Just then Jing Tian's movements froze. He stared fixedly at a corner of the screen, rubbed his eyes, and then suddenly widened them. What the? You've got to be kidding me. A living person, there's actually a living person entering the city. Jing Tian let out a sharp scream, and the next instant his entire body vanished from the bed and reappeared in front of the television. Within the safety zone of the villa he could teleport at will. This was one of the abilities granted by the system. Once he confirmed he had not been mistaken that they truly were people. Jing Tian was so overwhelmed that he was nearly moved to tears. After a whole year he had finally seen living humans again. In a not-so-obvious corner of the image, a 5-person squad had appeared and was battling a horde of zombies. With each wave of their hands they incinerated swaths of zombies with fireballs or blasted them apart with clods of earth. There, ability users, fire, earth, and even wind. Jing Tian's eyes were filled with excitement and envy. From the small amount of information transmitted before the system went down, he had learned that after the Crimson Apocalypse mist descended, 60% of humanity had turned into bloodthirsty zombies. Among the remaining survivors, some had also undergone transformations. Those who could control elemental energies became ability users. Others had their physiques altered, allowing them to cultivate ancient martial inner strength. All of these people were collectively referred to as ability users. And as for Jing Tian, the safe house had left him numerous martial arts manuals and detailed explanations on how supernatural abilities were cultivated. But after a year of study he had become nothing more than a theoretical expert. His body had not changed in the slightest. After more than a year without seeing a single living soul, finally encountering people, 5 ability users at that, left him almost giddy with joy. Staring at the screen, Jing Tian's expression suddenly shifted and he cried out urgently. Hey, run! Tier 3 mutant zombies are coming! He had spotted 2 Tier 3 mutant zombies in the distance, rapidly closing in on the 5-person squad. At this moment the drone was still flying rather high. Although it had a loudspeaker function, the noise below completely drowned out Jing Tian's voice. Unlike those shriveled charcoal black common zombies, the mutant zombies were bright crimson from head to toe, their eyes a pale shade of red. Their most distinctive trait was that they had already developed a certain level of intelligence. The instant the 2 level 3 mutant zombies appeared, the 5-man squad fell into chaos. The mutants moved with terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye 2 team members were seized. With several sickening crunches, the 2 unfortunate men had their heads bitten clean off. The remaining 3, moving in perfect tacit understanding, unleashed their strongest attacks in unison to stall the enemies for a heartbeat, then turned and bolted. In the apocalypse, death had long since become commonplace. The loss of a comrade was heartbreaking, but it would not slow their flight. Damn it, don't run that way! There are even more terrifying zombies over there. Jing Tian saw the direction in which the 3 were fleeing and shouted anxiously. By now the drone had descended to a height of just over 10 meters. His shout made the 3 clearly freeze for a moment. The man running at the rear could not help glancing up at the drone. A deep shock flashed across his eyes. Because of that single glance, the unlucky fellow was caught from behind by the pursuing mutant zombie, which tore off his head with a single vicious swipe. Sorry, I didn't realize he'd be so slow to process it, Jing Tian muttered. You 2 stop spacing out and follow the direction of the drone. After that brief moment of stunned guilt, Jing Tian raised his voice and shouted to the last 2 survivors. The last 2 were a bald squad leader and a woman in an old worn leather jacket. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26. She wore a crisp short haircut and had delicate refined features, yet a long scar running across her face shattered all that beauty. These two reacted quickly. The woman in particular moved first, grabbing the bald man by the wrist as a gust of wind surged around her and charged straight toward the drone. A wind-type ability user. Nice. Jing Tian felt a wave of envy at the sight. Even so, he did not forget to control the drone, guiding it ahead of them at the greatest possible speed. This drone was a product of the villa system and could not be judged by common sense. Even as the woman dragged the bald man along at a speed of nearly 80 kilometers per hour, the drone still kept far in front of them. It was clear from her eyes that the woman herself was filled with shock. "Little sis, this is a drone. How is that even possible?" the bald man blurted. "Didn't all the power sources disappear?" Even while being dragged along at full speed, he could not help voicing his astonishment, which showed just how deeply the drone's existence shook him. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Just keep up, we'll know soon enough," the woman retorted with an eye roll. Her steps quickened again, as though she had taken the drone as a personal challenge. Behind them, the mutant zombies continued their pursuit, but their speed was slightly inferior to that of the wind-type ability user, and the distance remained at roughly 100 meters. Jing Tian knew the entire Yin city like the back of his hand. Controlling the drone, he led the pair through turn after turn, neatly steering them clear of more than a dozen locations where powerful mutant zombies lurked. At last, he guided them to the foot of the hillside villa district where he was based. Then with a soft whoosh, the drone shot off and disappeared. The bald man and the scar-faced woman were left standing there in a daze. All along the way, they had kept a wary eye on the mutant zombies behind them. Now that the drone was gone and there was nowhere obvious to run, anxiety gnawed at them both. Just then they saw the level 3 mutant zombies that had been chasing them reach the vicinity of the villas, only to abruptly turn and flee. It was as if something here inspired absolute dread in them. "What are they afraid of?" the bald man asked, his voice trembling. "It must be the presence of some super powerful expert here that scared them off," the woman replied uncertainly. "A super expert? Isn't the strongest known ability user only level 5? Our leader is that level, but could even he frighten away level 3 mutant zombies?" "Of course not. But you said it yourself, known. There might be even stronger ones we've never heard of," the woman said. "Damn, then whoever's in there must be at least level 6 or higher," the bald man breathed in shock. "I don't know either." "Ah. Look over there." The woman suddenly cried, her gaze snapping toward the hilltop villas, her voice trembling as she spoke. "What the hell, is that a newly built villa?" The bald man stared at the luxurious villa at the summit, hardly able to believe his eyes. The entire Yin city had become almost nothing but ruins, yet here stood a brand new 3-story European-style mansion. "Little sister, pinch me, tell me if I'm hallucinating. How could this possibly be real?" The bald man stared again at the villa atop the mountain and repeated, "How could this possibly be?" The young woman immediately reached out and gave his neck a sharp, forceful pinch. "Yow. Little sister, are you trying to murder your own brother?" He let out a pained howl and glared at her indignant. Her action confirmed one thing: they were indeed siblings. "You asked for the pinch, now that you feel pain, you know it's not a dream. There's only one explanation: an extraordinary cultivator has protected this villa. Let's go up at once." "Yes, up we go. But once we're inside, what exactly should we do?" the bald man hesitated. "Well, respond to circumstances as they unfold, but above all we must show utmost courtesy. And one more thing, unless absolutely necessary, keep your mouth shut." She cast one final stern glance at her elder brother, then turned and began walking up the mountain path. Originally, this hillside residential enclave had housed over a dozen villas, yet though the others remained standing, most bore visible damage. This only heightened the villa's brilliance against its battered surroundings. Inside, Jing Tian felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, though his expression remained calm and composed. Jing Tian harbored a modest vanity. Like many youths, he enjoyed projecting confidence and asserting his presence. This rare visit from guests he himself had rescued offered a perfect chance to savor admiration and deference. As for fear or anxiety, Jing Tian felt none. As master of the sanctuary villa, he wielded absolute dominion here and possessed myriad latent abilities. Indeed, with but a single thought he could subdue and expel any outsider. By now the sibling pair had approached the villa's main gate and found it wide open. They exchanged a silent glance. Truly formidable, leaving the gate unbarred, utterly unafraid of zombie incursions. With faint trepidation they stepped across the threshold, only to freeze in stunned silence. Their mouths fell open simultaneously. Before them stretched a courtyard roughly 40 by 30 paces, bisected by a winding cobblestone path. One half bloomed with a lush garden, the other flourished as a thriving vegetable plot. It was precisely this garden and plot that left the siblings speechless. "Are those fresh vegetables? How is this possible?" For the third time the bald man uttered those words. He couldn't even recall how long it had been since he'd tasted fresh produce. 6 months. 8. The young woman nearly echoed his disbelief. Gazing at the tender green leafy vegetables, her throat tightened. She feared her own saliva might betray her longing. Just as the siblings stood utterly transfixed by the vegetable patch, a sudden click startled them back to awareness. The front door of the villa swung open of its own accord. A calm youthful voice drifted out. "Please enter, I mean you no harm." Opening the door remotely. "What kind of technique is this?" Ignoring Jing Tian's words, the bald man stared awestruck at the self-opening door. "A power so overwhelming it defies our comprehension. Come, we mustn't embarrass ourselves further." She gently tugged her brother's sleeve and together they advanced to the villa's entrance. In truth, Jing Tian had grown slightly impatient waiting inside, and only triggered the door's opening when he saw them lingering motionless in the courtyard. It was second nature to him. He often opened doors this way, never thinking twice. Yet this effortless gesture only deepened the siblings' conviction of his transcendent strength. After stepping just 2 paces inside, they halted. Gazing at Jing Tian's back as he sat on the sofa, the young woman bowed respectfully and spoke. "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. We are Wang Lian and Wang Meng siblings and deeply grateful for your hospitality." "So your siblings, remarkable. Both of you have awakened as spiritual adepts." Jing Tian judged the moment ripe to lower his aloof host persona. Truth be told, he could no longer sustain the act. Rising, he walked forward and smiled warmly. "Let me introduce myself. I am Jing Tian, master of this villa." "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Jing." Seeing Jing Tian dressed casually yet immaculately with a refined youthful face untouched by hardship, the siblings were struck anew with quiet awe. In this ravaged world, even children of 12 could scarcely retain such vitality and serenity, unless... At this moment, Wang Meng and Wang Lian, the siblings, coincidentally speculated in the same direction. Only those evolved to stronger levels of ability could maintain their skin and complexion. Click. Jing Tian controlled the door to close, causing Wang Meng and Wang Lian to shiver slightly. They surprisingly felt no energy fluctuations at all. "Seeing that both of you are also ability users, why are you being so reserved with an ordinary person like me? Come have a seat, let's chat over some water. It's been ages since anyone talked to me." Jing Tian looked at their nervous expressions and found it somewhat amusing. "You're still an ordinary person. That's quite modest, isn't it?" Wang Meng and Wang Lian exchanged glances, both recognizing each other's thoughts. However, they dared not make it explicit. Who knew what strange temperament this powerful individual might have? The two cautiously sat down on the sofa, afraid that the dust on them might dirty the couch, so they only sat on the edge. When Jing Tian personally brought 2 cups of clear water, the siblings were once again astonished. What shocked them was not just the clear water itself, but the fact that Jing Tian had drawn it from an electrically connected water dispenser. There was actually electricity here. If drones could barely be explained by batteries, then what about the villa's power source? "Drink some water to moisten your throats." Jing Tian was somewhat speechless at their astonished expressions, even feeling like rolling his eyes. "It's just a bit of water, isn't it?" Jing Tian clearly didn't realize that their shock was not only about the water but mainly about the power source. When the apocalypse struck, not only was the water source polluted but all power sources became unusable, including batteries. As for the water source, aside from the remaining bottled water, all other drinking water was boiled with lime and then heavily filtered. Not only was the water quality unlikely to be clear, but the taste was also quite unpleasant. Thank you, Mr. Jing. We haven't had pure water in a long time." The two quickly suppressed their astonishment and hurriedly thanked Jing Tian. They carefully picked up the cups and eagerly drank down a cup of water. In fact, as ability users, they could occasionally drink pure water, but it was still just an occasional treat. Refreshing, so refreshing. After finishing, Wang Meng couldn't help but shout out loud. He felt that this water was far better than any mineral water he had ever tasted. This. Wang Lian, being more observant, did not react as exaggeratedly as Wang Meng. However, the shock in her eyes was even more intense. She unexpectedly sensed a burst of energy in the water. This energy seemed to enhance her mental clarity. Wang Lian wanted to say something, but seeing Jing Tian smiling at her, she quickly swallowed her words. In the end, she transformed her shock and confusion into more respectful gratitude. "Alright, stop being so polite, it's making me a bit uncomfortable. Let's just chat casually." Jing Tian was somewhat tired of their politeness. It was rare for someone to visit, and if they were so reserved, how could they chat? "Mr. Jing, what would you like to talk about? We'll speak candidly about anything." Wang Lian, fearing that her reckless brother would offend Jing Tian with his words, subtly restrained him. Only she engaged in conversation with Jing Tian. Naturally, Jing Tian wanted to talk about the situation outside, and Wang Lian did not withhold any information she knew about it. In her perspective, she was already quite certain of Jing Tian's identity as a super powerful individual. Thus she patiently answered even seemingly childish questions from Jing Tian. She regarded these as a kind of probing from him. As for what he was probing, Wang Lian didn't bother to think anyway. There weren't any confidential topics to discuss, so she answered his questions directly. Little did she know Jing Tian was merely asking out of curiosity. Regarding changes in the outside world, apart from knowing about the mutated zombies and ability users with levels, no other information had been released by the information systems. Jing Tian was no different from a frog at the bottom of a well. After a full half hour he had a rough understanding of the external situation. It turned out that within this year survivors had stabilized and begun to adapt to a new order. One powerful individual after another rose up forming their own factions. The specifics of how many factions and their distributions were still unclear due to inconvenient communication and transportation, which Wang Lian and Wang Mang also understood well. The siblings' abilities were not particularly strong. Wang Mang was a latest-stage level 2 Earth-type ability user while Wang Lian was a latest-stage level 1 Wind-type ability user. The siblings came from a place called Iron Barrel Faction located 200 kilometers away from Yun City in the Mo City stronghold. The name of this faction sounded somewhat unappealing, but it effectively conveyed the faction's intentions. To make their stronghold as safe as an iron barrel. Besides understanding the situation of the stronghold, Jing Tian also learned about the strength levels of zombies and human ability users. The information systems had only transmitted the most basic data initially. Given the significant changes over the past year, it was necessary for Jing Tian to get an understanding. Currently the strongest known mutated zombies had reached level 5. Among human strong users, Wang Mang and the others were also aware of the existence of the strongest ability user at level 5. Ability users and ancient martial artists are collectively referred to as ability users. The leader of the Iron Barrel Stronghold, Tong Zhan, is a level 5 ability user possessing formidable strength. Upon hearing about the level 5 ability users, Jing Tian couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Mr. Jing, may I ask what level of ability user are you currently? I guess you must be an ancient martial artist exceeding level 6, right? Wang Mang had been holding back for a while but couldn't contain himself any longer. Ignoring Wang Lian's subtle restraint, he blurted the question out. Me. Jing Tian felt a wave of frustration upon hearing Wang Mang question his strength. He thought to himself, this guy really knows how to hit the nail on the head. What over level 6 ancient martial artists? If I had even level 1 abilities, I'd be overjoyed. Didn't I say before, I'm just an ordinary person? In his gloom, Jing Tian's expression naturally turned sour. He was genuinely just frustrated as he envied these capable individuals too much. However, his expression and tone appeared to the siblings as clear dissatisfaction and discontent directed at Wang Mang for questioning his abilities. This made Wang Mang's heart skip a beat, prompting him to shoot a fierce glare at Wang Lian. Mr. Jing, it's getting late and we have tasks to complete, so we won't disturb you any longer. Once again, thank you for saving us and your hospitality. You're leaving so soon. Jing Tian felt a bit reluctant upon hearing Wang Lian mention their departure. It was nice to have someone to chat with since he couldn't go out. Yes, Mr. Jing, our mission is very important. Wang Lian hurriedly replied. She sensed that her brother had already displeased Jing Tian, so it was better to leave quickly. Important mission. Can you share a bit about it? Jing Tian initially thought their mission was to investigate the resource situation in Yun City, but it seemed otherwise. There's nothing we can't share. Our leader has a daughter named Tongyue who is only 13 this year. She should be within Yun City. Wait. Jing Tian interrupted Wang Lian mid-sentence, saying, you mean a 13-year-old girl is in Yun City? Not to mention whether she can survive. Is your leader out of his mind? It's been a year and only now do they think to search for her. Our leader didn't know at first. It was only recently that they accepted a survivor who informed the leader that they saw Tongyu and a group of people hiding in an underground warehouse in Yun City. Wang Mang interjected, seemingly wanting to clarify any misunderstanding about their leader. I misunderstood, but why doesn't your leader come in person? With his level 5 abilities, wouldn't it be safer for him to come? Jing Tian's doubts arose. The leader naturally wants to come in person, but currently the conflict between the two factions in our Demon City base is severe. The leader must constantly train while maintaining oversight in order to win battles against the other base leader and protect our base from being swallowed. Wang Lian provided a more detailed explanation. Upon hearing Wang Lian's explanation, Jing Tian understood but still felt a bit upset, saying, aren't we all survivors? Shouldn't we support each other to survive? Why must there be conflict among our kind? It's really just overindulgence. The siblings exchanged a glance, sharing a bitter smile. Wang Lian replied, Mr. Jing, you lack nothing and therefore don't mind, but the number of people at the base is increasing daily while resources are dwindling. Thus some fights are unavoidable. Who is stronger signifies who can secure more resources. This is all due to this damned apocalypse. At this rate, who knows how much longer humanity can endure? Jing Tian expressed his worries. There should be a solution soon, right? I heard there's a mysterious faction studying a new type of food that can be mass-produced. If successful, the food problem for humanity could be resolved in the future. Is that true? That would be great. As long as we don't starve to death, perhaps one day this apocalypse will end. Upon hearing Wang Lian's words, Jing Tian's eyes lit up, genuinely glad. Although he had food provided by the villa system, it was only enough for 2 or 3 people, so he couldn't help everyone. Wang Lian and Wang Meng had wanted to ask Jing Tian about the vegetables outside and the water and electricity issues in the villa. However, after several attempts they ultimately didn't dare to ask. Subsequently, the siblings insisted on leaving under the pretext of urgently searching for the leader's daughter. Jing Tian felt it inappropriate to keep them against their will, finally saying, "Since you insist on going, I will give you a map. Follow the route and markings I provided to search, it increases your chances." The siblings were naturally once again overwhelmed with gratitude. After some preparation, Jing Tian provided them with a marked map and packed 3 leftover buns and 2 bottles of water in a bag. "This is all I can do. I hope you can survive. If you encounter danger, try to run back here." Jing Tian felt that their departure would be fraught with peril. After all, neither of them had even reached level 3 abilities. Wang Lian was just a later-stage level 1 wind ability user relying solely on her speed. Wang Meng was slightly stronger, but he was merely a level 2 earth ability user. Let alone level 4 mutated zombies, he would have to run for his life from even the level 3 zombies that previously chased them. As for whether they could escape, it would depend on whether luck was on their side. Bun. Bun. Wang Meng surprisingly didn't heed Jing Tian's words, his eyes reddening as he fixated on the buns in the bag. The plump buns had completely stolen his heart. Thankfully, Wang Lian had better self-control, listening to Jing Tian and thanking him once more. The two were supposed to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, Wang Lian seemed to feel that leaving this way wasn't quite right. After hesitating, she took out a small cloth pouch from her inner pocket. She opened the small pouch and handed it to Jing Tian, saying, "Mr. Jing, although you might look down on this, it's the most valuable thing we siblings have, a token of our gratitude." A high-tier zombie crystal core, and he had intended to feign aloofness, but the pretense crumbled the moment he laid eyes on the crystal core in Wang Lian's palm. "Not exactly high-tier, merely a level 2 core gifted to us by our squad leader before his departure," Wang Lian explained. The system's initial briefing had introduced crystal cores, crystalline formations born within zombie brains, their sole pure component, and repositories of latent energy. Ordinary zombies rarely produced crystal cores. When they did, the crystals were no larger than colorless rice grains. Level 1 mutated zombies yielded cores at a 90% rate. These often bore subtle hues, conferred by unique traits, and conferred tangible benefits upon ability users. Higher tiers naturally conferred greater potency. The 2 cores in Wang Lian's hand were each the size of a small fingernail, one pale azure, the other earth and yellow, perfectly matching the siblings' respective ability affinities. Jing Tian had previously observed such cores via drone feed. They appeared useful even to zombies themselves, yet every time he dispatched his drone to retrieve one, a zombie invariably snatched it first. Now, observing one up close for the first time, he felt genuine curiosity and a natural desire to claim it. Yet he refused to accept it as an unearned gift. He recalled something that might aid the siblings' cultivation. "I truly admire these, I simply dislike accepting gifts without reciprocity." Wait herein. Without granting Wang Lian a chance to refuse, he rose and swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor. "Little sister, you're truly generous, these 2 cores could significantly advance both our powers," and Wang Meng, finally roused from the allure of steamed buns, gazed at Wang Lian's gesture with faint reluctance. "How did I end up with such a dim-witted brother? Can't you sense something unusual about your own realm?" And Wang Lian shot Wang Meng an exasperated, incredulous glance. "Unusual about my realm? Ah, damn it. What in the world is happening? My realm, it's actually advanced slightly." Wang Meng had been bewildered until he probed his own cultivation realm. Then his expression froze in stunned disbelief. In just this brief span, his realm had indeed risen ever so subtly. "Silence, lower your voice. Having gained an advantage, don't act ungrateful. We'll discuss it after we leave, don't offend Master Jing." And seeing Wang Meng about to shout, Wang Lian hurriedly silenced him. Wang Meng instantly clapped a hand over his mouth. His gaze lifted toward the staircase, eyes wide with reverent awe. Frankly, he still couldn't fathom how his realm had advanced. Yet he held one certainty: this phenomenon was undeniably linked to the enigmatic, formidable Master Jing. Moments later, Jing Tian descended the stairs. He carried a stapled booklet. Its plain white cover bore 4 bold characters scrawled in oil-based marker and Jing-style secret manual. And the calligraphy was either magnificently unrestrained or less charitably an illegible personal scrawl. This is something I compiled myself, it may prove useful to you. If not, consider it a keepsake." And Jing Tian felt a flicker of awkwardness. What he offered was a comprehensive guide to ability cultivation. Had originally intended to present the original version, but it was a system-generated artifact impossible to transfer. This handwritten copy, incomplete and penned during idle moments, was all he could give. Still, its foundational explanations were thorough. For any ability user, early study would yield tangible benefit. At that moment, Jing Tian had no inkling that this casual offering would soon ignite a seismic wave beyond the villa and ultimately fracture the broader ability community into 2 distinct schools. One of those schools would be known henceforth as the Jing School of Ability Users. And even now, Wang Lian dared not underestimate the manual Jing Tian had bestowed. She accepted it with deep, solemn reverence. After sincere farewells, Jing Tian personally escorted the siblings to the villa's main gate, not out of unwillingness to go farther but because he could not step beyond its threshold. The siblings continued until they stood outside the mountainfoot villa complex. There they paused briefly. "And little sister, hand me a bun. It's been ages since I've tasted such pure white flour buns, I'm practically starving." Wang Meng's first act upon halting was to demand a bun from Wang Lian. "And all you think about is eating here," and she shot him a sharp look, then handed him the entire bag of buns. She herself withdrew the stapled booklet. Though too respectful to peruse it openly before Jing Tian, her curiosity now proved irresistible, and she prepared to examine it closely. Nearby, Wang Meng pulled out a fist-sized bun. Expecting a burly man in such haste to devour half of it in one bite, one would have been sorely mistaken. Instead, he held the bun aloft, studied it intently, inhaled deeply, and wore an expression of rapturous delight before taking a delicate, almost ladylike bite. The bun split open, revealing its filling celery and pork, his most beloved delicacy from the pre-cataclysm era. Just as Wang Meng began to marvel that pork still existed within the buns filling his face suddenly stiffened. Wang Meng clearly felt a peculiar energy spreading within his stomach. It not only caused a sudden surge in his elemental power but also cleared his mind. The abilities of an extraordinary individual are partly derived from the elemental power within their body. These elements act merely as a trigger. The true control comes from the mental strength. At this moment, Wang Meng sensed the fluctuations of his mental strength. Without hesitation, he quickly devoured the entire bun. Meanwhile, Wang Lian did not notice anything unusual about Wang Meng. She was in a daze herself. Just as she flipped open the book, feeling a wave of peculiar energy rushing towards her from the first few words. This energy directly merged with her mental strength. In an instant, Wang Lian felt her mental strength increase while the surrounding wind elements were also absorbed into her body. Boom! Wang Meng felt a loud explosion in his mind. At the same time, a surge of earth elemental energy erupted from his body, drawing the surrounding elemental forces towards him rapidly. Boom! Just a few seconds after Wang Lian experienced the same phenomenon. The only difference was that the elements gathering around her were waves of azure wind. The siblings had collectively advanced in their realms. One due to eating a bun. The other merely from glancing at Jing Tian's handwritten notes. The commotion they caused was significant, and even the sound of wind and thunder echoed throughout the area. Jing Tian, who had just returned to the villa, sensed something was off. Jing Tian initially intended to study the two crystal cores. However, sensing the external anomaly, he hurriedly grabbed a telescope and ran to the rooftop to see what was happening. Through the telescope, Jing Tian quickly discovered the situation of the Wang siblings. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell are they really experiencing? A realm advancement? What are these siblings doing? Advancing right in front of our door. Are they trying to provoke me?" Jing Tian quickly understood what was going on. Although he couldn't personally experience the sensation of an extraordinary individual, it didn't hinder his expertise in theory. He could recite the books left for him in the safe house by heart. Every word and sentence within them was understood to an extraordinary degree. Envy, jealousy, and hatred at Jing Tian found it hard to fully express his feelings. Fortunately, he was unaware that it was due to him that the two had advanced, otherwise he might have been so angry he could have spat blood. Even if the Wang siblings claimed in front of Jing Tian that they advanced due to eating his bun and reading his book, he wouldn't believe it even if it cost him his life. If the bun he made himself could really lead to an advancement, why was he still an ordinary person? Reading a handwritten book could lead to advancement. That would be even more ridiculous. He had read the original version so many times it was practically worn out, and he hadn't felt a thing, let alone a mere replica he had copied out of boredom. You two are lucky. No matter what, with your advancement you'll have an extra layer of safety while operating in Yun City. After feeling a bit frustrated and jealous, Jing Tian quickly smiled faintly. He felt that the two were decent. Even if they weren't close friends, they were at least acquaintances he held some fondness for. Their increased safety made Jing Tian happy as well. Not wanting to watch them stimulate his feelings, Jing Tian turned around and returned to the villa, thus missing the subsequent actions of Wang Meng and the others. The siblings' advancement lasted just over a minute. Once the elemental storm subsided, it took them a while to regain their composure. After exchanging a glance, the siblings turned to look in the direction of the mountaintop villa. Then they simultaneously knelt down, respectfully bowing 3 times towards the villa. "Master, we siblings will repay your great kindness with our lives if we ever have the opportunity." "Yes, Master is truly extraordinary and kind. Knowing we were about to undertake a dangerous mission, sensing our low realm, you secretly helped us enhance our strength. From now on you shall be like a second parent to me." Wang Meng. Wang Meng, usually a rough man, spoke with a face full of sincerity. Clearly both siblings believed that Jing Tian had deliberately infused his buns and books with power to help them enhance their strength, ensuring additional safety for their upcoming task. Then, filled with awe and gratitude, the siblings left the villa area. Less than a minute after they departed, a chubby, fearsome-looking bulldog appeared at the spot they had just vacated. This bulldog seemed no different from a normal one. However, the way its eyes darted around clearly indicated a high level of intelligence. The bulldog glanced in the direction the siblings had left, then looked back at the mountaintop villa. There was a hint of fear in its eyes, but more than that there was a strong desire. After observing for a while, the bulldog turned and ran towards a dilapidated villa at the mountainside. Clearly it wasn't intimidated by the aura of the safe house like those zombies were. Jing Tian was unaware that he had been deified in the eyes of the siblings and even more oblivious to the presence of a potential uninvited guest in the hillside villa area. Returning to the first floor of the villa, he continued to admire the crystal cores. Can this thing help extraordinary individuals enhance their strength? I wonder if it could allow me to become an extraordinary individual in one go, whether as an extraordinary person or an ancient martial artist. Suddenly Jing Tian whimsically entertained a thought. Deep down he knew this was unrealistic, but nonetheless he pretended to grasp the crystal core, trying to imagine the process of absorbing energy. Ding! Just as Jing Tian grasped the crystal core and made a gesture, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. An electronic synthesized mechanical voice then echoed, "Energy detected for absorption, would you like to absorb it?" Who? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Jing Tian was stunned for a moment, then leapt to his feet and shouted, "System, are you awake? You finally woke up." Tears of excitement welled in Jing Tian's eyes. It had been a year, he had waited a full year for the system to awaken. Had he not nagged it a few times each day, he might have forgotten it existed. That damned system had abandoned him after dumping him in this safe house. Absorb energy. Host does not confirm. Automatically considered abandoned after 3 seconds. Confirm. Of course I confirm. So you needed zombie crystal core energy to restart, why did you not say so earlier? Jing Tian complained inwardly. Absorb 2 level 2 zombie crystal cores converted into 6 energy points, deducting host's debt of 4 points, remaining 2 points. The system's mechanical voice reported without regard for Jing Tian's mood. Wait, what energy points? And when did I ever accrue a debt of 4 energy points? All of the host's food, lodging, water, electricity and so forth over the past year were supplemented by system energy conversion. Naturally you owe the system. Work hard to earn energy. Though still an electronic synthesis, the system's voice now carried a trace of feeling. So everything here is exchanged for energy points. I thought it was a complimentary part of the safe house. System, let's make a deal, let me leave this safe house for a while. I will go back to Haishar and bring grandfather Jing and the boys and girls from the orphanage here, okay? Hey system, say something. What's the matter? Did you freeze again? Jing Tian was initially elated and poured out a rush of words. He soon realized something was wrong. The system did not answer a single word. Holy shit, not this again. Come out. You damn system, wake up when you see something good, then play dead after you've had your fill. Get out here or I'll smash your mainframe. Ahem. Grandpa Auntie, come out and say one word, anything. Jing Tian tried both coaxing and threats, but to no avail. The system vanished like the brief bloom of an epiphyllum. If the crystal cores in his hand had not disappeared, Jing Tian might have convinced himself he had been hallucinating. Damn. You're ruthless. I will set you straight once I truly wake you. Jing Tian fussed for a few minutes. When he was certain the system had indeed disappeared again, he could only grumble and console himself. Still, after a moment's thought, Jing Tian felt rather pleased. At least he would no longer wait blindly. The system's fleeting awakening had given him a sliver of hope. That meant collecting crystal cores for the system to absorb. But how am I supposed to collect those cores? If I had known, I would never have let the Wang siblings leave. Soon Jing Tian fell into a brief funk. He went to the luxurious third-floor bedroom with a swimming pool, glanced at the drone and saw it was only 60% charged and shook his head in resignation. The contraption could fly only 1 hour each day, yet required 20 hours of charging to be ready again. Life after a small ripple returned to tranquility. No matter how Jing Tian complained or pondered the system, he eventually resumed his daily amusements and ran up to the roof to practice Taiji Divine Fist. He practiced solely to pass the time, as boxing was meant for health and fitness, and Taiji in particular helped steady his mind. After an hour of training, he returned to the villa and slipped into an idle lying dead mode, rising only at dusk when his protesting stomach forced him up. He turned on every light in the villa, making his home a shining jewel amid the ruined city. Then he went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The safe house villa had 3 miraculous features. First, absolute protection. Second, Jing Tian could control everything within the safe house. Though accustomed to normal life, he seldom used that power. Third were 2 marvelous system-produced items in the kitchen, a cabinet and a refrigerator. Whenever staples or vegetables and meats ran low, they would be replenished there by the next day. They were never abundant, but more than sufficient for 2 or 3 people. Jing Tian had gone from astonishment at first to taking it for granted. After all, the system's existence defied logic. Whatever it produced was not surprising. Jing Tian began occasionally sending the drone into the city's ruins to collect edible snacks. He soon discovered those scavenged items were barely palatable compared to his own cooking. From then on, cooking became one of his great pleasures. He found his dishes grew ever more delicious and brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. In a short while he had prepared 2 refined dishes, 1 meat 1 vegetable, served with a bowl of steamed rice. Feeling a bit lazy today, keeping it simple, he told himself as he lifted his bowl. If any survivor outside heard him, they would likely scold him to death. How many outside could still eat a bowl of fresh rice? Fresh vegetables and meat were unimaginable. Night had settled completely and Jing Tian contentedly enjoyed his modest life. Just as he had eaten half his meal, his expression shifted. He sensed someone touching the villa's front door. It could not be zombies, the undead never approached a safe house. Could it be the Wang siblings returning? Jing Tian's face brightened. He dropped his bowl and chopsticks and dashed into the villa courtyard. As Jing Tian stepped outside, he noticed that the entrance was not occupied by the Wang siblings but rather a small frail figure hunched over at the villa's door. Jing Tian called out as he approached, "Who is it?" The moment he spoke, the small figure toppled over to the side. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and quickly dashed to the door. Upon seeing the fallen figure, he was taken aback. It was a weak little girl. She lay there with her face turned to the side, her clothes so dirty that their original color was unrecognizable. Is this the child named Tonyu that the Wang siblings mentioned? How did she survive? Jing Tian was initially shocked. After all, it had been a year since the apocalypse began. For such a small girl to stay alive was truly a miracle. In his astonishment, he quickly opened the door, pulled the girl inside and cradled her in his arms. Thankfully, due to the earlier arrival of the Wang siblings, Jing Tian had lifted the defenses of the safe house against humans. Otherwise the girl wouldn't have been able to approach the fence and Jing Tian would have had to wait for her to wake up on her own. At that moment the girl managed to slip one hand past the protective boundary, allowing Jing Tian to pull her inside. As soon as he picked her up, Jing Tian felt a pang of pity. The girl was barely over 1.5 meters tall but weighed only around 70 pounds, looking quite pitifully thin. Despite her dirty face, her delicate features were still apparent: a heart-shaped face with exquisite features, long eyelashes, a small nose and mouth, lips that were pale, and a tightly furrowed brow and unevenly cut short hair clearly self-trimmed. Jing Tian quickly glanced around to search for the Wang siblings but still found no sign of them. Sighing softly with a frown, he turned and brought the girl back into the villa. The girl had a slight odor about her but Jing Tian did not mind. He placed her on the sofa and conducted a brief examination. He soon discovered that the girl was merely weak and unconscious. This eased Jing Tian's worries considerably. Observing her dry pale lips, he fetched a cup of warm water and began to feed her with a spoon. As the water approached her lips, the little girl instinctively swallowed, drinking an entire cup before stopping. After some fussing, Jing Tian noticed that the girl's brow had relaxed and her breathing had become steadier. He covered her with a thin blanket and sat at the other end of the sofa waiting. In this waiting, Jing Tian eventually dozed off. When he opened his eyes, he found that the girl on the sofa had vanished and daylight had already broken outside. How embarrassing, I slept too soundly. Jing Tian felt a bit awkward. He was well aware of how deeply he could sleep, probably due to the absolute sense of security provided by the safe house. Instead of calling out for her, Jing Tian closed his eyes slightly and used his control over the safe house to locate her, quickly realizing where the little girl was. The girl was huddled in the corner behind the sofa, clutching the blanket. Jing Tian hurriedly got up and moved to the back of the sofa. He crouched down, looking at the fear and tension in her large eyes, which tugged at his heart. Your name is Tonyu, right? Don't be afraid, you're safe here. Jing Tian spoke gently, reaching out to help the girl up. However, as Jing Tian reached out, panic flashed across the girl's face and she shrank back. Jing Tian, feeling helpless, understood that the girl was simply too nervous and scared, so he withdrew his hand and continued comforting her gently. After a while of soothing her, Jing Tian genuinely felt that comforting a child was quite a challenging task, especially a girl who had clearly been traumatized. Finally, when Jing Tian mentioned the Wang siblings, he noticed a change in the girl's expression. Seeing this, Jing Tian's eyes lit up and he became certain that she was indeed Tonyu. Next, Jing Tian began to fabricate stories about being good friends with the Wang siblings, which finally eased the girl's vigilance. Uncle, I'm hungry, the little girl Tonyu finally spoke up. Uncle. Jing Tian felt a slight headache at this title but quickly nodded, saying, just wait. Uncle will go make you some food. Can you bathe by yourself? The little girl Tonyu nodded slightly. When Jing Tian reached out to pull her up again, she hesitated for a moment but did not shy away. Once you finish bathing, you can have some delicious rice porridge. Jing Tian continued to speak with a bright smile. Bathing. Tonyu's eyes flickered. Could they really still bathe freely in this world? Originally there were bathrooms on both the first and second floors, but Jing Tian still led the little girl into his large bedroom. Ah. The moment Tonyu arrived at Jing Tian's bedroom on the third floor, she exclaimed in surprise. The scene before Tonyu brought unparalleled shock to her young heart. This bedroom was a spacious 80 square meters, featuring a large bed in the corner, a television and air conditioning. What astonished Tonyu the most was the small swimming pool. It was filled to the brim with clear water. She had hidden in the underground warehouse for a year. Although food was not lacking, the water supply was critically scarce. During that time she could only drink a sip of water each day. Go ahead and wash up, there is hot water in the bathroom and you can use the toiletries. As for clothes, just wear mine for now, after we eat it'll help you find some proper new clothes. Jing Tian observed Tonyu's shock, feeling a bit pleased in his heart. Tonyu turned to glance at Jing Tian and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Jing." Ahem. No need to thank me, just go. Hearing Tonyu call him Uncle, Jing Tian felt both happy and annoyed. Happy because Tonyu had started to warm up to him. Annoyed because of that uncle title. He was only 22, a handsome young man in his prime, wasn't brother a better choice. After arranging for Tonyu to take a shower, Jing Tian returned to the first floor and entered the kitchen. Cooking would take a bit longer and it was best for someone who had been hungry for a long time to have some porridge. In the end, Jing Tian made a pot of lean meat and preserved egg congee with leftover rice from last night. It was also his favorite type of porridge. He prepared 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes and even boiled 4 eggs. Jing Tian was not worried about waste since he would replenish whatever was used the next day. After about 25 minutes, Jing Tian had everything ready and served it on the dining table. Just then he turned around to check on the little girl Tonyu, only to find she had already come downstairs by herself. What a beautiful little girl, though a bit too skinny. Come over and eat. Jing Tian was taken aback, then waved to her. The little girl looked completely different after her shower. She wasn't wearing Jing Tian's clothes, just wrapped in a large bath towel. Aside from being a bit thin and her complexion appearing pale, this little girl was undoubtedly a perfect beauty. Thank you, Uncle Jing. Tonyu politely expressed her gratitude, her eyes still holding a trace of inexplicable awe toward Jing Tian. Clearly the little girl had experienced many shocks even while taking her shower. Not only was there electricity here, but there was also a real water heater. When the clear water flowed from the heater, she couldn't resist and directly drank a generous amount before taking a shower. Sitting by the dining table, the little girl's eyes widened again. What did she see? Preserved egg and lean meat congee, her favorite type of porridge. Stir-fried cucumber slices, shredded meat stir-fried with yard-long beans, spicy stir-fried diced meat, braised ribs and 4 boiled eggs. This. Tonyu felt a bit unreal. Was this the apocalypse? It seemed that even during prosperous times her family's breakfast had never been this lavish. Most importantly, where did the vegetables and meat come from? Don't just stand there in a daze, aren't you hungry? You should be even hungrier after your shower, hurry up and eat. Seeing Tonyu not moving, Jing Tian smiled and said, "Can I really eat?" Tonyu asked foolishly. Haha, of course you can eat. Come on, let's eat together. Jing Tian chuckled at Tonyu's adorable demeanor, sitting down to hand her chopsticks. The little girl finally settled down. At first she was a bit shy, but once a mouthful of porridge slid down her throat, her eyes widened again. This porridge. Aside from being delicious, it carried an indescribable feeling. It felt as if a surge of energy was exploding in her stomach, then sweeping throughout her entire body. Tonyu was not an ability user, so she naturally could not comprehend the existence of energy. She simply thought that Jing Tian's porridge was wonderfully delicious. Soon Tonyu took small bites and gradually entered a state of oblivion. She even ignored Jing Tian's presence, frantically devouring the food spread before her. Jing Tian smiled as he watched. Naturally, he hoped his culinary skills would earn him praise. Tonyu's performance was 100 times more gratifying than any compliments. Originally Jing Tian wanted to inquire about the Wang siblings, but seeing Tonyu so engrossed in her eating, he temporarily abandoned the question. Of course, Jing Tian also reminded Tonyu to eat slowly. After all, eating too quickly is bad for the body, especially for someone who had been hungry for a long time. In one meal, Tonyu surprisingly ate as much as Jing Tian. It should be noted that he was a young man in his early 20s while Tonyu was just a frail 13-year-old girl. You've eaten too much, take a walk to digest it. I'll do the dishes. Uncle Jing, let me do it, I can handle it. Tonyu unexpectedly insisted on washing the dishes. Seeing the little girl's determined and stubborn eyes, Jing Tian conceded after a moment, smiling, then it's all yours, I'm going to practice on the rooftop. The practice Jing Tian referred to as punching. Initially it was a way to pass the time out of boredom, but over time it became a habit. Jing Tian would punch for an hour each time, something that most martial artists could never achieve. When Tonyu heard about punching, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes and she obediently nodded. Jing Tian particularly enjoyed practicing Tai Chi. Though he could not become an ancient martial artist, he could feel that each time he practiced Tai Chi it relaxed him immensely, especially calming some of the restlessness within him. Before long, half an hour passed. When Jing Tian turned around, he saw Tonyu had also arrived on the rooftop, intently watching him punch. Jing Tian smiled and a mischievous thought suddenly arose in his heart. He moved gracefully, his hands dancing, and suddenly visible azure currents of energy appeared around his body. These currents of energy swirled around him like living beings, quickly transforming into 9 dragon-like shapes that circled and danced around Jing Tian. This spectacle left Tonyu in awe, her mouth agape, filled with admiration. It was just like the special effects seen in movies. Suddenly the 9 energy dragons turned and moved directly toward Tonyu, causing the little girl to panic. Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you. Jing Tian said with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Tongyu instantly felt reassured, allowing the 9 currents to swirl around her. In the end, they even lifted her frail body gently off the ground. Tongyu was startled again but quickly realized she was only a few centimeters off the rooftop, slowly gliding above. She rapidly changed from shock to excitement. This was likely the first time in a year that Tongyu smiled, her initially stiff expression gradually becoming more natural and joyful. Now this is how a child should look. Jing Tian chuckled along. He never expected that by showing off his control of the safe house he would achieve such an effect. It was a delightful surprise. After a moment, the currents gradually dissipated under Jing Tian's subtle control and Tongyu safely landed back on the ground. Wasn't that fun? Jing Tian asked with a smile. Uncle Jing, can you teach me martial arts? After landing, Tongyu nodded first, then hesitantly made her request to Jing Tian. Jing Tian was taken aback and then felt a bit awkward. He was no martial artist, what could he possibly teach her? Learn that energy dragon technique. That was simply a cheat ability of the system, something that no one else could replicate, and he could only use it within the confines of the safe house. Looking at Tongyu's earnest and expectant gaze, Jing Tian felt like he had taken on more than he could handle. But to admit in front of the little girl that he was a fraud, that would be too embarrassing. Ding. Just as Jing Tian was searching for an excuse to brush it off, a notification rang in his mind. Then an electronic synthesized voice sounded. Tongyu's dedication to learning has triggered a golden level task from the Villa system. Take Tongyu as a disciple and help her achieve level 1 ability user within a month. Completing the task will yield surprise rewards. Hey system. After a moment of surprise, Jing Tian's expression suddenly changed dramatically and he shouted in his mind, don't run away. What do you mean by a golden level task? Let's talk. Unfortunately, the system completely ignored Jing Tian. No matter how loudly he yelled, there was no response. It seemed to only be there to assign tasks to him. What infuriated him the most was that the rewards were not even clearly stated. Surprise. What a joke. Uncle Jing, what's wrong with you? Don't be upset, I just won't learn. Although Tongyu did not hear Jing Tian's inner shout, she could clearly see his furious expression and obviously misunderstood. Cough cough, don't be unwilling to learn. I see you have a unique bone structure, you must be good material for cultivation. I was just thinking about what to teach you. Really? I can really learn. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Tongyu's small face lit up with surprise. Yes, absolutely. However, your body is still a bit weak and I need to think about what to teach you, so let's talk about this in a couple of days. Jing Tian said. Tongyu quickly nodded. In that moment, the little girl felt an inexplicable sense of closeness and reverence towards Jing Tian. Not wanting Tongyu to continue pestering him about learning, Jing Tian shifted the topic, asking, can you tell me how you spent this past year? And what about Wang Lian and Wang Meng? These two questions indeed completely shifted Tongyu's attention. She first showed a hint of panic on her face, then slowly recounted her experiences. This recount took a good 5 or 6 minutes. As Tongyu spoke, she was clearly trembling. Even Jing Tian felt his heart racing. At the same time, he felt a tinge of admiration for the little girl. It turned out that Tongyu had come to Yun City to play with a group of classmates, and when the apocalypse struck, they all hid in the underground warehouse of a large supermarket. At that time, the underground warehouse did not only house their group of children but also some workers within the warehouse. Subsequently, those workers rescued other survivors hiding inside. After all, when the apocalypse first arrived, people still didn't think too far ahead. But gradually everyone realized that the world had completely changed, and once all order collapsed, some people's darker sides began to emerge. Bullies appeared in the warehouse and a group completely controlled the people inside. At that time it was dark in the warehouse and Tongyu had hidden in a concealed spot from the very beginning without being discovered. In the following days, Tongyu truly witnessed the darker side of human nature. Cruelty, perversion, her little friends and others, the boys either succumbed or were killed. As for the fate of the girls, it was even more tragic, and she could do nothing but hide in the dark and listen to the agonizing screams of those people. In the end, the number of people in the warehouse dwindled. For various reasons, conflict began to arise among the bad guys. In less than a month, only the severely injured leader of the bad guys remained. As Tongyu reached the end of her story, her eyes reddened, and with a slight tremble she said, in the end I was afraid he would recover and find me, so I set fire to burn that bad guy. Uncle Jing, am I also a bad person? No, little girl, you are a good child, a very smart good child. Remember this from your uncle, eliminating evil is a form of promoting good, so you did nothing wrong. Jing Tian comforted Tongyu firmly and confidently. Although he was not a psychologist, he was a serious university student who understood many principles clearly. He knew that if he did not provide Tongyu with a definite answer or leaned in a biased way, it might have a significant impact on the little girl's psyche. Sure enough, after hearing Jing Tian's words, the sparkle in Tongyu's eyes returned a bit. Really? What I did was not wrong. Of course. Let's not even talk about the apocalypse. Even in peaceful times, if a bad person kills your friends and others, what do you think the police would do if they caught him? They would definitely execute him. Tongyu replied. Then that's right, he is a person who deserves to die. You just did what you had to do. If you ask me, burning him was truly too lenient, he should have been torn apart. Jing Tian said bitterly. Uncle Jing, you are so cruel. Tong Yu remarked. In this world, if one is not ruthless, one cannot stand firm. Now let's talk about Wang Lian and the others. Jing Tian decisively ended the previous topic. Upon hearing this question, Tong Yu's emotions dipped again, and with red eyes she recounted the situation at that time. It turned out that when the Wang siblings broke through the sealed warehouse, zombies had already discovered them. The two were fortunate to find Tong Yu. But they did not have time for much communication, they only confirmed their identities and took her to escape. In the end, it turned out just as Jing Tian had previously guessed. The Wang siblings were unable to protect Tong Yu while resisting the increasingly numerous and powerful zombies. They could only delay the zombies and let Tong Yu run towards Jing Tian's villa. So you didn't actually see them being killed by the zombies, right? Jing Tian asked in conclusion. Tong Yu, now with red eyes and tears, nodded at Jing Tian's words. Don't be sad, maybe they were just chased to another place by the zombies. Let's look for them, come help me point the direction. As Jing Tian spoke, he directly went downstairs to his bedroom. The drone was fully charged, and under Tong Yu's astonished gaze, Jing Tian controlled the drone to fly out. Come point me in the direction. Jing Tian called to Tong Yu, asking her to indicate the direction in front of the television screen. The little girl had a surprisingly good memory. Despite the chaos of yesterday, she was still able to recall the route she had taken, continuously guiding Jing Tian in the right direction. Unfortunately, the drone had searched the area around the incident site for hundreds of meters but failed to find any trace of the Wang siblings. In the end, Jing Tian even pushed the drone to its maximum range, yet still found nothing. This weighed down their hearts. As long as no bodies are found, there is still a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they have already left Yun City. Jing Tian comforted Tong Yu, though he was also trying to reassure himself. There were countless reasons for not seeing any corpses. They could have been devoured by zombies or transformed into one of them. The most unlikely hope was that the two had managed to escape. Tong Yu was very understanding. Although she knew Jing Tian's words had less than a 10% chance of being true, she still nodded. Alright, let's play a game called the treasure hunt game. It just so happens that we need to find you some clothes. It'll teach you how to operate the drone. Doing it yourself will be much more fulfilling. Jing Tian did not want to see the little girl sad and changed the subject again. Despite experiencing a year of darkness, it was rare that Tong Yu's temperament had not changed much. Especially when she heard Jing Tian wanted her to control the drone herself, she instantly became happy. The drones produced by the system were naturally superb in every aspect and even had a 5-kilogram lifting capability, making them the most powerful scavengers in this apocalyptic world. Tong Yu quickly became immersed in it. Seeing her so engaged, Jing Tian smiled faintly and turned to leave the room. He needed to ponder the task that the system had given him. Since the system had issued this task, it implied that there was hope for completion. He possessed a wealth of methods for cultivating abilities. What he lacked was selecting the correct training direction for Tong Yu. Of course, aside from looking forward to cultivating an ability, user Jing Tian was also eagerly anticipating the surprise reward the system mentioned. A golden level task. A surprise reward. It sounded quite impressive. Time flew by and Tong Yu had been at the villa for 3 days. In these 3 days, Jing Tian had also basically finalized the training plan for Tong Yu. It was on this morning that he believed the Wang siblings, who he thought were in grave danger, had returned to the Demon City stronghold. The Demon City was originally a small second-tier city. Due to its relatively small population base, shortly after the apocalypse began, it was developed into a safe stronghold by some ability users. Initially, there were countless small factions competing chaotically. After a period of settling and fighting, only two forces now remained, mutually restraining and balancing each other. This situation had stabilized to some extent. The base of the Iron Barrel faction, to which the Wang siblings belonged, was located within a school compound. At this moment, in a relatively luxurious room on the top floor of an office building, the Wang siblings were reporting to Tong Zhan about their discovery of Tong Yu. What? Little Yu is really still alive. Why didn't you bring her back directly? Tong Zhan, Tong Yu's father and the leader of the Iron Barrel stronghold, had just turned 40. He had originally been the principal of a key elementary school, considered young and accomplished with a very refined demeanor. However, those who truly understood him knew that Tong Zhan harbored great ambitions. I'm sorry, leader, we were surrounded by a large number of mutated zombies and were unable to protect little Yu, so we had to let her seek help from Mr. Jing on her own. Wang Mang slightly lowered his head, feeling a hint of guilt. Meanwhile, Wang Lian, accustomed to being aloof and taciturn, stood silently to the side. Mr. Jing. What's going on? Tong Zhan's expression changed again. His daughter's fate was uncertain, and now another figure, Mr. Jing, had emerged. It's like this. Wang Meng's spirits lifted as soon as he mentioned Jing Tian. They began to recount their experiences upon entering Yun City and their encounters with Jing Tian. As Wang Meng animatedly narrated, Tong Zhan's expression constantly shifted. It started with shock, gradually turning to doubt and eventually to indifference. When he saw Wang Meng's exaggerated expression while saying they had ascended in realm just by eating a bun and glancing at a handwritten book, he could no longer contain his fury and stood up. Alright, Xiao, you didn't come back and I won't blame you, but I cannot tolerate you fabricating stories to deceive me. Tong Zhan's face darkened as if it could drip ink. Deceive the leader. I didn't. Wang Meng looked at Tong Zhan, whose face was filled with anger and was momentarily stunned. He felt he hadn't said anything untrue. You didn't deceive me. You entered Yun City and encountered a drone guiding you to a luxurious villa with normal water and electricity, and a super strong young man gave you a bun and you ascended just by glancing at a handwritten book. Do you think I, Tong Zhan, am an idiot? Who would believe such a story? Tong Zhan said with a hint of cold laughter. This. Wang Meng was at a loss and couldn't help but turn to Wang Lian. Leader, what my brother said is all true, not a single word is false. Our realms have all ascended and the handwritten book Mr. Jing sent me is right here. This time Wang Lian did not remain silent. She spoke up and took out the stapled book that she had kept close. One could sense the deep reluctance in her eyes as she retrieved it. Tong Zhan frowned and eventually accepted the stapled book handed to him by Wang Lian. The first thing that caught his eye was the 4 hasty words, Jing-style secret manual. Just these few words made him look disdainful. He casually flipped it open. Buzz. A faint energy surged into Tong Zhan's forehead, causing his expression to change dramatically. It seemed that the energy from the book had already been mostly absorbed by Wang Lian and Wang Meng. Although Tong Zhan sensed the energy, it was evidently much weaker. But even so, it was enough to astonish Tong Zhan. His expression grew serious as he scrutinized the writing in the book, his demeanor becoming increasingly grave. This scrutiny lasted for over 10 minutes. The Wang siblings exchanged glances. Wang Lian shook her head at Wang Zhan, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Finally, after skimming through the dozen or so pages of the handwritten book, Tong Zhan's expression changed again upon seeing the empty pages at the back. What about the rest? It was like this when Mr. Jing sent it to me, Wang Lian said, deliberately emphasizing the word sent to me. I see. Take good care of it. This book is a treasure for you low-level ability users. Tong Zhan hesitated for a moment before returning the handwritten book to Wang Lian. She quickly took it back, clearly relieved. Tell me more about this, Mr. Jing. Tong Zhan noticed Wang Lian's reaction but did not probe further and began to formally inquire about Jing Tian's situation. Half an hour later, Tong Zhan squinted his eyes, clearly deep in thought. After a moment, he instructed Wang Lian to notify all the managers of the outposts to convene, announcing his intention to go to Yun City to bring back the girl Tongyu. As soon as this news emerged, the leadership of the Iron Barrel outpost immediately began to dissuade him. Currently, the Demon City outpost was not peaceful. Rival outposts were eyeing them with hostility, and a duel between the two leaders had been agreed upon in 3 months to determine the ownership of the outpost. If Tong Zhan were to leave at this time, it would undoubtedly bring great harm to their Iron Barrel faction. However, Tong Zhan remained determined, pushing through the opposition to finalize the order. Around noon, he departed from the Demon City outpost with 9 ability users, including Wang Meng. As for Wang Lian, she was left behind at the outpost. At this moment, Jing Tian was entirely unaware that the Wang siblings were still alive, nor did he know that Tongyu's father was already on the road to Yun City. At this time, he had devised a plan to teach Tongyu and had also decided on her cultivation type, a supernatural being. This was because compared to ancient martial artists, the initial stages of supernatural abilities were relatively easier. As a theoretical master, he possessed richer experience regarding the initial theories of supernatural abilities. Over the past 3 days, the young girl Tongyu had also become accustomed to life in the villa and had grown increasingly close to Jing Tian. At this moment, seeing Jing Tian sitting by the tea table, she obediently poured him tea and water. It must be said that the 3 days had brought about significant changes in the young girl Tongyu. Her hair was neatly arranged and her previously gaunt cheeks now bore a hint of roundness. Dressed in a clean and fitting denim shirt, she appeared full of youthful vitality. Little Yue, are you sure you want to learn from me? Jing Tian suddenly adopted a serious tone and asked Tongyu. Yes, Uncle Jing. I want to become a powerful person like you and then go to the Demon City to find my father. Tongyu responded earnestly, her small face serious in reply to Jing Tian's question. Although she hadn't asked Jing Tian about it over the past 3 days, she would watch him practice boxing with admiration and anticipation each time. Ahem. Jing Tian felt a bit awkward at first, realizing that his image as a super powerhouse had been firmly established in the little girl's mind and he could only continue to play the role. Since you are determined to learn, I agree to it, but you must call me master from now on and you have to bow to me. Once a teacher, forever a father. If one day you betray me, I won't betray Uncle Jing. I mean, master, I will never betray you, never. Tongyu didn't wait for Jing Tian to finish and quickly expressed her stance. At the same time, she very seriously knelt and bowed her head, then handed the tea to Jing Tian. Ahem, good, from now on you are my first disciple, Jing Tian's first disciple. Jing Tian took the tea, feeling a bit uneasy while displaying a somewhat strange expression. He certainly didn't insist on such an ancient formality, but the system emphasized the necessity of accepting a disciple. He didn't want to end up in a situation where the system no longer recognized Tong Yu as his disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't his rewards be in jeopardy? For this somewhat unreliable system, Jing Tian had to consider every possible outcome. Alright, now I will teach you how to become a supernatural being. First you need to learn meditation, then feel your spiritual power and the elemental forces of the world to see which type of elemental energy is closest to you. Jing Tian, being someone impatient, began to teach as soon as he confirmed the start. Jing Tian felt quite nervous as he had tried this method countless times without any effect. Tong Yu was very serious, but there were too many things she didn't understand, and within a short time she asked Jing Tian dozens of questions. Fortunately, with Jing Tian's unbeatable theoretical knowledge, he could easily answer any question, causing Tong Yu's admiration to rise once again. An hour later, Tong Yu had no more questions. She seemed to have entered a state of silence, closing her eyes. Jing Tian initially didn't believe that the little girl could achieve anything within an hour. Even if she managed to produce some response in 10 days or half a month, he would be pleasantly surprised. However, after observing for a while, Jing Tian's eyes gradually widened. It had always been him who amazed others, but this time it was his turn to be astonished. This is the meditation state. Has the little girl connected with elemental energy? Jing Tian felt the energy around him gradually gathering towards Tong Yu, and he was shocked to the point of wanting to shout out. Fortunately, his last bit of rationality told him that he must not interrupt Tong Yu at this moment. The little girl is undoubtedly a genius in cultivation. As time slowly passed, the energy from heaven and earth surrounding Tong Yu grew thicker and thicker. Gradually, the energy enveloped Tong Yu's petite form. This must be fire-type elemental energy. It seems this little girl is a fire-type ability user. This is truly unbelievable. At this moment, Jing Tian was already certain that Tong Yu had stepped into the ranks of ability users in less than 2 hours. And what about himself? Thinking about himself made him feel so frustrated he could nearly spit blood. Meanwhile, as Tong Yu continued, Jing Tian casually glanced towards the distant city of Yunshi. Upon this glance, Jing Tian squinted and quickly grabbed a telescope to observe. What is going on? Have all the zombies mobilized? Why is it so chaotic? Jing Tian saw that there were far more zombies than usual in the ruined city of Yunshi. Areas that had previously been designated as safe were now completely occupied by zombies. When Jing Tian's gaze shifted to the northwest of Yunshi, he noticed that the zombies there were extremely active, seemingly in a state of panic, with faint shadows of mutated zombies among them. Release the drone for reconnaissance. Jing Tian felt that the view through the telescope was still not clear enough and prepared to send out a drone for investigation. There was something unusual about the zombies in Yunshi, a rare abnormal situation indeed. However, just as Jing Tian was about to head downstairs to release the drone, suddenly a change occurred with Tong Yu, forcing him to halt his actions. At that moment, the fire elemental energy around her began to surge rapidly. Moreover, it concentrated into a red beam of energy that drilled into Tong Yu's forehead. Immediately, a faint flame rose around Tong Yu's body. This is the true transformation into an ability user. This little girl's talent is too powerful. Jing Tian felt a mix of shock, deep envy, and jealousy within. Buzz. Suddenly a vibration in the air came, and the elemental energy around her was instantly absorbed by Tong Yu. The faint red flames surrounding her body also surged dramatically. The heat wave did not harm Jing Tian, but it instinctively caused him to take 2 steps back. Ah, Uncle Jing. Master, have I succeeded? Yes, you succeeded. You became a fire-type ability user in just 2 hours. Jing Tian said with a complicated expression. Ding. Just as Jing Tian was feeling a mix of excitement and frustration, a system notification sound suddenly rang out in his consciousness, instantly sweeping away his gloom. The reward is here. I wonder what kind of surprise the system's so-called surprise reward will bring. The electronic synthesized voice of the system sounded. Reward issued: borrowing disciples' abilities. Borrowing disciples' abilities. What does that mean? Jing Tian was taken aback and immediately asked. After 3 seconds of silence, Jing Tian felt something was off and quickly pressed further. Hey. System, give me an explanation. Damn it, it's playing dead again. You're really something. After calling out for a long time, Jing Tian quickly confirmed that the system had run off again. You'll just have to figure it out myself. Borrowing disciples' abilities. It sounds like I might understand a bit. After pondering for a moment, Jing Tian's gaze turned to Tong Yu. Disciple. Isn't there one right in front of me? Borrowing the abilities of disciple Tong Yu. Jing Tian initially wanted to give it a try to understand the effect of the reward. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his spiritual power. Immediately, the elemental energy around him began to fluctuate rapidly, gathering towards Jing Tian. It was fire elemental energy. Unlike the energy entering Tong Yu's body, the fire elemental energy around Jing Tian only moved around his body. Even if it cannot be absorbed into his body, Jing Tian was still pleasantly surprised. It could even be described as ecstatic. Although this extraordinary ability was stolen, he could finally utilize it himself. Now, is he an ordinary person or a superhuman? He quickly dispersed the borrowed ability and found that his body remained empty, clearly indicating he was still an ordinary person. At most he could be considered a counterfeit superhuman. What a delightful surprise, truly a rewarding gift. System, you finally came through this time. Jing Tian was overjoyed in his heart, giving a rare compliment to the system. He then earnestly began to manipulate the fire element. His theoretical experience was finally proving to be of great use. In the blink of an eye he borrowed the ability once more and a fireball the size of an egg formed in his palm. This was precisely the basic configuration of a level 1 fire ability. Wow, master, so you are also a fire superhuman, that's amazing. Tanya, who was pondering how to control the fire ability, suddenly saw the fireball gathering in Jing Tian's palm and exclaimed in surprise. Haha, master can do more than just this. I'm just showing you how to use the fire ability, come learn from me. Jing Tian felt a bit embarrassed as his mastery involved stealing the abilities of his little disciple Tanya. After that, Jing Tian began to teach Tanya some control techniques for the fire ability. Immersed in the sense of achievement from teaching, he momentarily forgot to observe the changes in the zombies within Yun City. At this moment, for reasons unknown, all the zombies in Yun City began to stir. After a brief chaos, suddenly a series of piercing roars echoed throughout the city. Are several high-level zombies going berserk? Jing Tian and Tanya naturally heard the roars and had to stop the lesson. Jing Tian quickly grabbed the binoculars to observe. Master, what happened? It looks like some zombies are coming towards us. Tanya was initially puzzled upon hearing the noise. Then, seeing a large group of zombies moving towards the villa from a nearby direction, he said, "Don't be afraid with master here, you're very safe. Continue practicing here while I go see what's happening." Jing Tian reassured Tanya. Yet he felt a bit uneasy himself, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "I'll accompany you, master." At this moment Tanya was not in the mood to continue practicing. The two returned to the 3rd floor and immediately released the drone. After the drone flew away from the villa, it ascended to a high altitude, allowing them to clearly see most of the situation in Yun City. From above, Jing Tian saw that these zombies had split into 2 groups approaching the villa from both sides. However, he quickly realized that these zombies were not there to attack the villa. Because the 2 groups of zombies converged about 1,000 meters away from the villa and started to frantically attack and devour each other. What the hell are they fighting among themselves? Jing Tian was somewhat dumbfounded at this sight. Although he had occasionally seen some mutated zombies killing and devouring each other, he had speculated on the reason and ultimately determined that it was a method for them to enhance their strength. By consuming each other's cores, they could gain a certain enhancement in ability. Could it be? Were these ordinary zombies also collectively enhancing their abilities? A somewhat terrifying thought suddenly arose in Jing Tian's mind. After observing for a while, he became increasingly certain of his judgment. Master, why are they killing each other? Tanya, watching the scene on screen, couldn't help but feel puzzled. They are collectively leveling up. Jing Tian's expression turned serious. The battle lasted a long time. After about an hour, the number of zombies had decreased by nearly half. Conversely, the remaining zombies were becoming increasingly stronger. The drone was about to run out of battery, forcing Jing Tian to recall it. Wait, master, I think I just saw a puppy. Just as the drone was turning to return, Tanya suddenly called out. A small dog. There's nothing extraordinary about a mutated dog. Jing Tian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. The entire Yun City was overrun with zombies, yet there were still plenty of pets from before. Jing Tian had seen many animals infected and turned into zombies, and they were truly disgusting. No, master, that seems to be a normal little dog. Can you turn back and take a look? Tanya said anxiously. Alright, let's take a look then. Jing Tian helplessly smiled and paused the drone midair, adjusting the camera angle. Soon the screen displayed a scene of a pack of over a dozen mutated zombies chasing a small dog. This group of zombies was surprisingly all mutated, ranging around level 2 to 3. And running ahead of them was a plump gray American bully. The American bully was not large in size, earning its name due to its fierce appearance. In reality, American bullies were relatively gentle by nature and were incredibly loyal to their owners. After observing for a while, Jing Tian noticed that this American bully seemed to truly be unmutated. At least its fur and eyes showed various signs of normalcy. It appeared somewhat fatigued, yet it still maintained a lead of several meters and was moving at a rapid pace. It should be noted that mutated zombies possessed a certain level of intelligence and were much faster and more agile than ordinary zombies. How could over a dozen mutated zombies fail to catch up to this weary American bully? Master, that little dog is so cute. Can we help it? Tanya looked at the small dog on the screen, her little face showing a hint of anxiety and pleading. Help it. I can't really do anything, and judging by its appearance it should be able to escape. Jing Tian shook his head helplessly. Not to mention that he couldn't go out. Even if he could with only a bit of fire ability, he couldn't possibly handle those mutated zombies. The drone was low on battery, and even if Jing Tian did not control it, it would autonomously return to the safety of its system. Little doggy, you must survive. Tongyu didn't understand why her powerful master never left the villa area. But being sensible, she wouldn't pressure Jing Tian and could only pray that the American bully would be fortunate enough to survive. Without the drone, Jing Tian lost interest in observing the zombies' transformations. After all, he had already guessed the final outcome. Starting tomorrow, the number of zombies in Yun City would significantly decrease, but the remaining zombies would double in strength. Jing Tian instructed Tongyu to arrange things herself while he turned to prepare dinner downstairs. Although Tongyu also wanted to take over the cooking, Jing Tian felt it would be a bit unfair to the child. Most importantly, he enjoyed the process of cooking himself. Master quickly opened the door. That little dog has run up to our villa. Just when Jing Tian was preparing dinner, Tongyu suddenly exclaimed with joy as she ran down the stairs. Jing Tian was startled and quickly took Tongyu to the yard. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw a plump gray dog standing just a few meters away from the gate. It was indeed the American bully that had been chased by the zombies earlier. Besides the American bully, Jing Tian also noticed a large group of zombies gathering outside the gate of the villa community downhill. Surprisingly, they did not behave as they had before by quickly leaving upon getting close. It seemed they were waiting for something, yet they were also fearful and did not dare to approach. Little doggy, come here. Tongyu, her eyes only on the dog, clapped her hands in an attempt to summon the American bully, which stood a few meters away without coming closer. Woo woo. The American bully glanced at Tongyu and let out a couple of low growls, but soon its gaze shifted to Jing Tian. Oh, look at that, it's quite clever knowing I am the owner here. Seeing the American bully look at him, Jing Tian surprisingly felt a hint of flattery in the dog's gaze. This immediately made him happy. Jing Tian found himself liking this fierce-looking little creature. Without overthinking, he directly lifted the safety restriction on the American bully and opened the gate. As soon as the gate opened, the American bully dashed in with a whoosh, a flash of red light passing through its eyes. However, it quickly wagged its tail at Jing Tian and dropped something at his feet. Is this a crystal core? Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed as he picked it up. It was a red crystal core the size of a marble. This is actually a level 3 crystal core. Jing Tian quickly confirmed its grade, which was significantly larger than the 2 level 2 crystal cores Wang Lian had given him. Woof woof. The bully dog barked at Jing Tian twice, making a gesture for food. Is it really becoming intelligent? Clearly it's using the crystal core to barter. Jing Tian was startled by the bully dog's behavior. Master, can I give it something to eat? Tongyu beside him was not focused on the crystal core. She truly liked this dog. Go ahead, but wash it first. If it misbehaves, I'll stew it. It's so fat I could make a large pot of dog meat. Jing Tian smiled slightly at the bully dog. Woof. Woof. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, the bully dogs first stood on end, clearly understanding what Jing Tian was saying. It actually understood me. It seems the apocalypse has changed you too. However, considering your contribution of the crystal core, I'll allow you to be reckless this once. If I see you bare your teeth at me again, just watch, I might really stew you. Jing Tian squinted and lightly kicked the bully dog. Woof. The bully dog was about to react when Tongyu picked it up. Master, I'll take it for a bath. After the little girl said that, she hurried back to the villa. The bully dog seemed to struggle a bit, clearly not particularly fond of being held by Tongyu. Interesting, how could an ordinary little dog obtain a level 3 crystal core? Even if it found it, other mutated zombies would have to agree, right? After Tongyu took the bully dog away, Jing Tian squinted his eyes. He sensed that this bully dog was definitely not simple. At the very least, it had a high intelligence and had undergone some mutations. However, the safe house did not have the capability to investigate other life forms. From Jing Tian's own observations, he could only tell that the bully dog was extraordinary and had a high intelligence. Soon Jing Tian stopped thinking about the dog. After all, once it was in the villa, no matter how intelligent it became, it would have to behave. He glanced at the gradually dispersing zombies at the foot of the mountain and smiled faintly. The deterrent power of the safe villa was definitely not to be underestimated. Then Jing Tian's gaze fell upon the crystal core in his hand. Ding! Before he could fully appreciate it, the system's synthesis sound echoed in his consciousness. Detected level 3 crystal core energy. Do you wish to absorb and convert it? Oh wow, system, are you a dog? You jump out whenever there's something good. Let's have a proper chat first. Host has 3 seconds to consider. After that, it will be automatically forfeited. The system seemed to have deliberately interrupted Jing Tian's words. Damn. Absorb it. Jing Tian's face darkened a bit, but he soon made his decision. Despite Jing Tian's usual complaints and curses about the system, the moment it appeared, he immediately became submissive. Absorbing 1 level 3 crystal core grants 30 energy points. Total energy is now 32 points. Upon reaching 50 energy points, the villa system can be upgraded and activated at a basic level. The system's synthesis sound rang out. What? It can be upgraded and activated. That's fantastic. Upon hearing the system's message, Jing Tian was instantly filled with excitement. He continued to inquire the system as he usually did, and the results were as expected. It seems the zombie crystal cores must be collected as soon as possible. A level 3 crystal core actually contains 30 energy points, 10 times more than the level 2 ones. As Jing Tian pondered, his gaze returned to the zombies gradually dispersing at the foot of the mountain. Unfortunately, he could only observe. He still had no way to venture out and hunt. After a moment, Jing Tian returned to the villa where Tong Yu was still cleaning the bulldog in the nanny room while Jing Tian continued to prepare dinner. Master, look. It turns out Xiao Pang is a light brown color. How beautiful. As Jing Tian set the dinner on the table, Tong Yu also arrived in the dining room holding the bulldog with a look of helplessness on her face. You named it Xiao Pang. Not bad, that name fits perfectly. Jing Tian first smiled faintly, fully approving of the name Tong Yu had given to the bulldog. The bulldog was now clean and tidy with short light brown hair. It was evident that its previous grayish color was just dirt. The bulldog showed no reaction to its name, but upon seeing the food on the table its eyes lit up and with a shake of its body it broke free from Tong Yu's embrace and lunged towards the table. Stop right there. Seeing the bulldog Xiao Pang about to jump onto the table, Jing Tian immediately glared and startled by Jing Tian's shout, the bulldog halted abruptly at the edge of the table, its earthy yellow eyes glaring back at Jing Tian with a strong sense of dissatisfaction and a hint of fear. What's wrong? Do you want to bare your teeth at me? Jing Tian squinted. Woof. The bulldog let out a low growl, its dejected demeanor causing it to lower its head. I know you can understand me. Today you contributed a crystal core so I can take you in and provide you food. However, I cannot provide food for free all the time. If you want to eat well, you need to continue collecting zombie crystal cores in exchange, understand? Jing Tian narrowed his eyes as he spoke to the bulldog Xiao Pang. Woof. The bulldog hesitated for a moment before reluctantly barking back at Jing Tian. Deal. Great, come and eat. From now on you are also considered a member of my villa. Jing Tian instantly understood the bulldog's meaning and a brilliant smile finally appeared on his face. Next, Jing Tian asked Tong Yu to bring a small bowl mixing rice and some dishes together and placing it in front of the bulldog Xiao Pang. As soon as the bulldog saw the food in front of it, it instantly forgot everything and began to devour the food wildly. In less than 2 minutes the small bowl of rice and dishes was completely devoured by Xiao Pang, who then squinted its eyes and lay down on the ground seemingly asleep. Finished eating and straight to sleep. Are you a dog or a pig? Jing Tian kicked the bulldog with his foot. However, the bulldog showed no reaction to Jing Tian's action, as if it were in a deep slumber. After trying for a while, Jing Tian realized he really couldn't wake this lazy dog and lost interest. After explaining some theoretical knowledge about cultivation to Tong Yu, he returned to his room to rest. Just as the villa fell into a complete silence at midnight, the entire city also returned to tranquility. Clearly the zombies' devouring upgrade had been thoroughly completed. At that moment, from within an abandoned building on the edge of the city, a group of well-equipped survivors quietly emerged, infiltrating into Yun City. There were more than 20 of these individuals, and judging by their stature and movements they were all capable beings. Most importantly, these people were all armed with firearms. It is known that firearms inflict significant damage on zombies. Even second-level mutated zombies cannot withstand the attacks of firearms. This group of individuals moved like ghosts, stealthily making their way into the city. Their movements indicated they had a clear target and were doing their best to avoid conflicts with the zombies. With luck and strength, these individuals stopped after more than an hour at a certain location. After a quick reconnaissance, they all cheered joyfully, exchanging high-fives to celebrate. Great job, boss. That guy didn't lie to us. There's really a weapons cache here. Shut up. Damn it, you attracted the zombies. After a moment of surprise and reprimand, the originally peaceful night came to an abrupt end. The sound of zombies began to echo in a small area, gradually expanding like an ice cube thrown into a pot of oil. Team up to kill the enemies regardless of who successfully leaves. In the end, the news of the weapons cache must be relayed back to the base. The boss shouted loudly while waving his hands. Golden rays of light flashed, and one after another the level 2 zombies that charged forward fell to the ground. Although these zombies had advanced to level 2, they were still ordinary types, and there was a significant gap compared to the mutated zombies. Moments later, the battle in this small area completely ignited half of Yun City. The sounds of howling and gunfire echoed throughout most of the city. However, this was completely unknown to Jing Tian and Tong Yu, as Jing Tian activated the soundproof function while sleeping. Instead, the bully Xiao Pang woke up in the middle of the night. Even though he couldn't hear the noise outside, Xiao Pang's expression suddenly changed and he quickly jumped to the window to look outside. From the mountaintop villa, even the first floor could see part of the situation in Yun City. Xiao Pang's eyes shone with a red light, allowing him to clearly see the scene in the pitch-black night. There was a moment of hesitation in Xiao Pang's eyes, but in the end he shook his head slightly in a very human-like manner. Finally he turned and jumped back, then leaped onto the sofa, choosing a comfortable position to continue sleeping. The next morning when Jing Tian woke up, he was completely unaware of last night's events. Instead, he was quite annoyed that Xiao Pang had fallen asleep on the sofa. After throwing him a piece of sausage, he kicked him out of the villa. Today, if we don't get a crystal core, you'll be sleeping outside on an empty stomach. Jing Tian, like Zhou Ba Pai, called out to Xiao Pang. After breakfast, the master and disciple went to the rooftop. Jing Tian continued to practice his punches while Tongyu practiced her control and use of elemental energy as taught by Jing Tian. An hour later, Jing Tian finished his morning exercise and, following his daily habit, picked up the binoculars to observe the surroundings of the villa. Something feels off. After observing with the binoculars for a while, Jing Tian felt an indescribable sensation. Clearly he saw nothing, yet he sensed that something was not right. Then Jing Tian returned to the third-floor bedroom and released the drone. When the drone captured an image of a certain location, Jing Tian had it stop looking at the scene below with a raised brow. There were several fresh corpses as well as obvious traces of gunfire everywhere. Survivors with firearms have actually come, and I wonder if they are still alive. The drone continued to search. Soon the screen focused on the rooftop of a 6-story abandoned residential. On this rooftop there was a group of male survivors in uniform combat attire. Some of the uniforms were slightly damaged, but they all seemed unharmed, albeit looking very fatigued, sprawled out without much form. Jing Tian's attention was drawn to the only standing man. This man was a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding a wild and proud aura. The man looked at the surrounding zombies swaying below and spoke to those sprawled behind him, causing them to gradually regain their resolute expressions and slowly sit up. Just as Jing Tian hesitated whether to lower the drone a bit to hear what the man was saying or to greet him, suddenly the man looked up, gazing at the drone hovering 100 meters above him. Through the screen, Jing Tian first saw a glimmer of surprise in the man's eyes. Then a scene that left Jing Tian both astonished and furious unfolded. The man suddenly raised his hand and a golden light shot towards the drone. "Damn it, are you attacking on sight?" Seeing this, Jing Tian immediately yelled. Although they were more than 100 meters apart, Jing Tian felt that if the drone did not evade, it would definitely be hit by this attack. He quickly controlled the drone to turn around and fly back. The man on the rooftop, having missed his strike, jumped directly from the 6th floor and began to chase after the direction of the drone. After the man jumped down, those who had accompanied him were momentarily stunned before they all descended from the rooftop. Some jumped directly while others used external forces to assist. In short, these people arrived downstairs within just a few seconds, following the middle-aged man as they pursued the drone. Jing Tian adjusted the drone to a higher altitude and, after shifting the camera angle, discovered that the middle-aged man and his group were actually pursuing him. After a brief moment of shock, a cold smile appeared on Jing Tian's face. The drone's speed could have been faster, but Jing Tian deliberately slowed it down, leading the middle-aged man and his group to the foot of the hillside villa area. How is this possible? Upon arriving at the foot of the hillside villa area, the group, after dispatching a horde of wandering zombies nearby, discovered a brand new 3-story villa atop the hill. "Boss, did you all see that?" A young man beside the middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and asked. "You aren't seeing things. That is indeed a complete villa. Come on, let's go take a look." After the boss expressed his surprise, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged the others to quickly head up the mountain. Soon they arrived at the fence outside the villa. Then these individuals were once again astonished, some even appearing incredulous. The fence was not a wall and the things in the yard were clearly visible. "What is that? Half a flower bed, half a vegetable garden. This isn't scientific. I heard that a certain organization built an extremely special greenhouse artificially extracting deep soil, spending half a year just to barely grow a single type of vegetable. How could there be one here?" The same young man who spoke earlier was the first to voice his thoughts. "This is indeed abnormal. There's a drone and a vegetable garden. Let's investigate the situation first. We shouldn't rush in. Let's be polite before resorting to force." The boss' expression shifted slightly as he waved his hand at those behind him. "Yes." All 9 people behind him answered in unison. Then the more talkative young man stepped up to the door and shouted, "Listen up, people inside. We are from the Haishar outpost. Please come out, we have some questions for you." "Hey, is that how you ask for a favor?" The boss stepped forward and slapped the young man on the back of his head, his face looking somewhat displeased. "I already said please, isn't that polite enough?" The young man looked completely puzzled. The others all gave him a collective eye roll. At that moment a slightly lazy voice floated down from the top of the villa. "What questions do you want to ask me?" Everyone looked up in unison. On the roof of the villa stood a handsome young man accompanied by a petite and adorable girl. "Is it just the 2 of you inside the villa?" The young man appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing Jing Tian and Tongyu. "Yes, it's just the 2 of us. What guidance do you have?" Jing Tian's expression remained calm and indifferent. However, he felt somewhat uneasy. These individuals appeared to be much stronger than the Wang siblings. Especially the middle-aged boss. Jing Tian felt he was very powerful, far superior to the Wang Meng siblings. Jing Tian was uncertain whether the defenses of the safe house could withstand this man's attack. After Jing Tian responded, the group exchanged glances. Suddenly a slender man whispered, "This young man lacks the aura of an ability user, but the young girl is a level 1 ability user." "What? Is it that little level 1 ability user, or that young girl?" "Wenshin, you must be mistaken." Someone expressed their astonishment and doubt. "When have you ever seen my judgment wrong?" said the man named Wenshin. The previously speaking youth Jin Woo narrowed his eyes upon hearing Wen Shen's words. Without waiting for the leader to respond, he coldly shouted at Jing Tian, "Kid, come down. Give this villa to us and we won't kill you. Are you trying to take my villa? I initially intended to treat you with courtesy, but it seems that's out of the question. If you have the guts, come in. As long as you can get past the door, you can take not just the villa but even my life." Jing Tian narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Although he was worried, he couldn't back down at this moment. If they truly broke through the villa's defenses, he could only accept his fate. "Damn, it's just a flimsy little fence, I can kick it down with one foot," the youth said as he stepped forward and raised his leg to kick the villa's door. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The others sneered, waiting for the door to be kicked down. However, the next second they all froze in place. Not only did the villa's door not budge, it didn't even shake. The one who kicked was jolted back several steps, nearly falling over. This. The youth's face changed in an instant. "Oh. What's wrong? Didn't you eat? Come on, kick it in." Seeing the youth's embarrassment, Jing Tian's face showed a hint of relief followed by mockery. "Damn. Jin Woo, stop." The youth, provoked by Jing Tian's taunt, roared angrily and was about to step forward again. However, at that moment the leader suddenly spoke in a deep voice. The youth Jin Woo immediately halted his actions, his expression shifting. He was a level 3 ability user, yet he couldn't even kick open a door. Friend Jin Woo was just being impulsive. "We truly mean no harm. I am Chen Kun and I just wish to get acquainted with you." The leader stopped everyone behind him and addressed Jing Tian directly, revealing his name. "Humph, do you take me for a 3-year-old? If hard methods don't work, then try soft ones. Although I'm not afraid of you, I don't want to waste my breath either. Just get as far away as you can." Jing Tian coldly snorted. Chen Kun's expression darkened at Jing Tian's words as he said, "Do you really think that having some skills allows you to be this arrogant?" Chen Kun also sensed that the villa was extraordinary, but he merely believed that Jing Tian had some special abilities or means, not that he could withstand him. After all, he was a level 5 ability user, and in this apocalypse he could undoubtedly rank among the top strong ones. At least that was how Chen Kun viewed it. What does being arrogant matter? If you have the guts, come in and try. Jing Tian was least afraid of such provocations and threats, sneering. Fine. I originally hoped you would cooperate obediently. If we can't be friends, we don't have to be enemies. Now that you have provoked me, you have pushed yourself into the abyss." Chen Kun was clearly not of a peaceful disposition, incited by Jing Tian's attitude. After saying fine twice, he didn't waste any more words, his figure flashing as he advanced, throwing a punch and loudly shouting, "Open up." A burst of golden light enveloped Chen Kun's fist, roaring toward the villa's door like a cannonball. Jing Tian's heart tightened upon witnessing Chen Kun's stance for attack. Beside him, Tong Yu couldn't help but reach out her small hand to grasp Jing Tian's arm. A burst of golden light erupted, causing the entire villa to tremble slightly. The force was absolutely comparable to that of a cannonball strike. However, after the shaking, the seemingly fragile black iron fence of the villa remained unharmed. Chen Kun's expression suddenly changed, revealing a hint of shock in his eyes. Jing Tian's expression initially relaxed but soon changed again. At the moment of the explosion, he realized that the protection had not been breached. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The safe house's protection has encountered a critical attack, sustaining 90 damage. Please replenish energy for repair as soon as possible. Repair. I have 32 points of energy, deduct as much as you need. Jing Tian quickly responded in his mind. Deducting 2 points of energy, the safe house protection is restored to 30. The system this time wasted no time and proceeded directly. Deducting 2 points to restore to 30. Why not restore it completely at once? It's not like there's a lack of energy. Jing Tian frowned. System repairs require cooldown time. The second repair will be available in 5 minutes. If you want an immediate complete repair, you'll have to upgrade the system. The system surprisingly responded to Jing Tian again. Damn. If this guy attacks again, won't we be finished? Upgrading requires 50 points of energy, where am I supposed to get that now? Jing Tian said in frustration. This time the system ignored his concerns, seemingly disinterested in addressing such questions. While Jing Tian communicated with the system for several seconds, Chen Kun outside was still in shock. He was a metal-type ability user. Although he was at level 5 as a highly offensive metal-type ability user, his true attack power was definitely not lower than that of an ordinary level 6 ability user. Boss, what's going on? Seeing that their leader couldn't open the courtyard door in one go, everyone was horrified. Chen Kun's expression regained some color as he slightly waved his hand to silence everyone, looking gravely at Jing Tian. After a moment of shifting gazes, the aura around him began to gather once more. Clearly Chen Kun was preparing to attack again. Jing Tian's expression finally changed entirely. He knew that the current 30 protection of the safe house could not withstand another attack from this guy. If the protection were to break, he would lose control over the safe house, and at that point he would truly be at the mercy of others. Woof woof. Just as a slight sweat appeared on Jing Tian's forehead and Chang Kun was about to launch another attack, suddenly two angry barks came from behind those intruders. Xiao Pang, is that you? What are you doing? Tong Yu looked down from above and spotted the bully dog Xiao Pang behind that group of people. This little fat dog was barking at them, clearly provoking them, which made Tong Yu feel tense. Xiao Pang's bark interrupted Chang Kun's attack for a moment. Oh, there's even an unmutated little dog. Such a fat one, we could have a dog meat hot pot with it. At the back of the crowd, a level 3 ability user spotted Xiao Pang and his eyes lit up. Woof. Woof. Upon hearing this person's words, a flash of red light crossed Xiao Pang's eyes. The muscles in its legs twitched slightly and its figure blurred into an afterimage. The next second it appeared beneath that person's feet. The man didn't even have a chance to react before Xiao Pang bit down on his ankle. Crack. Ah. A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed, followed by a scream. This. Everyone was stunned. They were all ability users, the lowest among them being level 2, yet the one bitten was a level 3 Earth-type ability user. Earth-type ability users, although slightly slower, had high defenses due to their physical strength and elemental properties. Yet at this moment, how could one be bitten through by a seemingly chubby little dog? Kill it! Someone shouted at that moment. In an instant the crowd reacted, unleashing various attacks at Xiao Pang. In that moment a barrage of elemental energies surged towards the bully Xiao Pang. Only the leader remained unmoved, perhaps out of pride or feeling that it was unnecessary for him to intervene. Xiao Pang, come back! Tong Yu, watching from the rooftop, nervously shouted. Woof! Amidst the chaotic ability attacks, suddenly a dog bark rang out. Then two figures were seen being sent flying. A chubby figure darted out from the midst of the chaos. In the next moment it leaped through the villa's entrance. Chang Kun intended to stop Xiao Pang, but just as he was about to move, his gaze caught sight of a scene that froze his actions. At that moment he saw a young man on the villa's rooftop carrying a little girl descend directly from the rooftop. Indeed, they were descending. It was completely different from the jump they had made earlier. What they did could only be considered a jump. Jing Tian with Tong Yu floated down several meters without any weight and landed directly in front of Xiao Pang. What realm is this exactly? Not a single ripple of energy was felt. In that instant Chang Kun's heart trembled. He couldn't help but glance at Wen Xin, who previously judged Jing Tian to be an ordinary person. It wasn't just Chang Kun who was astonished. Everyone who witnessed Jing Tian's actions was dumbfounded. Even the two who were knocked away by Xiao Pang, as well as the one whose leg was bitten off, forgot to get up from the ground. At this moment they all overlooked Xiao Pang's ferocity. Normally a small dog being able to knock down these ability users would be an extraordinary event. Even the bully Xiao Pang was somewhat stunned, its eyes flickering as it stared at Jing Tian, clearly intimidated by Jing Tian's display. Jing Tian, initially surprised and worried about Xiao Pang, suddenly realized that this leap seemed to have stunned Chang Kun and his associate. Jing Tian's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea and his expression became calm. Xiao Pang did well, I'll reward you later. He gave Xiao Pang a faint smile. Woof. Woof. Xiao Pang's eyes brightened, instantly barking excitedly at Jing Tian. Then it convulsed its throat and two crystal cores, one black and one red, were spat out at Jing Tian's feet. Oh. More loot. Not bad. Jing Tian's eyes lit up upon seeing the two crystal cores and he hurriedly bent down to pick them up. He showed no disdain for the fact that the crystal cores were spat out by Xiao Pang. This dog can actually hunt mutated zombies. And a level 3 one. I must kill this dog and skin it alive. Chang Kun's subordinates, seeing the crystal cores, exchanged various expressions. What astonished them was not the crystal cores themselves, but the fact that Xiao Pang could hunt a level 3 mutated zombie. The last remark was naturally from the unfortunate fellow who had his leg bitten off by Xiao Pang. Shut up, skin it and eat it. With two more of you, you'd probably just be dog food. Chang Kun suddenly turned and glared at that subordinate, then turned back to Jing Tian. When Chang Kun turned to say something to Jing Tian, he was suddenly dumbfounded again. He saw two differently attributed crystal cores disappear from Jing Tian's hands. Absorbed. This. All ability users know that they can absorb the energy of crystal cores. However, even for Chang Kun, a peak level 5 ability user, it would take a whole day to absorb a level 3 crystal core. Let alone Jing Tian absorbing two at once and of different attributes. What level of ability user are you? Chang Kun recalled the most powerful ability user in their base who had already reached peak level 6. Could he do that? Chang Kun quickly shook his head in his mind. He suddenly felt that they had offended an ability user who surpassed level 6. Should he cry or laugh? Jing Tian naturally had no idea about Chang Kun's thoughts. He was eager to absorb the crystal cores, wanting to convert enough energy to upgrade the system and fully restore the defense capabilities of the safe house. Ding! Absorbed 2 crystal cores, converted energy 33 points, total energy 63 points. Do you wish to consume 50 points of energy to upgrade the Super Villa Master System? The system posed the question in Jing Tian's mind. If upgraded, aside from fully restoring defense, are there any other benefits? Seeing that Chung Kun and the others were still in shock, Jing Tian couldn't help but ask the system again. He thought there would be no response, but unexpectedly the system actually replied this time. The protection of the safe house will instantly recover to 100, resistance will double, and the diameter of the safe area will expand by 100 meters, along with a reward of 1 auxiliary function. Then what are we waiting for? Upgrade. Upon hearing the system's words, Jing Tian confirmed without any hesitation. Restoration of defense, doubling of defense, and an expansion of the protected area by 100 meters. Moreover, there was an auxiliary function that Jing Tian had never heard of. System upgrading, it will take approximately 30 seconds. The system's voice sounded. At this moment, after Chung Kun's expression changed several times, he cupped his fists toward Jing Tian, who was less than 10 meters away, and said, "My friend, we truly offended you earlier. Chung Kun offers my apologies." Oh. You really are alternating between soft and hard approaches. Thinking I'm easy to bully, you come at me hard, and when that doesn't work, you switch to soft. Now let me tell you, I'm just an ordinary person. Will you still rush over to seize my villa? At this point, Jing Tian had already figured things out. This group had genuinely frightened him earlier, and now they wanted peace. There's no such thing as an easy deal. You are still an ordinary person. As soon as Jing Tian spoke, the group exchanged glances, each revealing expressions of annoyance and disdain. Putting aside the fact that you can fly, just the vicious dog you raise, more than half of these people are no match for it. Ignoring their leader Chung Kun's level 5, in fact more than half of his subordinates are level 3 and the rest are level 2 with no level 4 ability users. And these level 3 ability users would need at least 2 people working together to hunt down a level 3 mutated zombie. Friend, I've already apologized. Do you still want to press your advantage? Although we are a small team, we also belong to a base, and our base's big leader is a peak level 6 ability user. Chung Kun said with a somewhat grim expression. At this moment even he began to mention a more powerful existence. Just like children fighting, when faced with an existence they cannot defeat, they want to bring up a stronger one to suppress the opponent. I press my advantage. A level 6 ability user. He. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then immediately mocked, "I've seen shameless ones, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. It was you who came looking for trouble with me, and it was you who wanted to seize my villa. So what now? Now it has become me pressing my advantage." Jing Tian's mocking tone made Chung Kun and the group look somewhat embarrassed, yet they had no retort. After all, the truth was indeed as Jing Tian had said. "Boss. Should we all go together?" Someone among them whispered a suggestion. Boss Chung Kun neither nodded nor shook his head, just frowned and looked at Jing Tian, clearly hesitating. At this moment a cold smile suddenly appeared on Jing Tian's face and said, "Want to team up? You are truly overestimating yourselves. As long as you can withstand my strike now, I reiterate, everything here is yours, including my little life." After saying this, Jing Tian lightly waved his hand towards Chung Kun and the others. At the moment Jing Tian waved his hand, Chung Kun felt an irresistible force directly collide with him. As his expression drastically changed, his body flew backward. Following that, the others were not spared either. They were all sent flying without even having a chance to react. In an instant the 10 of them flew more than 50 meters before crashing down onto the hillside. For a moment all 10 were covered in dust, yet not a single person rose. It wasn't due to serious injuries, but because they were completely stunned. Just how powerful was this method? With just a simple wave they were sent flying. Seeing this scene, a glint of pride flashed in Jing Tian's eyes as he coldly said, "I truly do not wish to kill, otherwise each of your heads would be left here. Get away from me. If you dare to approach, then bring enough crystal cores as a token of sincerity." With that harsh remark, Jing Tian turned and elegantly walked back into the villa. "Master, you are truly amazing." Tongyu completely relaxed her heart at this moment, linking her arm with Jing Tian's, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Woof woof. The little fatty was momentarily stunned as well. After all, Jing Tian's casual wave to repel the enemies was far more shocking than flying down from the villa's roof. Coming back to his senses, the little fatty's dog face wore a flattering expression as he ran to Jing Tian's feet, displaying a coy demeanor. Jing Tian slightly enjoyed the adoration from Tongyu and the little fatty, yet felt a tinge of embarrassment. What he had just done was merely leveraging the system upgrade. It was the security house's defenses that had expanded, allowing him to send those people flying. At this moment Jing Tian suddenly recalled the little fatty's previous strength, further confirming that the little fatty was indeed extraordinary. Very, very extraordinary. He had felt the little fatty was special before, but now it seemed he had still underestimated him. Back in the village, Jing Tian instructed Tongyu and the little fatty to keep an eye on Chung Kun and the others from the rooftop. He himself sat on the sofa organizing the gains from the system upgrade. The Super Villa Master System had already leveled up to level 2 with 13 energy points remaining. The security house's protective capability had recovered and its defense doubled, expanding the safe area by a diameter of 100 meters. In other words, Jing Tian's current operational range had extended by 50 meters in both directions. These developments did not excite Jing Tian the most. What thrilled him the most was that the system had finally started up normally and would no longer be fleeting. At the moment of the upgrade, there appeared something resembling a projection screen in his mind. At this time, one half of the screen displayed a 3D representation of the security house villa annotated with the various functions within. The other half resembled a dialog box only showing the remaining quantity of energy points in the corner. Lastly, it presented a reward for leveling up the option to choose one of two so-called auxiliary functions: vehicle modification enhancement function and physical enhancement function. The system evidently sensed Jing Tian's thoughts. This time it did not emit a voice, instead the characters for the two auxiliary functions appeared in the dialog box with a flash. Simultaneously, detailed descriptions of these two functions appeared at the bottom of the screen, prompting Jing Tian to quickly tap on them. The vehicle modification enhancement function allows a discarded vehicle to be upgraded and enhanced by consuming some auxiliary materials and energy points. As long as there are various metal materials and enough energy points, the vehicle can be upgraded indefinitely, potentially even evolving into a cosmic battleship. Jing Tian was exceptionally eager for this vehicle modification function, as it not only replicated some features of the security house but primarily, once upgraded to level 2, it would allow him to leave the security villa area. However, upon seeing the physical enhancement function, Jing Tian was torn. Although this function clearly stated it could not make him an ability user or an ancient martial artist, it could infinitely enhance his physique. Just imagine. When his body becomes robust to a certain extent, what abilities or ancient martial arts would be ineffective against him standing there? How exhilarating would that feel? Of course, this physical enhancement function had a slow upgrade rate and, most importantly, did not enable him to leave the security house. Torn. Please make a choice within 3 seconds or it will be regarded as giving up the reward. The system's alert sound suddenly rang out. What the? Not this again. Don't count down. I choose, is that okay? I choose the vehicle modification enhancement function. Jing Tian was extremely frustrated with the system's operation but had to make a quick decision. If he really lost the reward, he wouldn't even know where to cry. Ding! The system's electronic voice rang out again. Vehicle modification enhancement function activated. Side quest issued. Complete level 1 vehicle enhancement modification within 3 days for a reward. What? There's a time limit for modifying the vehicle. I can't even go out. Where am I supposed to find what I need for the vehicle upgrade? Upon hearing the system's voice, Jing Tian instantly cried out. At the same time, the screen began displaying the required items for the vehicle enhancement modification. 1 vehicle condition unspecified, 1 hot weapon of any type, 1000 kilograms of metal and 100 energy points. The requirements for the level 1 vehicle were not harsh and were even relatively simple. However, for Jing Tian, who was limited in his operational range, it posed a significant challenge. At this moment, the system screen flashed again, adding a line of text: side quest countdown 71 hours 59 minutes x seconds. Still as annoying after activation. When can we communicate pleasantly? Aside from feeling frustrated and disdainful towards the system, Jing Tian had no other options. While he was studying the system outside, Cheng Kun and the others finally managed to get up and gather together, each with a very grim expression. Boss, what should we do? This guy is too mysterious. Moreover, he is too powerful. He might really be a level 7 ability user. How about we return to the base? The news from the armory will surely bring the chief of the base and we can get our rewards then. We can let the chief deal with this guy. Fool. The chief is only level 6, can he handle this? Rewards. Don't forget that we have never truly aligned with the chief. That guy is not happy about it. Worst case, we might end up with nothing. A group of people began to discuss in a flurry. As they chatted, it seemed they strayed off topic and not one of them proposed getting closer to the villa. Let alone their earlier thoughts of robbing the villa. Everyone stop arguing. Let's first settle down in that villa over there and then make our plans. Cheng Kun interrupted the discussions of the few. As soon as Cheng Kun spoke, everyone quieted down and headed towards a villa several hundred meters away. Though this hillside villa area had some damage, it was still much better than the ruins of Yun City. At least the frameworks of most villas were intact. Master, those people have moved into Villa No. 3. Tonghua, watching from the rooftop as Cheng Kun and others entered a villa, rushed down to report to Jing Tian. Not left. That's great. Upon hearing that Cheng Kun and the others had not departed, Jing Tian narrowed his eyes. He was worried about completing his task and now all hope rested on these people. Woof woof. Little Pang nuzzled against Jing Tian's pant leg. Hungry. You really are like a pig, but since you performed well today, I'll give you extra food. Jing Tian patted Little Pang and said. Time slipped by and soon it was evening. To their surprise, Cheng Kun and the others found rice inside the Villa No. 3 along with some expired canned sausages. They were astonished that Jing Tian had not looted this place. Then this group went to the rooftop to start a fire and cook the rice using water they had brought with them, as the outside water was undrinkable. Even though as ability users they had some resistance to zombie toxins, eating carelessly would likely lead to problems. Damn. Boss, come quick and look over there. The chatty youth Jinwoo was the first to run to the rooftop of the villa and without any effort spotted something unusual about the villa on the mountaintop. He immediately beckoned Chung-kun and the others, and everyone rushed over. Without needing to ask or for Jinwoo to explain, they were all dumbfounded. Because the villa on the mountaintop was too conspicuous, brightly lit and illuminating the entire summit. It was like the only shining gem in the pitch-black night, impossible to ignore. How is that possible? How could he have electricity there? This is too illogical. How many forces have spent vast resources and manpower without being able to restore their power systems? Even wind and solar power has been ineffective. How could he possibly have electricity? Chen-kun found it hard to accept. If only vegetables were grown in the yard, one could still concoct some coincidental reason, for there had been successful precedents for such experiments. But electricity. You all wait here for me. I need to go negotiate with him again. This matter is too significant. After a change of expressions, Chung-kun prepared to discuss with Jing Tian once more. Boss, please be careful. I feel that guy is too strange. At this moment the teammates were all worried about Chung-kun's safety. At first they looked down on Jing Tian, but after going through this ordeal they all truly felt a sense of fear towards him. Chung-kun nodded in agreement, then touched the small cloth bag in his pocket. Feeling somewhat reassured, he jumped down from the villa and directly headed towards Villa No. 1 on the mountaintop. At that moment Jing Tian was having dinner with Tongyu. Due to the presence of the plump little fellow, he had to prepare a bit more food. Fortunately, the food provided by the system daily along with the fresh vegetables from the garden was enough to meet the needs of the 2 people and 1 dog for a day. Although the villa had leveled up, the internal matters had not changed. Jing Tian had studied this. As his energy points increased, the system would remind him to upgrade. Just as the dinner for the 2 and the dog was nearing its end, the little fellow suddenly stopped moving, whimpering at Jing Tian and signaling towards the outside. Continue eating, don't mind it. Someone had triggered the security system, and Jing Tian was naturally more aware than the little fellow. He merely smiled faintly and ignored it. Outside, Chung-kun found himself obstructed by an invisible wall when he approached the villa within 50 meters. After testing twice and finding it impossible to get closer, he dared not use force again. Sir, Chung-kun comes with sincerity, please appear for a meeting. Chung-kun called out loudly from outside, his tone indeed sounding more sincere. Even the address had changed to Sir. It wasn't that Chung-kun didn't want to add a surname in front of Sir, but the key was that until now Jing Tian had never told him his name and he dared not ask. Seeing that there was no response, Chung-kun frowned slightly, but he did not leave directly. Instead he waited in place. After a while the door of the villa suddenly opened and Jing Tian's indifferent voice came out, let me see your sincerity first. At this time Jing Tian had already eaten his fill and the little girl Tongyu had taken care of the other chores, leaving him quite relaxed. Chung-kun was taken aback, experiencing a strong person's straightforwardness for the first time. I have 3 level 4 crystal cores and 10 level 3 crystal cores here, and I just want to befriend you as a way to apologize for my previous rudeness. After a moment of hesitation, Chung-kun gritted his teeth and suppressed the pain in his heart as he spoke. Oh. Jing Tian responded, falling into a brief silence. In truth, Jing Tian was astonished. 10 level 3 crystal cores meant 300 energy points. As for the level 4 ones, if they also had 10 times the energy of the level 3 cores, wouldn't 3 of them amount to 1,200 energy points? Jing Tian felt that his composure was slipping. He quickly adjusted himself and after a moment of thought said, given your sincerity, let's put the past aside for now. Come in. Jing Tian controlled the security of the safe house and lifted the restrictions for Chung-kun. When Chung-kun heard Jing Tian invite him into the villa, he felt a surge of joy and cautiously stepped forward. This time he moved forward without any hindrance. As he entered the villa's courtyard, Chung-kun felt an inexplicable nervousness. Upon entering the villa he was once again stunned. Not only was there electricity, but all the appliances from a prosperous era were present and they were clearly in operation. Welcome, please come and take a seat. Jing Tian did not get up, maintaining a composed demeanor, merely gesturing to the sofa opposite him and saying indifferently, thank you, sir. Chung-kun involuntarily placed himself in a humble guest position. As he sat in front of the sofa and observed Jing Tian up close, he became increasingly puzzled. No wonder his subordinates said he was an ordinary person. Being this close, he couldn't sense any trace of energy. If he wasn't an ordinary person, how many levels higher would he need to be to conceal his aura so perfectly? Chung-kun dared not think further. Shall you pour a glass of water for our guest? Jing Tian, observing Chung-kun's ever-changing expression, smiled faintly and called out to Tongyu. Got it, master. Tongyu replied, fetching a glass of water from the dispenser. For someone of Chung-kun's level, drinking bottled water was quite common. However, watching Tongyu casually take water from the dispenser, he couldn't help but be astonished. The main surprise of course was the water dispenser, but there was also a sense of envy and jealousy. Thank you. Chang Kun snapped back to reality and hurriedly thanked Tong Yue, but out of caution he simply placed the water on the coffee table. Now since you claim to have come with sincerity, it certainly won't just be to befriend me as you said. You can ask any questions you have now. Jing Tian looked at Chang Kun's actions, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. When facing Chang Kun he did not exhibit the same warm attitude he had shown towards the Wang siblings. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Chang Kun instantly understood. This was urging him to take out the crystal cores. If he didn't present them he probably wouldn't be able to ask anything. Chang Kun took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and politely placed it in front of Jing Tian. Just as he was about to speak he was astonished to see the small cloth bag fly directly into Jing Tian's hand. Interdimensional object manipulation. So you are an ancient martial artist. Chang Kun exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. He felt no hint of any supernatural energy, so he confidently concluded that Jing Tian was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. In fact, ancient martial artists are much rarer than those with supernatural abilities. Any ancient martial artist who reaches above level 3 is typically one level stronger than their counterparts with supernatural powers. Jing Tian's intention was merely to intimidate Chang Kun, so he naturally would not elaborate. With a faint smile he said, "No need to concern yourself with what kind of ability I possess, you are no match for me. If you have no urgent matters to discuss I won't keep you here." Jing Tian's words were quite unreserved, even a bit arrogant. However, Chang Kun did not have any thoughts of rebuttal. Deep down he had fully acknowledged that he was definitely not a match for this young man. "Sir, I would like to inquire how you obtain electricity here. This could change the situation for all of us survivors, so I hope you can enlighten me." Chang Kun cut straight to the point. Electricity is undoubtedly the most crucial matter, anything else like vegetables could wait. With electricity there would be countless possibilities. You want electricity? Jing Tian squinted his eyes and said, "It certainly pertains to the survival of the survivors. It's rare to see someone with such noble aspirations. If I were to refuse it would indeed be unreasonable." Chang Kun felt immense gratitude, saying, "You truly understand the greater good and I thank you on behalf of all survivors." Chang Kun did not wait for Jing Tian to finish before displaying an expression of immense gratitude. "Hold on, I haven't finished speaking yet." Jing Tian waved his hand and continued, "I would absolutely be willing to tell you how to do it, but unfortunately I don't know how it works. When I arrived here electricity was already available." Jing Tian wore a helpless expression. He knew that the electricity was provided by the villa system, but he truly did not understand the underlying principle, so he was not lying. Chang Kun instinctively did not believe Jing Tian's words, feeling a surge of anger rising within him. However, the anger was fleeting. Considering Jing Tian's terrifying strength, he realized that getting angry would be futile. No need to be skeptical. "I know you don't believe me, feel free to check for yourself where the electricity comes from." Jing Tian observed the change in Chang Kun's expression, smiled faintly and spoke directly. Jing Tian truly had no fear of anyone inspecting the villa. Having pondered for a year over the system's products, he still could not uncover the source, and Chang Kun would have no chance of discovering anything. "I wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Since you've said so, I'll believe you. It's just a shame about the electricity issue." Chang Kun, after a moment of annoyance, spoke. "It is indeed a pity. How about this, you can try connecting a line to see if it works." "I can't guarantee anything." This idea truly came to Jing Tian in a flash. Are you willing to let us connect electricity from here?" Chang Kun's eyes lit up. "Of course, but it can't be free. It's only appropriate to make some form of payment, right?" At that moment Jing Tian resembled a businessman. "Yes, you are right, sir. As long as it is feasible, we certainly won't use it for free," Chang Kun said with a glint in his eyes. With electricity there would be limitless possibilities ahead. Chang Kun felt a rush of unique excitement. He could even imagine that if he spread the news of having control over the electricity source, it would be a treasure far more valuable than the weapon cache they had discovered. If he could control this villa area and the power source, this place would undoubtedly become a sanctuary for humanity. Seeing Chang Kun's constantly changing expressions, a hint of unusual emotion flashed in Jing Tian's eyes as he spoke. "All right, your matters here are basically resolved. I can't guarantee the electricity will work, so why don't you come back tomorrow to try connecting it yourself?" Jing Tian seemed to have a hint of a dismissive attitude. Sir, I have one more small request." Chang Kun quickly snapped back to his senses. He had another purpose for coming here. Jing Tian listened to Chang Kun and said indifferently, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Jing Tian also had something to say but was waiting for the opportunity to take the initiative. Regarding negotiations, Jing Tian, once a small agent, had some experience. "It's about your vegetables. I wonder if you would be willing to sell your cultivation methods, as we are willing to pay a hefty price." Chang Kun seemed to notice that Jing Tian was very concerned about the crystal cores, so he took the initiative to mention the hefty price. "You're eyeing my electricity and now you're eyeing my vegetables too. That won't do for now, but I can occasionally sell some to satisfy your cravings." "Well, That's fine, thank you, sir. I wonder what the price of the vegetables is. Chang Kun was slightly disappointed but didn't dare to press too hard as he had already benefited from the electricity issue. Upon hearing Chang Kun inquiring about the price, Jing Tian immediately revealed a faint smile and said, I won't charge any crystal cores for the first batch of vegetables. You help me collect some items and I will give you 10 pounds. 10 pounds. Chang Kun clearly thought it was too little but was more curious about what Jing Tian wanted. What do you need, sir? It's simple. A vehicle, preferably a motorhome, along with a ton of metal and a gun. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Jing Tian stated. Current vehicles are like scrap metal, they can't start at all. Jing Tian interrupted Chang Kun, you don't need to worry about that. I have my ways to fix it, just tell me if you can do it. You can fix the car. This. Chang Kun was dumbfounded, wanting to doubt Jing Tian's words, but there was a feeling telling him that this young man was not lying. The only puzzling thing was why he had to wait until now to fix the car. Of course he dared not ask too much about it as he had already seen the impatience on Jing Tian's face. I can do it, I guarantee that these items will be delivered to you before noon tomorrow. Seeing Jing Tian's displeasure, Chang Kun decided not to think too much and readily agreed. That's good, I can't let you come here for nothing. Jing Tian's expression returned to normal, then he called out to Tong Yue, who was playing with the chubby boy Xiaoyue, take Chang Laoda to pick 5 pounds of vegetables. Okay, master. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Tong Yue and the chubby boy ran over immediately. Chang Kun, somewhat in a daze, got up and followed Tong Yue and the chubby boy to the courtyard. It wasn't until Tong Yue packed a bag of vegetables for him that he came back to his senses. Thank you, Xiaoyue. I still don't know your master's name, may I ask for it? Chang Kun asked Tong Yue as he took the vegetables. My master. His name is... Woof woof. Tong Yue was just about to say it when she was interrupted by the chubby boy barking twice, even shaking his head at her. Ha! Xiao Pang, are you saying not to tell him? Well, okay then. Tong Yue didn't understand the chubby boy's meaning, so she simply said it. Chang Kun felt a little dark on his forehead, clearly sensing that this fierce bully dog had much more social experience than the little girl. He must never underestimate this dog. Besides being cautious about its strength, he needed to treat it like an old fox. Chang Kun thought to himself, then took out 2 level 2 crystal cores from his pocket and said, I forgot to give you a welcome gift earlier, this is a small token. Woof. The chubby boy's figure flashed and snatched the 2 crystal cores from Chang Kun's hand, then gave Tong Yue 1 red one. Thank you. My master is named Jing Tian. Also, I hope you won't try to target our villa again, as my master is known to use the method of being pulled apart by 5 horses to kill. Tong Yue's small face revealed a smile as she spoke to Chang Kun, then turned and walked away. Before leaving, the little chubby boy glanced back at Chang Kun, his eyes filled with both threat and disdain. Chang Kun opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent, realizing he had been driven away. He looked down at the 5 kilograms of vegetables in his hand and a glint flashed in his eyes. These 5 kilograms of vegetables should be considered a deposit, right? If it were in a prosperous era, someone trading 10 kilograms of vegetables for a car along with 1,000 kilograms of metal and a gun would definitely be laughed at as a fool. However, right now Chang Kun surprisingly felt he had profited. Vegetables are undoubtedly the most precious food today, as the human body can go without meat for a long time, but a prolonged lack of vegetables will definitely lead to many issues. After walking about 100 meters out of the yard, the light from the villa could no longer reach this place. Chang Kun stopped, immediately took out a cucumber from the bag. After examining this fresh cucumber, he took a bite. The first sensation was its crispness, and a long-lost cucumber fragrance surged into his mind, making him involuntarily emit a sound of delight. So delicious. Chang Kun felt so elated that even he, usually a calm 5th-level leader, couldn't help but exclaim. However, just after swallowing that bite of cucumber, his expression suddenly stiffened and shock emerged on his face. This cucumber actually contains energy that can directly convert into elemental energy and restore mental power. Chang Kun was stunned. The sensation from that one bite was very faint. To confirm it wasn't an illusion, Chang Kun quickly devoured the entire cucumber. Closing his eyes, he felt the energy radiating and transforming within his body. After several minutes, Chang Kun opened his eyes and a glimmer of golden light flashed by. What a huge profit! If all these vegetables are like this, their energy is definitely not less than that of a level 4 crystal core. Chang Kun looked down at the bag of vegetables, unable to suppress his hesitant expression. At this moment he felt greedy. For a fleeting moment he didn't want to share these vegetables with his companions. Suddenly Chang Kun jolted and thought of Jing Tian. Turning his gaze toward the villa, his expression fluctuated once again. Who exactly are you? With unmatched strength, mysterious items, and the ability to grow such vegetables, Chang Kun found himself at a loss for how to judge Jing Tian. One thing was certain, his respect for Jing Tian grew stronger. Lost in thought, Chang Kun quickly returned to Villa No. 3 while carrying the bag of vegetables. Meanwhile, as Chang Kun left the villa, Jing Tian eagerly returned to his bedroom. 3 level 4 and 10 level 3 crystal cores. Come on, system. Let's have a feast this time and then get to work for me. Jing Tian grabbed all the crystal cores in his hand and summoned the system to absorb them. Crystal cores can enhance abilities for power users, but for Jing Tian they only serve to provide energy for the system. Beyond that, they are useless. Ding. System detected 13 energy crystal cores. Do you want to absorb them all? Is there even a question? Absorb. Jing Tian confirmed directly. Energy absorption and transformation in progress. Obtained 600 energy points, total energy points 613. The system reported, and at the same time a slight change appeared on the task completion display in Jing Tian's mind. Energy required for battle vehicle enhancement 613,100. What? A level 4 crystal core only provides 100 energy points. Hearing that the energy was only 600 points, Jing Tian felt it was far below his expectations. He thought a level 4 crystal core would yield 300 points. Unfortunately, the system wouldn't explain these things to Jing Tian. Perhaps tired of being questioned, suddenly with a ding a line of text appeared on the screen in his mind. Current energy points are sufficient. Activating mainline upgrade mission, upgrade main system to level 3 within 3 months. A surprise reward awaits upon completion. What the heck? What is this? Suddenly a mainline mission comes up when I just upgraded to level 2. Jing Tian was startled by the system's sudden emergence of the so-called mainline task. The system did not respond to Jing Tian, but now with the projection screen Jing Tian could look up the detailed requirements for the task. This doesn't seem too much. Jing Tian currently has 600 points. However, the following conditions made Jing Tian realize it wouldn't be that simple. To activate 5 auxiliary functions and upgrade the villa's main system to level 3, all auxiliary functions must be raised to level 2. The list shows that currently there are only 4 auxiliary functions. Water and electricity supply function. Supply of living materials function. Combat vehicle modification enhancement function. Lastly, there is a disciple ability borrowing function. Among these 4 functions, the disciple ability borrowing function cannot be upgraded. This means that to reach level 3, Jing Tian needs to activate 2 more auxiliary functions. At the bottom corner of the system screen, a line of text appeared in due time listing the auxiliary functions. Jing Tian hurriedly clicked on it. Upon seeing it, Jing Tian couldn't help but exclaim. The auxiliary functions actually spanned a staggering 50 pages with 10 auxiliary functions on each page. If I need to activate 2 more functions, where is the physique enhancement function? Jing Tian was shocked yet pleasantly surprised as he searched for the physique enhancement function. However, upon finding it on one of the last few pages, Jing Tian was somewhat dumbfounded. Damn it, what a loss. He saw that activating the physique enhancement function actually required 2,000 energy points. And that was just to upgrade it to level 1. How much would it take to reach level 2? If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen the combat vehicle modification enhancement function. Jing Tian felt quite depressed for a while, realizing he had made a huge loss. The combat vehicle modification enhancement function only required 100 energy points to initially upgrade to level 1, and raising it to level 2 shouldn't cost too much, right? After feeling depressed for a while, Jing Tian decided to activate 2 relatively cheap auxiliary functions. He mainly wanted to meet the requirements for system upgrade. The auxiliary functions on the first page were not expensive. The cheapest only required 100 energy points. Activate the cold weapon forging function and the ordinary vehicle restoration function. Jing Tian directly selected the 2 cheapest functions to activate. Activating. Activation successful, deducting 200 energy points, current remaining energy 413 points. As soon as the activation was successful, Jing Tian noticed a change in the 3D representation of the villa. A maid's room on the first floor had changed, marked as a forging room. To upgrade it to level 2, the host needed to forge 2 level 2 cold weapons. As for the vehicle restoration function, it only had an icon. Restoring a vehicle only required 1 energy point, and completing the restoration of 100 vehicles would allow it to upgrade to level 2. Although it's relatively cheap, it's not useless, not bad. Jing Tian looked at the 5 auxiliary functions he could upgrade, smiling as he noted that currently both could be upgraded to level 2, requiring only 200 energy points. After a moment's hesitation, since he had enough energy points, Jing Tian wanted to see the changes after the upgrades and issued the command: upgrade the water and electricity supply function and the food supply function. Upgrading. Requires 30 seconds. Bang. As soon as the system prompted the upgrade, the power in the room was suddenly cut off. Ah, master, the power is out. Tong Yue, who was upstairs, suddenly exclaimed. Don't worry, it will be restored soon. Jing Tian replied. Indeed, the system was very punctual. As soon as 30 seconds passed, the villa's electricity was restored. Upgrade complete, deducting 200 energy points, current remaining energy 213 points. The water and electricity supply function has been upgraded to level 2, allowing external output of 20 tons of water daily and 200 kilowatt hours of electricity. The material supply function has been upgraded to level 2, transforming into a material exchange function. Details can be checked independently. The system was quite lazy when there were many words it wouldn't provide audio but would only flash text on the screen. Jing Tian ignored this and upon seeing that water and electricity could be supplied narrowed his eyes slightly. It was quite timely, otherwise when Chang Kun came to pick up the electricity tomorrow it would really be a problem. The water and electricity supply wasn't free for Jing Tian either. 1 ton of water and 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity each cost 1 energy point, while the villa's own water and electricity usage was deducted monthly by the system, consuming very little, which could be considered a benefit for the villa's host. That night Jing Tian slept quite soundly and even had a rare dream. In the dream Jing Tian utilized the various functions provided by the super villa system to become a lazy and indulgent salted fish in this apocalypse. Damn it, I refuse to be a salted fish. This ridiculous dream is all wrong. Jing Tian scoffed at his own dream, but deep inside he had his doubts. If he couldn't leave the villa, wouldn't he just be a big salted fish? Even if I must be a salted fish, I will be a flamboyant and carefree super salted fish. Downstairs the little girl Tong Yu was still asleep. Jing Tian habitually went downstairs to make breakfast. The little chubby one, however, was full of energy and wagged his tail in excitement when he saw Jing Tian come down. Go play outside, breakfast will be ready soon. Jing Tian kicked the little chubby one out the door. The supply of resources had turned into resource exchange, which Jing Tian was still getting used to. However, after checking the exchange list, the resource items were richer than the previous food supplies and still had the old supply model. With only 2 energy points needed per month, Jing Tian unhesitatingly chose the supply model, instantly filling the refrigerator and cabinets with food. After preparing breakfast, he called Tong Yu and the little chubby one to eat, then began their daily morning exercises. Tong Yu's progress was rapid. In just 2 days she could already grasp the basics of using her abilities and her level was rising quickly. Jing Tian was pleased to see Tong Yu grow stronger. The stronger she became, the more power he could borrow. He was even contemplating finding more gifted disciples to recruit as that would diversify his abilities in the future. Woof woof. Just as Jing Tian paused his actions, the little chubby one barked a couple of times at the edge of the rooftop. Jing Tian turned to look down and saw Chang Kun with 3 subordinates standing outside the villa's safe zone, each carrying a roll of electric wire. They really are impatient. Jing Tian smiled faintly, then instructed Tong Yu to focus on her training as he went downstairs with the little chubby one. Go bring them in. Upon reaching the living room on the first floor, Jing Tian gave a command to the little chubby one. After a series of head shakes, the little chubby one turned and dashed out. What a clever dog. Jing Tian smiled slightly and shook his head, then adjusted his expression to feign a lofty, indifferent demeanor. Once the little chubby one was outside, he pushed open the villa's main door and approached Chang Kun and his 3 companions, looking up and barked, "Damn this dog." Jin Woo noticed the little chubby one's proud stance and was about to curse, but was directly stopped by Chang Kun's glare. You must consider the owner when dealing with dogs, especially one whose depths he could not even fathom. Chang Kun couldn't determine how strong the little chubby one was, but he was certain that anyone below level 4 posed no threat to this dog. Jin Woo's expression turned awkward. Remembering the little chubby one's performance last night, he realized he was indeed not as good as that dog. The little chubby one walked ahead with a proud stride, and the others, finding no obstacles, followed in carrying the electric wire into the village. Upon entering, Jin Woo and the others all turned their gaze to the side garden. Seeing the bountiful vegetables in the garden, their eyes turned red and their throats felt dry. Last night Chang Kun did not hoard those vegetables for himself, instead he shared them with his 10 subordinates, and as a result they were all astonished by the energy within the vegetables. Even the lowest level 2 abilities user showed signs of a breakthrough. It was easy to imagine that if they could regularly consume these vegetables, it would be impossible not to grow stronger. At this moment they were even more certain that Jing Tian could not possibly be an ordinary person. Chang Kun and his companions discussed until the early hours, and this morning they sent 5 people to collect vehicles and metal for Jing Tian, while Chang Kun brought the remaining 3 to Jing Tian's villa. As for the one whose leg was bitten off by the little chubby one, he stayed behind to recuperate and guard the house. Woof woof. The little chubby one saw the others staring at the garden with greedy eyes and immediately barked twice to warn them. Jing Tian himself was unaware that these vegetables contained mysterious energy, but the little chubby one knew. Seeing these people seemed to have designs on the vegetables, he naturally could not allow it. Alright little chubby one, let the guests in and you can go play. At that moment the villa door suddenly opened and Jing Tian's voice came from inside. Hearing Jing Tian's voice, the little chubby one shot a disdainful warning glance at Chang Kun and the others before running straight to the rooftop to find Tong Yu. Everyone behave yourselves. If anyone angers Mr. Jing again, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Before entering, Chang Kun quietly warned the 3 beside him. Then he led them into the villa. Upon entering, Jin Woo and his companions were taken aback. Is there still such a luxurious room in today's world? The most astonishing thing is that all the appliances here are functioning normally. Mr. Jing, we brought the wires, may we connect the electricity? Chang Kun and Jing Tian greeted cautiously. Yes, connect it below the electric meter outside. Each level 2 crystal core will provide 10 units of electricity. That should be fine, right? No problem, thank you, mister. Jing, this price is very reasonable. Chung-kun calculated briefly and realized this electricity price was definitely within their budget, so he readily agreed. Jing Tian smiled faintly and waved his hand, allowing them to connect the electricity. He wasn't intentionally making them connect to the meter, it was simply a requirement of the system. Since the system charges Jing Tian energy points based on the amount of electricity output, of course the system quoted the price of 1 energy point for every 10 units of electricity. Chang-kun and the others were charged 1 level 2 crystal core, allowing Jing Tian to earn 2 energy points. All things considered, Jing Tian was certainly not an unscrupulous businessman. With Jing Tian's permission, Chang-kun stayed put while Jinwoo and his 2 companions quickly got to work. A moment later the wires were connected and Jinwoo and his companions eagerly pulled the wires to connect to Villa No. 3, which was 500 meters away. Fortunately, the original villa's wiring was still usable, they just had to connect to the original main power switch. Soon as Chung-kun anxiously anticipated, Jinwoo returned filled with excitement. Jinwoo first cast a respectful glance at Jing Tian, then firmly nodded at Chung-kun, saying, "Boss, we have electricity now. We will no longer live like cavemen, all appliances can be used normally." As Jinwoo finished speaking, his gaze became somewhat peculiar. This was because many people initially believed that devices with electronic components could not be used since cars wouldn't function, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to power the battery. They can actually work. This. Chung-kun, filled with excitement, looked at Jing Tian, who was sitting there calmly. "Don't look at me, I know nothing about it," Jing Tian said blandly. The more he acted this way, the more Chang-kun and the others suspected. This matter definitely had something to do with Jing Tian. "Anyway, thank you, mister. Jing, here are 50 level 2 crystal cores, which covers the cost of 500 units of electricity." Chung-kun figured that since Jing Tian didn't want to discuss the appliances, he naturally would not say more, respectfully handing over a small bag of crystal cores to Jing Tian. Jing Tian's eyes lit up. This business was good. Not bad, I like sincere people. In the future you can consider me a businessman. If you need anything, just bring enough crystal cores, I will welcome you. Jing Tian directly accepted the crystal cores and looked at Chung-kun. Chung-kun was taken aback, then quickly nodded, saying, "I understand, sir. In the future if you need anything, we will do our best to assist you. Will your vegetables be available in large quantities for us to purchase? Want to buy vegetables in bulk?" Jing Tian narrowed his eyes and replied, "You should know that my vegetables are quite precious. Of course we understand, so we can accept a higher price from you." Chang-kun nodded repeatedly and Jinwoo nodded even more vigorously. At this moment it was clear that both parties had misunderstood. Jing Tian's claim that the vegetables were precious was due to the scarcity of vegetables in the outside world. After all, rarity increases value. However, Chang-kun and Jinwoo understood it as the energy contained in the vegetables being precious. After all, eating vegetables not only benefits health but also satisfies cravings while enhancing energy, much more effective than simply absorbing crystal cores. It was entirely normal for such precious vegetables. Looking at their reactions, Jing Tian squinted and pondered for a moment before saying, "My vegetable garden is limited in size and has a limited yield, so I can only sell 10 pounds a day at a price of 5 pounds for a level 3 crystal core." When Jing Tian quoted this price, he felt a bit anxious inside. It seemed a little too greedy. However, the reactions of Chang-kun and Jinwoo left Jing Tian somewhat bewildered. After a moment of surprise, the two quickly nodded, seemingly afraid that Jing Tian might change his mind. Jing Tian looked at their reactions, feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he priced it too low? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he felt he had made a significant profit, especially since the vegetables were grown by himself and had virtually no cost. In the future he could also expand the planting area at any time. With the vegetable deal finalized, Chung-kun planned to return to Villa No. 3 quickly after informing Jing Tian that the others were gathering vehicle metals. Buzz. At that moment a sudden vibration filled the air in the villa. Immediately the fire elements in the air became exceptionally active, gathering towards the rooftop. This. Did the little girl advance? Jing Tian was taken aback. Sensing the aura of Tonyu's breakthrough, Jing Tian disregarded Chung-kun. His figure flickered, utilizing the control of the safe house, and vanished from the spot. In the next moment he appeared on the rooftop of the villa. Chung-kun and Jinwoo stared wide-eyed, unable to react. They had encountered Tongyu before. The little girl was merely a newly awakened ability user. Surely it would take her months to advance, right? But now she had actually advanced. Moreover, the scene of Jing Tian disappearing had once again sent a jolt to their hearts. After a moment's hesitation, Chung-kun dared not follow and instead turned to leave the villa quietly with Jinwoo. Upon reaching the villa's rooftop, Jing Tian saw a vast amount of fire elemental energy coalescing around Tongyu. Xiao Pang watched Tongyu in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by her sudden advancement. How could she suddenly advance? Jing Tian observed Tongyu's condition, furrowing his brow. "Woo woo." Xiao Pang murmured softly, pulling out a crystal nucleus the size of a bean with his little paw. You mean to say that after absorbing a level 2 crystal nucleus she broke through? Jing Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yesterday Cheng Kun had given both Xiao Yu and Xiao Peng 2 level 2 crystal nuclei which Jing Tian was aware of. He hadn't taken anything from Tanyue, but seeing one was of the fire attribute he had advised her to hold it during cultivation for some assistance. He never anticipated that Tanyue would break through like this. Not good, her realm is somewhat unstable, the energy must be dispersed. Jing Tian suddenly noticed signs of the gathered fire elements beginning to disperse. If this elemental energy didn't enter Tanyue's body, the failure of the advancement would be secondary, it would primarily affect her future advancements. After weighing the situation, the theoretical master Jing Tian directly manipulated the safe house's control, forcefully suppressing the fire elemental power back and compressing it into Tanyue's body. Little girl, you must endure the pain, Jing Tian said gently, then intensified his control. About 10 seconds later Tanyue's body suddenly trembled. The fire elemental energy surged in a roar as if finding an outlet, swiftly absorbed by Tanyue's body. Success! Jing Tian raised his brows, his heart instantly at ease. Though I helped a bit, much of this is still thanks to the little girl's talent. How could she advance in just a few days? Watching Tanyue stabilize her realm, Jing Tian once again displayed a hint of astonishment. He gently closed his eyes and silently recited the function of borrowing his disciple's abilities. A surge of fiery elemental power rose within him, and with a slight fluctuation of his mental energy he clearly felt himself grow significantly stronger at that moment. A level 2 ability user is indeed much stronger than a level 1. It seems that developing disciples holds great potential. Jing Tian pondered, experiencing the true essence of being a level 2 ability user. Woo woo. While Jing Tian was lost in thought, Xiao Peng beside him let out a sound, seemingly wanting to say something to Jing Tian. However, after a moment of hesitation in his gaze, Xiao Peng closed his mouth again, clearly suppressing his previous thoughts. Moments later Tanyue awakened, still appearing somewhat dazed. Master I. You've advanced to a level 2 ability user. Congratulations, little girl, Jing Tian said with a slight smile. I really have become stronger again. After a moment of shock, Tanyue reacted, shouting excitedly, and then jumped into Jing Tian's embrace. Alright, your innate talent is excellent and this is just the beginning, you will grow stronger and stronger. But next time don't be so reckless, Jing Tian said with a smile. I understand, master. I didn't know that absorbing the crystal nucleus would lead to this. Can I still use crystal nuclei in the future? This is still possible, but you must wait until your realm stabilizes. During this time you should practice diligently and consolidate your abilities, understand? Jing Tian pondered for a moment before replying. I understand, master. Did you help me just now? I felt like I was about to fail. I am your master, it is only right to help you. Jing Tian smiled slightly, patting Tanyue's little head. Woof woof. At this moment Xiao Peng ran to Tanyue's side, barking joyfully as if congratulating her. On the rooftop Jing Tian explained some experiences and precautions to Tanyue. As noon approached he suddenly stood up and looked toward the foot of the mountain. Master, they have pushed a minibus over. Tanyue also looked down the mountain, calling out with some confusion. These guys, are they really going to get me a minibus? Well, this will do. However, the system only required a prototype of a vehicle, even a shell would suffice, so I soon stopped dwelling on it. Moments later I brought Tanyue to wait outside the villa. Cheng Kun and his group of 9 pushed a minibus that looked about 70 to 80% new to the front of the villa. Mr. Jing, what do you think of this? This is the most intact vehicle nearby. If we go any farther we won't be able to bring anything back. The vehicle is loaded with over a ton of steel ingots and here is a gun for you. Cheng Kun nervously approached Jing Tian, since Jing Tian initially wanted a motorhome. This will do. Please push it to the back of the villa, I need to make some modifications to the vehicle. Jing Tian nodded and casually put away the gun. He only needed one gun, yet this guy even brought a fully loaded magazine. As for metals, they are basically everywhere in Yun City. A casual trip around can easily yield 1,000 kilograms of metal. Mr. Jing, can you really get the vehicle running? The Jinwu beside Cheng Kun couldn't help but loudly ask Jing Tian the question Cheng Kun had previously posed. Upon hearing this, everyone else paused their actions to look at Jing Tian, clearly placing great importance on this question. Nonsense, if it can't run, what use would I have for it? Jing Tian shot a blank look at Jinwu. Mr. Jing, I'm not doubting you. It's just, if you successfully modify it, will you sell it? Any number of crystal cores will do. After a brief pause, Jinwu looked at Jing Tian anxiously and expectantly. You want to buy the vehicle? Upon hearing Jinwu's words, Jing Tian's eyes narrowed. His battle vehicle has a secure shelter function and is absolutely not for sale. However, the mention of any number of crystal cores made his eyes light up. He had just activated the repair function for ordinary vehicles, which only required 1 point of energy. This could definitely be another great way to earn crystal cores. Let's talk about buying the vehicle later. Xiaoyue, please give them the remaining 5 gene of vegetables. Jing Tian did not agree nor refuse Jin Wu, directly shifting the topic. Jin Wu wanted to ask further but was interrupted by Chang Kun. A group of people pushed the vehicle to the back of the villa, receiving the 5 gene of vegetables brought by Xiaoyue. They also wanted to directly purchase some vegetables. Unfortunately, the crystal cores they had on them were beginning to run low. It seems I need to expand my little vegetable garden, it might just become a major source of income. Watching Chang Kun and the others happily holding those few vegetables, Jing Tian couldn't help but make a small plan in his mind. Now that the protective area of the secure shelter has expanded, it's truly no problem to plant more vegetables. Back in the village, Jing Tian did not immediately modify the battle vehicle but waited until nightfall. By now the mountainside villa area had already lit up 2 places. In addition to the brightly lit number 1 villa at the mountaintop, there was also a slightly smaller number 3 villa that emitted light. Of course, the brightness of villa number 3 compared to villa number 1 was like the difference between the bright moon and a glowworm, and it extinguished shortly after lighting up. When everything was silent, Jing Tian quietly approached the location where the minibus was parked behind the villa. The minibus was 7 meters long, originally meant to be a commuting vehicle for a unit with a total of 28 seats. It had a low mileage and the engine and transmission were in very good condition. Of course, Jing Tian didn't care about these details. After checking that the metal inside the vehicle was sufficient, he threw the gun into the vehicle and summoned the system screen. Modify the battle vehicle. Jing Tian directly issued the command to the system. Detecting. Meets the conditions for basic battle vehicle modification, deducting 100 energy points, consuming 1000 kilograms of metal, 1 hot weapon, modifying the current vehicle, required time 30 minutes. After the system responded, Jing Tian saw his energy points drop from 213 to 113. At the same time, the metal on the vehicle liquefied like mercury and covered the entire minibus. This scene was quite fantastical, but unfortunately only Jing Tian could appreciate it. Half an hour later, Jing Tian looked at the newly transformed battle vehicle before him, a glint of affection flashing in his eyes. The shape of the vehicle hadn't changed much, but the color had completely transformed. There were no patterns, the overall color was a shiny azure gold, giving a solid and substantial feeling. Moreover, the tires underwent a significant transformation, becoming thicker, and the hub center had mechanisms that could launch spikes resembling wolf teeth, capable of shredding any object beside it while in motion. Master, how has this vehicle changed? Just as Jing Tian was admiring the vehicle's exterior, he suddenly heard Tong Yu's startled voice from behind. Jing Tian turned his head suddenly and discovered a little girl standing not far behind him, wearing a yellow cartoon pajamas. Why aren't you asleep? Jing Tian asked blankly, feeling as though his secret had been discovered, but fortunately the most miraculous transformation had already been completed. I woke up suddenly because I couldn't sleep, master. This vehicle is so beautiful. The little girl casually responded, quickly captivated by the battle chariot that had transformed before her eyes. Ding! Initial modification of the battle chariot completed. According to the host's inner wishes, it has been modified towards the direction of a motorhome. At this moment, the system's notification sound echoed in Jing Tian's mind, and the screen displayed the newly refreshed data of the battle chariot. Master, what's wrong with you? Can I go up and take a look? Seeing Jing Tian in a dazed tone, you couldn't help but ask. Of course, this will be our tool for going out in the future. They'll take you up to see it, but you mustn't ask Master how it was made, okay? That's a secret. Jing Tian didn't have time to examine the data in detail before being interrupted, so he could only find a reason to say to Tongyue, I know, Master. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she nodded obediently, then cheered and ran onto the vehicle. Wow, this is a motorhome with a kitchen, a bathroom, and a big bed. Ah, and there's a second floor. As soon as Tongyue entered the vehicle, she exclaimed repeatedly. Jing Tian smiled slightly, following her onto the vehicle while checking the detailed data of the battle chariot. Basic battle chariot data and equipment. The entire vehicle is 8 meters long and 4 meters high, with 2 levels of power of 200 horsepower, equipped with a remote-controlled driver's seat, leisure tea area, kitchen, washroom, and bedroom on the first floor. The second floor is equipped with a rooftop attack weapon that can rotate 360 degrees. It comes with 50 rounds of ammunition as a gift, and later ammunition must be exchanged with energy points at a rate of 1 point for 50 rounds. Master, come quickly. There's actually a machine gun on the second floor. It's such a huge machine gun. Tongyue had already run to the second floor, marveling at the only weapon equipped on the vehicle. Jing Tian glanced over the first floor and moved to the second floor. The second floor appeared quite empty, with a height of only about 1.7 meters, causing Jing Tian to slightly lower his head. However, this level was evidently designed as a combat area, with a round lifting platform in the center holding a type of weapon that Jing Tian had never seen before. Jing Tian hurriedly called up the introduction data of this weapon. Basic hunting rifle, can switch between manual and intelligent operation, capable of single shots and bursts with a maximum firing rate of 5 rounds per second. The basic hunting rifle can effectively hunt zombies below level 3 and poses a certain threat to level 4 zombies. Wow, such a powerful and majestic gun is actually called a hunting rifle. What a pity. After his excitement, Jing Tian felt a bit dissatisfied with the weapon's name, but he was too lazy to change what the system had given. Ding. Side quest initial battle chariot completed. You must name the battle chariot to receive rewards. At this moment the system suddenly prompted. Jing Tian was taken aback, then felt delighted, forgetting that there was a small reward for completing the vehicle modification. Master, can we drive this vehicle out to hunt zombies? Wow! Tongyu exclaimed with wide eyes full of anticipation as she looked at Jing Tian. We still have to wait a little longer, some areas are not yet improved. Jing Tian temporarily ignored the system and smiled at Tongyu. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out freely, but the system's prompt was very clear: a level 2 battle chariot is required to leave the safe zone. It seems that the system deduced that a level 1 battle chariot is still insufficient to ensure Jing Tian's absolute safety outside. Is that so? What a pity. Can we drive it now? Tongyu expressed a slight regret. That is possible, I'll take you for a spin around the villa. Jing Tian smiled slightly and then approached the driver's seat on the first floor. The driver's seat of the battle chariot was very high-tech. Once Jing Tian sat down, he felt an incredibly comfortable sensation. This battle chariot could not only be driven manually, but Jing Tian could even control it to drive automatically through the system. Wow! Master, you've already started it. I didn't feel any sound or sensation at all. When the vehicle began to move slowly, Tongyu, sitting in the passenger seat, exclaimed again. Before the apocalypse, the little girl took the school bus every day to and from school, and she was extremely familiar with the sounds and vibrations of a vehicle starting and running. However, in this vehicle there was no sensation at all. Jing Tian smiled slightly. This was a system-modified battle chariot. Jing Tian was unaware of the conditions of the battle vehicle's engine and other aspects, but he knew that the fuel for the vehicle was energy points. It consumed 1 point of energy per 100 kilometers, making it extremely energy efficient and environmentally friendly. The driving experience was exhilarating, and Jing Tian circled the villa several times before reluctantly coming to a stop. Alright, let's head back to sleep. Once the modifications are complete, I'll take you out again. After getting off the vehicle with Tongyu, Jing Tian urged, Okay master, you should go back and rest too. Tongyu felt a bit reluctant but obediently got off and returned to the villa to rest. Let's name it the War God. After Tongyu left, Jing Tian began to complete his final task as he still had an eye on the system rewards. Ding! The system acknowledges the host's naming of the vehicle as War God. The War God is currently level 1. The side quest is complete and small rewards are being distributed. The system's notification sounded, making Jing Tian feel a mix of anticipation and slight annoyance as he muttered, just give the rewards, why call it small rewards? Rewards distribution complete. A set of camouflage clothing has appeared in the host's wardrobe. Please check the functionality data yourself. Camouflage clothing. What is that? Jing Tian was taken aback, then quickly pulled up the system screen, and indeed the data for the camouflage suit was there. After reviewing the functions of the camouflage clothing, Jing Tian's expression became a bit peculiar. Was he satisfied? Disgusted? Frustrated? This is simply a flashy outfit that looks impressive, but it does have practical uses. The camouflage clothing cannot be upgraded and has no defensive or offensive power. It can transform into various clothing forms, as wash-free and iron-free, can self-repair by consuming energy points when damaged, and can disguise the aura of zombies and ability users below level 9. Jing Tian quickly returned to the villa, stood in front of his bedroom wardrobe, opened it, and directly saw the so-called camouflage clothing, which turned out to be a gray object the size of a fist resembling soft rubber. Thinking of changing into the camouflage clothing, in the next moment Jing Tian's original clothes automatically came off and the soft rubber object directly covered his body. After a moment of wriggling, it transformed into clothing identical to his original outfit, consisting of a tank top, beach shorts, and flip-flops. This feels comfortable and it seems to have a temperature control function. Nice. After feeling it for a moment, Jing Tian was quite satisfied. With the thought, the camouflage clothing transformed into a comfortable set of pajamas and Jing Tian lay down on the bed. Reflecting on the gains of the day, he felt very happy. The only small regret was that the battle vehicle needed to reach level 2 to leave the safe house. Pulling up the upgrade data for the vehicle from the system, Jing Tian smiled wryly and shook his head. Upgrading to level 2 didn't seem too difficult, but he couldn't complete it in a short time. To upgrade the vehicle to level 2, it required 1,000 kilograms of steel, 500 kilograms of copper, 300 kilograms of aluminum, 200 kilograms of rubber, 50 kilograms of silver, and 500 energy points. Although he had gone to bed very late last night, Jing Tian still woke up early the next day. After breakfast, he took Tongyu and Xiaopang upstairs to exercise. Ah, master, is that car still there? I thought last night was a dream. Upon reaching the rooftop, Tongyu's face lit up with excitement and embarrassment upon seeing the War God outside. Of course it wasn't a dream, I named it the War God. Now focus on your training. Jing Tian casually replied while starting to punch. Wow, War God is such a mighty name, but I think calling it Master's Vehicle sounds better. Master's Vehicle sounds better. Jing Tian's forehead darkened slightly, doubting the little girl's taste. Xiao Pang however seemed utterly disinterested in the vehicle. After glancing at it, seeing that Jing Tian and Tong Yu had no time to pay attention to him, he ran out of the villa on his own. In this place Xiao Pang was the only one who could come and go from the villa freely. Even Tong Yu couldn't leave without Jing Tian's consent. An hour later, after concluding his training, Jing Tian noticed that Tong Yu was still immersed in her training. He smiled with satisfaction and prepared to head to the forge to tinker with some cold weapons. Just as Jing Tian was about to leave the rooftop, he discovered Cheng Kun and his group had somehow appeared outside the villa's back defense. They were pointing and gesturing at his war god. It was evident that the faces of Cheng Kun and the others were filled with shock. Jing Tian realized he still needed a considerable amount of upgrade materials for the battle vehicle, and with a quick thought he soared directly from the rooftop of the villa. In the next moment he landed on the roof of the war god vehicle. "Hello, Mr. Jing. Mr. Jing, could we get a closer look at this vehicle? Mr. Jing, this vehicle has been started, we can see the tire tracks." Jing Tian's shocking entrance prompted the others to eagerly greet him, and they all began to speak at once. This time all 10 members of Cheng Kun's group were present, including the guy who had his leg bitten off by the little fatty. Jing Tian was not stingy either. He smiled with a sense of pride and waved his hand, granting this group permission to enter the protective area. At this moment the others were too excited to care about anything else. As they approached the battle vehicle, even the composed Cheng Kun couldn't help but show an expression of immense excitement. They circled around the vehicle, occasionally tapping on it, filled with wonder at every part of the battle vehicle. As they looked, they whispered among themselves, all expressing their astonishment at the vehicle. However, no matter how shocked they were, they did not dare to question Jing Tian. They were well aware of what the original battle vehicle looked like, and this was worlds apart from that. Knowing how confidential this matter was, they understood that asking would be futile and might even provoke Jing Tian. "Mr. Jing, is it really possible for this vehicle to be driven? Is there any chance we could drive it?" "It's impossible to drive my war god vehicle, only I or someone truly worthy can operate it." Jing Tian cut him off before he could finish, directly refusing, with the last statement being somewhat hurtful. However, Cheng Kun and the others understood, as they had previously had conflicts with Jing Tian. The fact that Jing Tian still allowed them to be here and even sold them power supplies and vegetables was already a sign of him being magnanimous. They hadn't even dared to think about truly being recognized as one of Jing Tian's own. Seeing the dejected expressions on Cheng Kun and the others, Jing Tian was unaware of their many thoughts and simply believed they were upset about not being able to drive the vehicle. With a faint smile, Jing Tian spoke again. "If you want to drive, just bring your own vehicle and I can help you fix it." "Really? Mr. Jing is willing to fix our vehicle?" Cheng Kun's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Jing Tian's words. The others were obviously breathing a bit heavier, and their eyes even looked a bit red. Now that communication was lost, having mechanical transportation would be immensely beneficial. "I never joke, but I will only fix the vehicle you bring and ensure it can be driven. I won't be responsible for anything else, and the repair costs are not cheap." Jing Tian squinted as he spoke. "No problem, we are willing, just tell us the price." The talkative youth Jin Wu immediately chimed in. "Good, straightforward. I originally wanted to charge for 4-level crystal cores, but considering your combat abilities, let's go with 3-level crystal cores. 10 3-level crystal cores to fix a vehicle," Jing Tian said. He had initially wanted them to help collect upgrade materials for the battle vehicle. However, upon reflection, those materials seemed trivial compared to the crystal cores. He could easily have them help collect those as well. "Alright, thank you, Mr. Jing. We will go collect the crystal cores and the vehicle right away." Cheng Kun nodded in agreement without any hesitation upon hearing Jing Tian's price. Cheng Kun then eagerly gathered his subordinates and left the villa area. 10 3-level crystal cores were certainly not cheap, but for a vehicle no one felt it was expensive. Having a vehicle would provide immense help to their team that could not even be measured by the crystal cores. Looks like it's going to be cheaper again. Jing Tian felt that the straightforward agreement from Cheng Kun's group would lead to a lower price. But then he quickly relaxed and muttered, "Consider it a benefit for you. Next time this happens, it will be 10 4-level crystal cores." Jing Tian then admired the war god vehicle one more time before happily returning to the villa and entering the foundry. The forge covers approximately 40 square meters, equipped with a furnace and a forging table, various sizes of hammers, and numerous techniques for crafting cold weapons. Jing Tian gathered some scrap metal and directly began his first forging. Melting the metal, forging it into refined steel, creating molds, pouring. After toiling for the entire morning, Jing Tian emerged from the forge drenched in sweat. At this moment, Jing Tian held a dagger made entirely of refined steel in his hand, with a blade length of 30 centimeters and a handle that extended the total length to 50 centimeters. This could be considered a large dagger, plain and unadorned, yet its blade shimmered with a cold light. "System, can you identify the level of my dagger?" Jing Tian inquired of the system. He initially thought it wouldn't respond, but to his surprise a line of text flashed on the system screen: "Level 1 low-end weapon." Haha, it actually reached a level. It seems this isn't so difficult after all. Upon seeing the rating given by the system, Jing Tian couldn't help but shout out in excitement. "Wow, master, did you make this short sword yourself?" It looks really sharp. Tong Yu was currently cleaning downstairs. Seeing Jing Tian come out examining the dagger with a beaming smile, she couldn't help but call out in admiration, short sword. This is a dagger just slightly larger in size. Jing Tian said with a slightly darkened expression. Tong Yu's little face flushed and she immediately made a cute playful grimace. Although the dagger's form wasn't particularly beautiful, Jing Tian still liked it and even thought about collecting it. He believed that with more forging practice he would definitely be able to create even more beautiful weapons. Indeed, Jing Tian never intended to use the weapons he forged for combat. He considered it a form of entertainment. What he sought was a kind of artistic beauty. Next, he planned to remake his kitchen utensils. Although the system rated it as level 1, Jing Tian was unaware of the specific details of this level and still needed to test the sharpness of the dagger. He went to the yard, found a wooden stick and directly made a cut. Whoosh! A dry wooden stick as thick as his wrist was sliced through effortlessly. This is simply a divine weapon capable of cutting hair as if it were nothing. After slicing the wooden stick into several segments, Jing Tian couldn't help but be astonished by the sharpness of the dagger. With such a thick wooden stick, even a very sharp dagger would find it difficult to penetrate a few centimeters, yet this one. Woof woof. Just as Jing Tian was preparing to find a piece of wire to continue testing the dagger, Xiaopang suddenly ran back to the villa from outside, barking at Jing Tian and Tong Yu. Xiaopang seemed to carry a hint of urgency in his eyes. What happened? Jing Tian and Tong Yu sensed something was amiss, but this time they couldn't understand what Xiaopang meant. Woo woo. Woof. Xiaopang realized that the two couldn't comprehend his somewhat complex dog language and could only bark at Tong Yu before turning and running outside. It seems like this is related to you. She wants you to follow her outside. Jing Tian frowned. Master, then I. Tong Yu looked at Jing Tian, unsure if she should follow. It's too dangerous outside for you. Let's use the drone to check the situation before deciding. Jing Tian quickly stated, losing interest in testing the dagger. He tossed the dagger onto the knife rack in the kitchen. Then the master and apprentice made their way to the bedroom with the pool on the third floor. As Jing Tian deployed the drone to follow Xiaopang on a street about 10 miles from the villa. Two groups of people were engaged in combat with a horde of zombies on the street separated by less than 200 meters. Among the two groups, the team of 9 consisted of Chang Kun and his companions. They had braved the risks to the armory in hopes of acquiring a batch of powerful weapons to more easily hunt mutated zombies. Unexpectedly, upon arriving near the armory, they discovered a 10-member squad already present. The leader of this squad was also a peak level 5 mutant ability user. Their formation was nearly identical, with an equal number of 2 and 3 level ability users. Most importantly, this group had clearly also noticed the armory. As a result, they clashed in less than 2 exchanges. Following that, matters worsened as the two groups sparked a battle, attracting a large horde of zombies. Both sides could only confront the zombies. With 2 level 5 strong fighters and no significant number of powerful mutated zombies appearing, yet the two teams could still maintain control for a short period. However, this was clearly just a temporary situation. If the battle continued like this, the gathering zombies would lead to unpredictable consequences. The other group was led by a slightly thin middle-aged man with a somewhat refined appearance and demeanor, yet his movements were exceedingly fierce. With a wave of his hand, fireballs were unleashed, obliterating the ordinary level 2 zombies into ashes. Level 2 ordinary zombies had a low crystal core yield and lacked the energy of their mutated counterparts. Among this group, a bald muscular man stood out prominently. If Jing Tian and Tong Yu were to see him, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Wang Meng from the Wang siblings they encountered a few days prior. Clearly, this 10-member squad was composed of members from the Iron Barrel Force led by Tong Zhan, affiliated with the Magic City stronghold. After departing from the Magic City, it took them 2.5 days to reach Yun City. Initially intending to head straight to Jing Tian's villa, they unexpectedly stumbled upon an underground armory at this location. Even more surprisingly, just as they were excitedly preparing to strike it rich, they ran into Chang Kun's group. At this moment, both groups were desperately slaughtering zombies. Simultaneously, they were both approaching an inconspicuous building, clearly aiming to rush inside. In the underground warehouse of this building lay the armory that Chang Kun and his companions were seeking. Moreover, this armory was quite substantial and the weapons inside were of high quality. We can't let them get in first. Brothers, push harder and rush forward. Chang Kun realized that the opposing group seemed to be closer to the armory and immediately felt anxious. With his shout, the people behind him increased their output and quickened their pace slightly. Chief, perhaps we should not go in now. Leaving would be a good opportunity. With them drawing the zombies, it would be easier for us to get to Mr. Jing's villa. Let's go in first. With the weapons from here, we will be like a tiger with wings. We can always go to that villa later. Tong Zhan replied calmly. But no need to say more, just focus on the battle. Xiao Yu's life and death are still uncertain, the weapons before us are more important. Tong Zhan directly interrupted Wang Meng, who was about to say more. Both Chang Kun and Tong Zhan's groups were quite formidable and their luck was good. They had managed to clear most of the ordinary zombies before a large number of powerful mutated ones appeared. Almost simultaneously they arrived at the entrance of the building. In an instant the two groups were once again on edge, ready for another potential clash. Woof woof. Just then the shout of the bully little fatty echoed from a nearby building. The sound of barking. Both groups were momentarily stunned and turned to look, but the reason for their surprise was different. Chung Kun's group was baffled at how the little fatty ended up here. Ah, it's Mr. Jing's drone. Upon seeing the little fatty, Chang Kun and the others also noticed a small black dot slowly descending above him. In an instant they realized it was Jing Tian's drone. Mr. Jing. Among the crowd on Tong Zhan's side, Wang Meng suddenly shouted in excitement as he recognized Jing Tian's drone too. What the hell, a drone? How is that possible? Wang Meng's companion standing beside him looked at the drone in shock. Previously, while Wang Meng and Tong Zhan were on their way, they had been saying they were coming to pick up Tong Yue without mentioning anything about Jing Tian or the villa to their subordinates. Thus these subordinates had no idea about the existence of the drone. At this moment Tong Zhan squinted slightly, watching the drone draw closer from above. You also know Mr. Jing. After shouting, Wang Meng realized that the other party had just called Mr. Jing too. Of course. We just parted ways with Mr. Jing and were helping him collect crystal cores. Do you think we don't know him? Jinwu, who was behind Chang Kun, responded with a heavy dose of disdain. Although they were collecting the crystal cores for trade, it wasn't wrong to say they were gathering them for Jing Tian, as these cores would eventually end up in Jing Tian's hands. What the hell does that mean? They are our people. Chief. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Meng suddenly called out, looking at Tong Zhan. Who is with them? We must secure this armory. Tong Zhan's expression darkened as he spoke. With other thoughts in his mind upon encountering this armory, those thoughts became even more certain. But that's from Mr. Jing's side. What you said to Wang Lian needs to be verified, especially since Xiaoyu doesn't know her life or death yet. So, Daddy, it's really my daddy. Just as Tong Zhan's expression darkened and he was about to reprimand Wang Meng, a voice filled with joy suddenly came from the drone above. You. Is that really your voice? Tong Zhan froze and his expression suddenly transformed into one of joy. No matter what thoughts he had before, his love for his daughter was genuine. At that moment, hearing his daughter's voice, his joy was sincere. Haha, Xiaoyu is still alive and with Mr. Jing. That's wonderful. Daddy, it's me, it's really me. And Uncle Wang Meng, where's Sister Wang Lian? Tong Yu's voice called out with excitement. Cough cough. Xiaoyu, you call Wang Lian sister but call me uncle. That's a bit of a generational gap. Wang Meng felt a bit frustrated by Tong Yu's way of referring to him. But he quickly replied, Wang Lian is staying back at the base to keep watch, she's fine. That's great, Daddy. Yui, it's so good that you are alive. Just wait, Daddy will take care of things here and come to get you right away. Tong Zhan felt a surge of excitement but quickly regained his composure. At this moment he was still thinking about the armory here. We need to leave here immediately. You have attracted a large number of zombies. At least 100 level 3 and level 4 zombies are approaching you, accompanied by more level 2 zombies. Jing Tian's voice then came from the drone. What? Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Chang Kun's expression changed immediately and he shouted to his men behind him, abandon this place, we must return to the villa immediately. Yes. Chang Kun's subordinates immediately responded loudly. Friends, wait. Why don't we join forces? If we combine our strengths, even if there are more zombies, we can fight. Seeing Chang Kun and the others preparing to leave, Tong Zhan did not respond to Jing Tian's words right away but instead shouted loudly at Chang Kun. The alliance is possible, but we cannot stop here. Chang Kun glanced at Tong Zhan and said, you do not understand, the zombies in Yun City having weapons is useless if we are trapped. Let's return to the villa, regroup and then act. Leader, let's head to the villa first. After we meet Mr. Jing and yeah, we can discuss it further, Wang Meng chimed in from the side. Well, fine. Tong Zhan replied, somewhat dissatisfied, but it was clear that they could not handle a large number of advanced mutated zombies. There was no time to waste and Tong Zhan didn't even have the chance to talk to Jing Tian. The drone changed direction, leading the two groups away from the hordes of zombies, and soon they successfully left the area. The journey ahead went relatively smoothly. As they approached the villa, Jing Tian did not say anything further and the drone returned directly to the villa. When Chang Kun and the others arrived at the foot of the villa, they pushed two nearly new raptors over from a concealed position under the curious gazes of Tong Zhan and the others. Although the cars were covered in dust, it was evident that they were not damaged at all. These were collected by Chang Kun and his group and stored here. In Yun City, vehicles could be easily collected. Brothers, why are you pushing this junk? Are you planning to use it as a bedroom? Wang Meng directly voiced the confusion of Tong Zhan's group. A bedroom. The talkative Jinwu, hearing Wang Meng's words, immediately chimed in, it seems you don't know how powerful Mr. Jing is, he can help us repair the cars. Under normal circumstances Jinwoo would not have been so explicit. However, it was clear that these people had a connection with Jing Tian, and if he didn't speak now they would find out later anyway. What? He can repair the cars. How is that possible? Tong Zhan exclaimed in surprise as Wang Meng and Wang Lian had never mentioned that Jing Tian could fix cars. This was not something to blame Wang Meng and Wang Lian for, as when they left Jing Tian himself didn't even know he could repair cars. Seeing Tong Zhan's astonishment, Wang Meng directly stated, "Leader, I trust this brother's words. If Mr. Jing says he can do it, then he definitely can." Wang Meng was indeed Wang Meng. His faith in Jing Tian far exceeded expectations. Just as Tong Zhan was about to say something, he suddenly noticed a small figure quickly running down the mountain, which immediately diverted his attention. "Daddy!" Tong Yu dashed down the mountain, calling out loudly from a distance. Yeah. Tong Zhan rushed to meet her. Moments later, the father and daughter, who had thought the other was no longer in this world for a year, embraced each other. "I really envy you, leader, for having such a talented daughter who has been accepted as a disciple by Mr. Jing." Jinwoo said to Wang Meng. Then he and Shangkun pushed the cars and headed up the mountain first. Yeah has become Mr. Jing's disciple. Wang Meng was taken aback upon hearing this. After an excited reunion, Tong Zhan gradually calmed down and carefully examined his daughter, asking her questions. To be honest, Tong Zhan never expected his daughter to be alive and in such good condition. Yeah, have you awakened an extraordinary ability?" "Yes, my master taught me. I am now a level 2 ability user." Tong Yu replied. "Level 2? Your master? You must have awakened your ability at least a few months ago, right?" Tong Zhan raised an eyebrow and asked. He believed his daughter must have awakened at least a few months ago, otherwise she couldn't have reached level 2 by now. "That's impossible. When we saw Yeah, she definitely had not awakened her ability." Wang Meng, who stepped forward, couldn't help but interject. "How could it be a few months? My master only started teaching me 3 days ago and I just reached level 2 yesterday. My master said I have great talent," Tong Yu said with a hint of pride, entirely because of Jing Tian's praise for her. "What? You mean Mr. Jing taught you for 3 days and you went from an ordinary person to a level 2 ability user?" Wang Meng exclaimed in shock again. Although Wang Meng idolized Jing Tian immensely, this was still beyond his comprehension. Superhumans awaken their abilities solely through innate talent. He had never heard of anyone being able to activate their powers through external forces, let alone being taught to become a superhuman. Wang Meng felt it was somewhat unreal. Let alone Tong Zhan. The only thing he could think of was that his daughter must have awakened long ago. It was simply that the Wang siblings had not noticed it before, and Tong Yu herself was also unaware, only guided by Jing Tian. Otherwise, how could one awaken and level up in just 3 days? And to level 2 at that. "Hurry up, Dad, master is still waiting for us outside the courtyard." Tong Yu was unaware of how shocking her newfound powers were to her father and the others. At that moment she was simply filled with joy. "This Mr. Jing really has quite the ego, unwilling to come down from the mountain," Tong Zhan said with a slight smile to Wang Meng. "Leader, please don't hold anything against Mr. Jing. He is so wondrous and powerful, and he even saved little Yu." Upon hearing that Tong Zhan seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Jing Tian, Wang Meng instantly felt concerned. "No need for you to remind me. Regardless, I remember that he helped you, so we can discuss it when we meet." Tong Zhan interrupted Wang Meng. Then Tong Yu took Tong Zhan's hand and led Wang Meng and the others toward the villa on the mountaintop. This place is truly nice, a villa area close to the city center with no signs of zombies. If Yun City is completely liberated, this will be the best stronghold for our forces. As Tong Zhan walked toward the mountaintop, he observed the surroundings. He either forgot or deliberately ignored the reason why zombies feared this place. "Leader, do you intend to develop a stronghold in Yun City?" Upon hearing Tong Zhan's words, Wang Meng's eyes brightened instantly. If possible, that would be ideal to avoid further conflicts with the Steel Helmet forces. Unfortunately, even if all our forces came together, it wouldn't be enough to cleanse the zombies in Yun City. After a fleeting look, Tong Zhan spoke with a hint of helplessness. If it were easy to cleanse the zombies here, other strongholds would have taken over long ago. Perhaps we could ask Mr. Jing for help. I believe that if he is willing, he can definitely accomplish it. Wang Meng's face was filled with admiration whenever Jing Tian was mentioned. Haha, you just said he's only one person. How much power can he possibly wield? You're overestimating him. After another fleeting look, Tong Zhan smiled faintly. Wang Meng opened his mouth to argue, but at that moment they had already arrived 50 meters from the villa's entrance, where they saw Jing Tian standing. In fact, Jing Tian had already extended great courtesy to Tong Zhan. The safe zone had now expanded to 50 meters beyond the villa, and Jing Tian had reached his limit to welcome them. Chang Kun and the others were very considerate, knowing that Jing Tian was going to host Tong Zhan and his party, so they parked the car to the side of the villa and refrained from disturbing them. Mr. Jing. Wang Meng saw Jing Tian at the door and immediately ran up excitedly to greet him. Seeing Wang Meng, who had a face full of flesh, Jing Tian felt a strange sense of familiarity. He reached out and patted Wang Meng's shoulder, saying, "Wang Meng, I'm really happy to see you again." Wang Meng was instantly flattered, scratching his bald head and laughing foolishly. "Master, this is my dad." Tong Yu pulled Tong Zhan to introduce him to Jing Tian, never letting go of Tong Zhan's hand. "Hello, Mr. Jing. I didn't expect you to be so young. Thank you for helping my daughter." Tong Zhan looked at Jing Tian, observing him carefully, but after a slight frown he quickly returned to normal, making it impossible to see what he was truly thinking. "No need to be polite. Yu is your daughter and she's also my disciple, so we are practically family now," Jing Tian said with a smile to Tong Zhan. "Yes, family. Then I'll call you Brother Jing." Tong Zhan smiled as well. After speaking he looked around and continued, "Brother Jing, this place is really nice. How did you manage to keep it so intact?" Wang Meng said, "There are many marvelous things here." "Marvelous things?" Wang Meng is joking, "It's just some ordinary items. Please come in, Leader Tong." Jing Tian smiled again and gestured for Tong Zhan and the others to enter. As for Tong Zhan's first question, he chose to ignore it. The group quickly reached the entrance of the villa. Before they even entered the main door, they all stopped, their eyes wide open in disbelief as they looked inside the villa courtyard. "Damn, Chief. Look over there." The subordinate of Tong Zhan pointed at the flower bed and vegetables in the yard, trembling as he spoke. "I see it, this is actually real vegetables." Tong Zhan exclaimed in shock, unable to resist glancing at Wang Meng. Wang Meng grinned and replied, "How could vegetables be fake?" He had mentioned before that there was water, electricity, and vegetables here. It seemed the chief didn't believe him at first, but now he finally did. As Tong Zhan and the others were astonished, Jing Tian stood aside, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Having seen similar reactions from others before, he knew their shock was inevitable and he somewhat enjoyed their reaction. "Dad, come quick, there are so many good things in Master's villa." Tong Yu cheerfully pulled Tong Zhan inside. The little girl was very happy, as if she were showing off her excellent grades to her parents. "Chief, can we eat some vegetables?" "Yes, Chief, we haven't eaten vegetables in ages." The subordinates brought by Tong Zhan finally regained their senses, looking at the vegetable garden with red eyes. "What are you guys doing?" "This is Mr. Jing's yard, you're not allowed to make a mess." Wang Meng, upon hearing his companions, immediately reminded them with dissatisfaction. "Wang Meng, the brothers just want to eat something fresh. Mr. Jing hasn't refused. Why is your attitude like this?" Tong Zhan frowned, clearly displeased with Wang Meng. Wang Meng was taken aback, looking at Tong Zhan in disbelief. How could the leader he had always respected say such rude things? Jing Tian also frowned, his impression of Tong Zhan diminishing slightly as he said, "I'm sorry, Chief Tong, the vegetables here cost 5 pounds of level 4 crystal nuclei. Whoever eats must pay." Jing Tian lied, he actually sold to Chung Kun and the others at 5 pounds of level 3 crystal nuclei. Tong Zhan frowned but then chuckled, saying, "I was reckless, I just feel sorry for the brothers who haven't eaten vegetables for so long." Jing Tian shrugged, not replying. If it wasn't for Tong Zhan's earlier attitude, he would have gladly treated these people to a meal. However, now Jing Tian felt a bit uncomfortable. If they wanted to eat, they should take the initiative to bring out crystal nuclei to buy it. The group arrived at the villa door and Jing Tian opened the door, inviting Tong Zhan and the others inside. Under normal circumstances, even for politeness, Tong Zhan shouldn't have let all his subordinates follow him inside. But as they entered, Tong Zhan didn't think of this, or perhaps intentionally did so, leading everyone directly into the room. "Damn, there's electricity. And even the air conditioning is running. Water dispenser, clean water. Even in a prosperous age, I've never lived in such a luxurious villa. This is amazing. There's a refrigerator in the kitchen. Damn, there are sausages and ice water. This is so refreshing." Tong Zhan's subordinates, except for Wang Meng, burst into exclamations as if they had entered a paradise. They then started to admire everything around them, and even more shockingly, someone went straight to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. "What are you all doing? There's no courtesy at all, Dad, you should say something to them." Tong Yu, awaking from her joy, couldn't tolerate their behavior any longer and shouted at Tong Zhan. Wang Meng was even more anxious, disregarding Tong Zhan's attitude. He shouted at his companion, "Stop it right now. You're not allowed to be rude in Mr. Jing's house." Jing Tian's brows furrowed deeply, a surge of anger rising within him. However, he didn't speak immediately but waited for Tong Zhan's reaction. Tong Zhan glanced at the actions of his subordinates with a faint smile, then took Tong Yu by the hand and walked over to sit on the sofa. He added, looking at Jing Tian and his subordinates, "As for them, there's no need to worry. In this apocalyptic era, they haven't truly felt joy in a long time. I believe your master won't mind." Jing Tian finally understood Tong Zhan's meaning, his expression darkening as he said, "I do mind, Tong leader. If you cannot restrain your subordinates, I will have to remove them." "Master. Dad." Tong Yu's face changed as it seemed that her father and master were about to fall out. Having experienced the darkness of human nature, Tong Yu understood too much. If she still couldn't sense the tension now, then she would truly be a leader. "Mr. Jing." Wang Meng's expression also changed as he called out, Why be so petty, brother Jing? We agreed we are family, now letting the brothers have some fun won't hurt anything. Come and sit with us. Tong Jian continued to smile faintly, holding Tong Yu firmly to prevent her from standing. This tone, this posture. Especially the last sentence, it was clear that Tong Jian seemed more like the host here while Jing Tian was the guest. Dad, this isn't right. Let them go out or my master will get angry. Tong Yu cried out while struggling to stand, but she was held tightly by Tong Jian. You don't understand much. Your abilities awakened by themselves while your master is just an ordinary person. What can he teach you? Tong Jian comforted Tong Yu and then looked at Jing Tian, saying, am I wrong, Mr. Jing? The term of address changed back to Mr. Jing. Jing Tian was furious, but after hearing Tong Jian's words he suddenly calmed down. He nodded with a smile and said to Tong Jian, Tong leader indeed has a discerning eye, you have seen through my ordinary status. Impressive, so what does the Tong leader want? What does Tong leader intend to do? It's not that I want anything in particular, I just like this place and plan to establish a new fortified base here. Mr. Jing, you'll have to part with it, rest assured there will still be a place for you in this villa district. Tong Jian said this plainly with no hint of concealment in his thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking before Jing Tian could respond, Wang Mang was the first to exclaim loudly, leader, you've gone mad. How can you do this? Mr. Jing is a benefactor to both me and Xiao Lian and also to Xiao Yu. Wang Mang, mind your identity. Tong Jian interrupted Wang Mang with a frown and a cold voice. What identity do I have? In doing this for your sake, if Mr. Jing truly gets angry, we're all doomed. Wang Mang shouted. Wang Mang, stop talking. This time it was Jing Tian who interrupted Wang Mang. Wang Mang's face changed, but he obediently fell silent. When he looked at Tong Jian, his eyes were filled with confusion and disappointment. After Jing Tian interrupted Wang Mang, he looked back at Tong Jian and said, I was too kind, naively thinking I could treat you as a friend. Unfortunately. Jing Tian's expression suddenly turned cold as he directed at Tong Jian and his subordinates, except for Wang Mang, all of you get out. For Xiao Yu's sake, do not make me take action myself. Jing Tian was angry. He had wanted to take direct action, but seeing Tong Yu's tearful eyes he slightly restrained himself. The little girl was innocent, and if there really was some conflict she would definitely be the one most hurt in the middle. Jing Tian restrained himself, yet Tong Jian not only failed to appreciate it but instead smiled disdainfully. In his eyes Jing Tian's restraint was merely an empty display, no matter how fierce he lacked the strength to drive them away. As for his daughter's attitude, at first she might be angry. However, being her biological father, a few soothing words afterward would surely mend things. Mr. Jing, monopolizing this place all by yourself is truly wasteful. There is water and electricity here. If you leave it to us as our base, I believe it will become the most prosperous and powerful stronghold among all. Even. Enough. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't take the initiative, I'll have no choice but to take action myself. Jing Tian interrupted Tong Jian with a dark expression. Master. Wu. Tong Yu noticed that Jing Tian was genuinely angry, and a mix of fear and grievance overwhelmed her, causing her to start crying uncontrollably. Why are you crying, silly daughter? If you like it here, then this place will be yours from now on. He is just an ordinary person and has no right to be your master. From now on, Dad will teach you. I'm a level 5 pinnacle ability user with plenty of crystal cores to provide for you. Dad, how can you do this? You have changed, you are not the father I used to know. Tong Yu suddenly shouted, exerting her strength to finally break free from Tong Jian, and ran straight to Jing Tian's side. Xiao Yu. Never mind, you will understand your father's intentions in time. Since Mr. Jing is not moving, you should help to persuade him to leave. Tong Jian's latter words were directed at his subordinates. Upon receiving the order from their leader, Tong Jian's subordinates immediately cheered excitedly and rushed towards Jing Tian. This is what I call inviting wolves into the house. Jing Tian chuckled bitterly, then looked at Tong Yu and said, Xiao Yu, I am sorry, but no matter who it is, anyone daring to set their sights on my villa will not be welcomed here. Wu. Master. Dad. No matter how smart and understanding Tong Yu was, she didn't know what to do at this moment. Mr. Jing, I really don't want to hurt you, you should just leave by yourself. Tong Jian seemed to want to give Jing Tian one last piece of advice. Hurt me? You need to have the ability to do that. Jing Tian scoffed, suddenly recalling the camouflage abilities he had just acquired. Just then Wang Mang suddenly shouted angrily, who dares to disrespect Mr. Jing must first pass through me. Wang Mang. Wang Mang, are you betraying me? Tong Jian's expression turned cold. Let it be, if betrayal is what you choose, then so be it. Wang Mang shouted loudly, in the past I could understand and comply with whatever you did, as surviving in the apocalypse requires ruthlessness. However, among those things it does not include such ungrateful acts. I, Wang Mang, am ashamed to be associated with you. Alright Wang Mang, I didn't realize you were so principled and understanding. Jing Tian looked at Wang Mang, finally revealing a hint of a smile. The burly man who looked rough surprised him with such words. Then let's throw them all out together. I don't need subordinates like you anymore. Tong Zhan said coldly. Get ready. Wang Mang shouted loudly, preparing to confront his rushing companions. At that moment everyone suddenly froze. An incomparably powerful pressure enveloped the room, instilling immense fear and pressure in everyone present. What? What is happening? It is the aura of a super strong being. Tong Zhan's subordinates turned pale, trembling with fear. Too late. Jing Tian sneered coldly yet inwardly marveled. When combined, the disguise robe and the safe house formed a flawless, peerless tool for awe-inspiring dominance. Jing Tian had used the disguise robe to simulate the aura of a level 9 ability, intending only to intimidate Tong Zhan and his companions within the villa's confines. He had not anticipated that this overwhelming aura would surge beyond the villa's courtyard, reaching Chun Kun and his men nearby with startling clarity. What the hell is this? Why do I feel this inexplicable tremor? Jin Wu, ever talkative, chattered through clenched teeth. It's the oppressive aura of a supreme cultivator. Could it be that those fools have angered Master Jing? Chen Kun's face paled, even he struggled to remain composed beneath the crushing weight of that pressure. Holy hell, you're right, Chief. Look, someone's just been flung out of Villa 1. Suddenly another voice cried out, pointing toward Jing Tian's villa. Before Chen Kun and his men could blink in disbelief, the villa's front door swung open, and 8 figures emerged in perfect formation, gliding serenely into view. The moment they crossed the threshold, those hovering forms erupted forward with violent acceleration, hurled outward like discarded projectiles, crashing onto the ground 70 or 80 meters away. The distance from the villa's entrance to its gate measured 30 meters. The system's upgraded safety perimeter extended an additional 50 meters, casting them far beyond its protected boundary. Chen Kun and his men stood frozen, dumbstruck, until that terrifying aura vanished, jolting them back to awareness. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Chen Kun murmured, Master Jing's aura, beyond doubt, surpasses level 7. His subordinates stared in stunned silence, too awestruck to question, too shaken to protest. They had long believed their Sea-City Overlord's level 6 ability to be the pinnacle, yet now realized his presence paled utterly before this indomitable, bone-chilling force. Fools! Master Jing graciously invited them inside, and still they showed no gratitude, only provocation. That Tong Zhan is equally foolish. His daughter is Master Jing's disciple, yet he fails to rein in his men. Wait, what on earth is happening? No way, did they just eject their own leader, Tong Zhan? As Chen Kun's group exchanged hushed astonishment, another figure soared from the villa, none other than Tong Zhan himself, Iron Barrel Sect's commander. How intriguing, let's go console them. After a brief pause, Chen Kun's eyes narrowed with quiet amusement as he strode forward, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Tong Zhan, humiliated beyond measure, momentarily forgot the sheer terror Jing Tian had inspired moments earlier. Damn it all, rise up every one of you. Follow me inside, I'll hurl him out and level this accursed villa to dust. But after shouting, he found no reply, no movement. His men lay sprawled across the ground, motionless, limbs askew. Charge in again. Only to be hurled out once more, or worse, obliterated outright. Brother Tong, what on earth has befallen you? Chen Kun approached, feigning wide-eyed concern and feigned alarm. Clearly Chen Kun was no paragon of virtue, his exaggerated sympathy was so transparent even a fool could sense his smug humph. Tong Zhan saw through the mockery instantly. He merely snorted, said nothing, and rose determined to re-enter the villa. Brother Tong, I urge you, do not act rashly. Anger Master Jing further and you won't even set foot past that threshold. Chen Kun smiled faintly. Ridiculous. Not only will I enter, I'll reduce this wretched villa to rubble. Blood roared in Tong Zhan's skull, he felt utterly disgraced. Blinded by shame, he ignored Jing Tian's earlier terror entirely. With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward at full speed, desperate to reclaim even a shred of dignity. What an idiot! Chen Kun sneered at the scene unfolding before him. Bang! In just 2 steps, Tong Zhan's body was violently sent flying back, landing heavily on the ground. This! Tong Zhan was shocked, and the impact brought him back to his senses. In an instant his face turned crimson. What an incredibly foolish thing had he done? Mr. Jing is an ordinary person. That overwhelming aura had rendered him unable to even let out a sound, and he had been tossed out without any resistance. Had he really brazenly tried to steal someone else's villa? At that moment Tong Zhan wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just then Wang Meng's burly figure walked out from the villa. Ha! This guy is actually fine. Jin Wu's eyes suddenly widened. They had not noticed earlier that there was a survivor among Tong Zhan's group. Seeing Wang Meng come out, Tong Zhan quickly got up and anxiously said, Wang Meng, please tell Mr. Jing that I just had a moment of insanity. My brain was flooded and I. Leader Tong, am just here to deliver a message from the Sir, so what you say to me is of no use. Wang Meng looked at Tong Zhan with indifference and said, originally according to the Sir's orders you were to be directly expelled from this villa area. However, considering Xiao Yu's face, the Sir has allowed you to stay here. In the future, whatever you wish to do, the Sir will not concern himself with you. After speaking to Tong Zhan, Wang Meng turned to Chung Kun and the others, saying, Chang Lauda, the sir said that after you deliver the car to the back of the villa you can pick it up tomorrow morning. Remember to prepare the car repair fees. Alright brother, thank you for your trouble. We collected some crystals during our outing today and I will pay half to Mr. Jing in advance. Chen Kun said politely to Wang Meng, tossing a small cloth bag to him. Wang Meng took the bag and glanced inside. It contained 10 level 3 spirit crystals of various colors. Wang Meng smiled, holding the crystals as he turned back towards the villa. Wang Meng, can you ask Xiaoyu to come out for a moment? Tong Zhan called out. Wang Meng paused slightly but then shook his head and ignored Tong Zhan. Inside the villa, Tong Yu was crying helplessly and sadly while Jing Tian sat on the sofa watching. It wasn't that Jing Tian didn't want to comfort her, he simply couldn't find the right words to console the little girl. Fortunately, Tong Yu was quite understanding. After crying for a while, she stopped and, feeling guilty and nervous, apologized to Jing Tian. Master, I'm sorry, my dad. There's no need for you to apologize, it has nothing to do with you. Don't say bad things about your father, after all he is your father. Jing Tian lightly patted Tong Yu's shoulder and said, but he was really too much. So I taught him a lesson, just be glad that I didn't directly throw him out of the villa area. Jing Tian continued. I certainly won't blame you, master. Although I am young, I can distinguish right from wrong. I am already very grateful that you didn't expel him from the villa area, master. Tong Yu said maturely. Jing Tian looked at Tong Yu's understanding demeanor and felt a sense of comfort. He smiled and said, if only your dad could be as understanding as you. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your dad. If he can accept this lesson, I can still be friends with him in the future. Thank you, master. I will definitely make him accept this lesson properly. Let them stay out there for a while. When they come to sincerely apologize to you, then I will forgive him. Tong Yu caught on to Jing Tian's meaning and finally revealed a hint of a smile. Just then Wang Meng returned, handing a small bag of spirit crystals to Jing Tian. Upon realizing it contained 10 level 3 spirit crystals, Jing Tian's heart filled with joy. Xiaoyu arranged for Wang Meng to stay in the vacant room next to the forging room. I need to handle a few matters upstairs. Jing Tian instructed Tong Yu and Wang Meng before turning to head upstairs. He wasn't going upstairs to rest, of course. Returning to his bedroom, Jing Tian first calmed his emotions. He then took out all the crystal cores, preparing to convert them into energy points. After upgrading and transforming the war god ship, there were still 113 energy points remaining. Why are there only 112 points left? Jing Tian observed the data on the system screen, slightly taken aback. Originally thinking it was a deduction for utilities, he later discovered that it was due to the previous use of the disguise suit, which had deducted 1 energy point. Earlier he had tried to scare Tong Zhan and the others by using the disguise suit to simulate the aura of a level 9 ability user, but he didn't expect it to consume 1 energy point. Fortunately, he was now financially well off. 1 energy point was not a concern, especially considering how satisfying it felt to have scared Tong Zhan and the others. Jing Tian was unaware that it wasn't just Tong Zhan and the others inside who were frightened. Even Chang Kun and the others outside were sufficiently scared. The 10 newly acquired level 3 crystal cores, along with the 50 level 2 crystal cores purchased previously by Chang Kun, were soon converted into 450 energy points, bringing the total to 562 points. Watching the increase in energy points, Jing Tian displayed a hint of satisfaction on his face. He intended to lie down upstairs for a while longer and ponder the allocation of energy points. Just as Jing Tian was daydreaming about counting money like a wealthy landlord, he suddenly heard Wang Meng's howls coming from the villa courtyard downstairs, along with the furious shouts of the bully Xiaopeng. Jing Tian quickly leaned out of the window to look down. He saw Xiaopeng chasing Wang Meng around the villa in a wild frenzy, while Tong Yu stood by laughing at the scene. Seeing this, Jing Tian couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It was surely Xiaopeng who returned, and with Wang Meng teasing him, Xiaopeng was now on a chase. Jing Tian had no doubts about Xiaopeng's combat prowess. He could easily take down Wang Meng. However, with Tong Yu around, he didn't have to worry about anything going wrong, and Xiaopeng should know his limits. Glancing casually into the distance, he noticed that Tong Zhan and the others had not left but had moved into villa number 2. Time flew by and it was soon evening. Jing Tian went downstairs to prepare dinner while Wang Meng was not indoors because Xiaopeng was blocking the door with his red eyes. Master Uncle Wang offended Xiaopeng and won't let him in. As soon as Tong Yu saw Jing Tian come down, she immediately reported the situation. She seemed to be in a much better mood, knowing that her father was staying nearby in villa number 2. Alright Xiaopeng, don't hold a grudge against Wang Meng, he doesn't know your strength. Jing Tian stepped forward and kicked Xiaopeng gently. Oof. Xiaopeng huffed twice at Jing Tian's words before reluctantly turning back into the living room and jumping onto the sofa. Sir, what? What is this dog? You'd better not speak carelessly. If you provoke it again, I won't help you. After all, as a level 3 ability user, you definitely can't defeat it. Jing Tian looked at Wang Meng, who peeked in with a face full of fear, suppressing a laugh as he spoke. A master is just a master. Even the dog raised by a divine being follows suit. It seems I have to be careful in the future. After giving one last glance at Xiao Pang, Wang Meng muttered to himself. Dinner was prepared as a welcome for Wang Meng. Jing Tian cooked all the ingredients provided by the system that day and added some vegetables from the garden, making a total of 6 dishes and 1 soup. Before Wang Meng even sat at the table, he had already started drooling with envy, unable to help but recall the bun that had previously helped him advance his realm. The first villa was brightly lit and faint light could be seen seeping from the third villa. However, the second villa was dim and desolate, even giving off a somewhat bleak feeling. Leader, the supplies here have all been scavenged and the rations we brought are barely enough for 1 meal. Moreover, there is no water left. A subordinate reported to Tong Zhan about their food situation. The others looked at Tong Zhan, their eyes turning red as they gazed toward the 2 nearby villas. Both villas had electricity, which surely meant there was cooked food and perhaps even hot water among other things. Especially after seeing the vegetables in Villa No. 1 and the food in the refrigerator, it was truly hard to swallow the hard rations in their hands. Chen Ming, go to Villa No. 3 and see if you can borrow some food and water. Tomorrow we will gather some supplies to return to them and also check how their electricity works. Tong Zhan said to a slightly older subordinate. Chen Ming quickly nodded and walked out the door. Leader, aren't we going back to the base? A subordinate listening to Tong Zhan cautiously asked. We won't be going back in the short term. I need to bring Xiaoyu back and also find an opportunity to understand the situation in Yun City. We must obtain that batch of weapons. If other bases find out, we might not have another chance. Tong Zhan's eyes flickered as he spoke, deliberately avoiding the topic of Jing Tian. The leader makes a valid point, but Jing, do not mention him to me. Hearing a subordinate about to mention Jing Tian, Tong Zhan's expression suddenly turned cold. The crowd fell silent. After a moment, Chen Ming, who had gone out, returned empty-handed. They don't have water either. Tong Zhan frowned and asked Chen Ming. No, they have plenty of food and clean water, but they won't lend it, they only sell it. 1 kilogram of rice or 1 bottle of water costs 1 level 2 crystal core. Chen Ming said with a slightly displeased expression. Damn, that's outrageous. At our base, 1 level 2 crystal core can be exchanged for 5 bottles of water and 5 kilograms of brown rice. Someone immediately shouted angrily. Tong Zhan's expression darkened, but he didn't show it and continued to ask, what about the electricity? Did they say anything? They said it's connected from Villa No. 1. Even if we offer more crystal cores, they wouldn't dare let us use it without the consent of Villa No. 1. Chen Ming replied. Jing. Tong Zhan's expression changed slightly, feeling a surge of anger, but recalling Jing Tian's power, he held back the harsh words. Let's go to Villa No. 3. It's just crystal cores, we are not without them. Tong Zhan rose with a dark expression and walked outside. Buzz. Just as Tong Zhan and his group stepped outside, they suddenly felt a peculiar vibration in the air. Amidst their astonishment, the elemental energy in the air surged and quickly flowed toward the mountain peak. This is a soil-type ability user is about to advance, and it's a level 3 to level 4 breakthrough. Tong Zhan's eyes widened in shock. Soil-type ability. Level 3 to level 4. Then, could it be Wang Meng? Impossible, he just advanced to level 3 a few days ago. But a group of people looked stunned. Tong Zhan's expression changed dramatically as he looked toward the direction of Villa No. 1. At this moment, the soil elements in the air became increasingly active and nearly the entire villa area could feel it. Inside Villa No. 3, Chang Kun and the others quickly ran out and joined up with Tong Zhan and the others. At this time, Wang Meng's figure suddenly floated out from inside Villa No. 1 and landed directly in the courtyard. Jing Tian, Tong Yue and Xiao Pang stood at the doorway watching. Damn, it's true. Wang Meng has really advanced. How is that possible? Wasn't he just promoted to level 3? At this time, Tong Zhan and Chang Kun had reached the safety line outside and could clearly see the scene in the courtyard. Upon seeing Wang Meng's condition, Tong Zhan's subordinates screamed as if they had seen a ghost. About half a month ago, Wang Meng was merely a level 2 ability user. After returning to the base from around in Yun City a few days ago, he and Wang Lian both advanced by 1 level, which was enough to make their companions envious. But that was just envy. Encountering a bit of opportunity to level up wasn't too outrageous. It was only because they knew Wang Meng had just advanced to level 3 that they were currently utterly astonished. As time passed in the apocalypse, the distinctions of levels among ability users became increasingly clear. In the early stages, there are 9 levels, with every 3 levels marking a major stage. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 is considered a significant leap, a critical hurdle. Did you say Wang Meng just recently advanced to level 3? Chang Kun and his group were equally shocked upon hearing Tong Zhan's subordinate. Jin Wu couldn't help but interject directly. It's only been about a week, right? A subordinate of Tong Zhan responded. Wow, brother Wang is truly a genius, advancing to level 4 just a week after reaching level 3. Jin Wu exclaimed in disbelief. Half a month ago he was at level 2 and now just a few days after reaching level 3 he was advancing to level 4. This isn't a joke. It must have something to do with Mr. Jing. Cheng Kun suddenly spoke up. Instantly everyone's expressions changed. They had previously thought Wang Mang was just exceptionally lucky, but now they connected it to Jing Tian, and the more they thought about it the more they felt Cheng Kun was speaking the truth. Wang Meng's advancement was undoubtedly related to Jing Tian. Everyone's gaze turned towards Jing Tian in the distance, unable to see his expression clearly, otherwise they would be quite puzzled. At this moment Jing Tian had a completely speechless expression. Wang Mang had devoured half a table of food, and just as he set down his chopsticks he suddenly advanced. Fortunately he reacted quickly and moved Wang Mang to the courtyard when the energy surged. Otherwise this commotion could have destroyed his room. At this time Wang Mang was surrounded by a massive yellow elemental energy sphere nearly 10 meters in diameter. Apart from Jing Tian no one else could comprehend Wang Meng's current state. This lasted for about 5 minutes. The earth elements swirling around Wang Mang suddenly erupted. They transformed into earthen dragons that spiraled and danced in the air before rushing back towards Wang Mang. Wang Mang absorbed these elemental energies like a sponge. After a few seconds of silence he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Then Wang Mang turned around and under the astonished gaze of those on the outside knelt down in front of Jing Tian, who was standing at the door. "Sir, I will be your most loyal servant from now on," Wang Mang declared with a serious expression, then his bald head knocked against the ground. "Get up, you don't need to do this." Jing Tian's figure flickered and he brought Tongyu to Wang Meng's side. Deep down he actually recognized Wang Mang as a friend and had no intention of making him a servant. Ding! Just as Jing Tian was about to help Wang Mang up, the system's electronic voice suddenly echoed. "The system has detected a heart of loyalty, triggering a hidden system task. Recruit 1 follower. Reward life form information and data detection function. If the task is not accepted within 3 seconds the task will be cancelled." Oh wow, can I still accept a task? And there's a reward. Jing Tian was stunned for a moment before immediately issuing the command accept. A task that can be completed immediately along with a long-named functional reward. Not accepting would definitely be foolish. "Master, please accept me." Wang Mang, seeing Jing Tian remain silent for a long time, assumed he was about to be rejected and stubbornly knelt on the ground once more, repeating his plea. Jing Tian snapped back to awareness, his eyes flickering faintly. A trace of resignation then softened his features as he said, "Very well, I accept you. But let me correct one term, you are a follower, not a servant. Understand?" "Yes, master, I am a follower, not a servant." Overjoyed at Jing Tian's acceptance, Wang Mang immediately kowtowed and sprang to his feet. Though both servant and follower denote subordinates, their connotations differ vastly in status and dignity. Ding! Quest completed. Rewards being distributed. The system chime sounded again the instant Wang Mang rose. This was the fastest quest completion yet. Under half a minute elapsed from start to finish. As the reward finalized, another auxiliary function activated on the system interface within Jing Tian's mind. Biological and structural data detection, abbreviated as information detection. Jing Tian hurriedly tapped its detailed description and found it remarkably practical. This function has only 3 tiers. Each upgrade requires the Super Villa core system to advance 3 levels. It can scan not only human physiological metrics but even non-living entities such as zombies. Just as Jing Tian pondered this new ability, the system chimed once more. Ding! Long-term system quest assigned: recruit 30 followers within 1 year, raise the loyalty of 3 among them to 80 or above. Completion yields an extraordinary reward. Another quest. Jing Tian blinked in surprise, but upon reading the details his heart settled. A full year was allotted and the reward promised something truly extraordinary. Congratulations, Uncle Wang Mang. Tanya dashed over, offering her heartfelt felicitations, jolting Jing Tian back to the present moment. Though Wang Meng's cultivation level had risen, his temperament remained unchanged. Flustered by Tanya's praise, he scratched his head and broke into a broad boyish grin. Woof! Woof! Xiao Peng, standing beside Tongyu, barked twice at Wang Mang, his tone laced with lingering disdain, even a subtle edge of provocation. As Wang Mang gazed at Xiao Peng, his eyes flickered with quiet calculation. Jing Tian too sensed the unspoken tension between man and dog, and his own gaze sharpened in response. At that moment he could no longer be certain whether Xiao Peng could still overpower Wang Mang. Right. The newly granted function. Jing Tian suddenly recalled the information detection ability awarded by the system, a direct means to assess all vital metrics, revealing precisely how formidable an opponent truly was. Though raw data alone could not account for combat-enhancing skill effects, it nevertheless revealed much, offering profound insight into relative strength. Jing Tian's gaze instantly fell upon the newly elevated Wang Mang. Wang Mang, level 4 Earth Element Awakened 1. Physical Resilience 132. Strength 187. Composite Combat Power 405. Skill-based power amplification none. Loyalty to host 75. These were Wang Meng's metrics. Jing Tian cared little for most, but the loyalty rating held paramount significance. The system offered exhaustive clarification on this very parameter. A loyalty rating above 80 signifies unwavering loyalty. Only when it exceeds 80 can one be assured of absolute fidelity under any circumstances. It can be said that Wang Meng's loyalty to Jing Tian is already quite high unless Jing Tian engages in malicious torment or commits acts that Wang Meng simply cannot accept. He is unlikely to betray. After examining Wang Meng, Jing Tian curiously activated the detection function on Tong Yu beside him. Tong Yu, a level 2 fire elemental ability user. Physical strength 53. Power 32. Overall combat power 135. Skill combat power increase 178. Loyalty 70. Jing Tian initially intended to compare loyalty levels but was surprised to find that Tong Yu's loyalty was lower than Wang Meng's, which led to another unexpected discovery. Wang Meng's skill attack power increase displayed as none while Tong Yu had this item listed. What is going on? Jing Tian was puzzled and asked the system but received no response. Congratulations, Mr. Jing, on gaining a powerful follower, and congratulations to Brother Wang on his impressive strength upgrade. While Jing Tian was still pondering, Chang Kun and his group outside the protective boundary began to congratulate Jing Tian and Wang Meng. Tong Zhan's expression changed several times before he turned and left. His subordinates hesitated slightly but followed him. Tong Yu witnessed the scene and a hint of melancholy flashed across her face, but she quickly concealed it. Thank you, brothers. Wang Meng was beaming with joy, unsure if it was due to his promotion or because he had become Jing Tian's follower. Jing Tian also temporarily returned to his senses and chatted with Chang Kun and a few others. Chang Kun clearly intended to befriend Wang Meng, wanting to invite him over to drink and celebrate. Wang Meng enjoyed making friends, and upon hearing there would be drinking, his eyes lit up, but he still politely looked at Jing Tian. If Jing Tian shook his head, he absolutely would not go. Go ahead. Jing Tian naturally wouldn't restrict Wang Meng's freedom to make friends. Chang Kun and the others enthusiastically took Wang Meng away while Tong Zhan and others appeared unusually awkward. Tong Zhan wanted to call Tong Yu over but opened his mouth and then closed it again. Feeling embarrassed to speak in front of Jing Tian, he simply turned and led his subordinates back to Villa No. 2. If you want to go, then go. You can bring some food and drink for your father and the others. Jing Tian looked at Tong Yu's slightly troubled expression and smiled faintly. No, he must realize his mistake and apologize to the master on his own. Tong Yu shook her head decisively and then turned back inside. Jing Tian smiled slightly and shook his head before turning to walk toward the back of the villa. The payment for Chang Kun's team had already been deposited and the car had arrived. He needed to fulfill his promise. As Jing Tian walked away, he soon noticed Xiao Pang following closely behind. What are you doing following me? Jing Tian asked Xiao Pang. Woof woof. Xiao Pang barked a few times at Jing Tian, clearly carrying a hint of special emotion. What does that mean? This time Xiao Pang's expression was quite unusual and Jing Tian truly could not understand what he meant. Woo woo woof. Xiao Pang appeared anxious and his expression seemed to carry some complaint towards Jing Tian. A dog is still a dog no matter how smart. It cannot speak human language. I really cannot understand your meaning. By the way, let me check your data. Jing Tian suddenly thought to probe Xiao Pang's data. What the hell? How can this be? When Jing Tian saw Xiao Pang's information, he stumbled back, nearly falling over from shock. Mutated bully dog, level unknown. Physical strength 670. Power 530. Overall combat power 870. Skill combat power increase 1100. Loyalty 40. What the hell, how can you be so mutated? What level are you that even the system cannot determine? Jing Tian widened his eyes, staring at Xiao Pang as if he had seen a ghost. Little Fatty was puzzled about why Jing Tian suddenly looked like this. However, he could roughly understand Jing Tian's words, realizing he was inquiring about his own strength, and he called out in response. Level 1. Get lost. How can you call him a level 1? Does that mean that capable beings like Chang Kun and Tong Zhan who are level 5 would have to eat shit? Jing Tian understood Little Fatty's meaning this time and couldn't help but curse. Although he had not checked the combat data of Chang Kun and Tong Zhan. However, Jing Tian believed that the strongest combat power of these two level 5 superpowers could never be several times stronger than Wang Meng. Little Fatty still had a face full of grievance, making Jing Tian really want to kick him. But after thinking for a moment, Jing Tian held back. This was truly a monster-level dog and its loyalty was not very high. It's a pity the system doesn't have a function to translate beast language. Jing Tian stared at Little Fatty for a while but still couldn't fully understand its meaning, feeling a bit helpless. The system has detected a high-level mutated species, activating the battle pet mission. Capture the high-level mutated species as a battle pet and the reward is the ability to communicate with mutated species in spiritual attachment. Just when Jing Tian felt helpless, the system suddenly sent another mission prompt. Jing Tian was stunned for a moment. Was the system going crazy today? One mission after another. But this system really knows my heart. I'm just worried about communicating with little fatty. Jing Tian quickly browsed through the information on this battle pet mission and soon his expression changed again. The introduction to this mission was simple, but Jing Tian felt it was a bit difficult. The condition to tame a battle pet was very straightforward. He needed to increase his pet's loyalty to over 80. Little fatty in front of him was the ready pet. However, this fellow's loyalty was only 40, just on the borderline of fondness and respect. To reach 80, it was clear that he had to make it increasingly respect him. In the end, he also needed to make it immensely touched to elevate it to unwavering loyalty. Not easy. It seems this can only be done slowly. Although Jing Tian understood he had no quick way to complete this task. Most importantly, Jing Tian couldn't reveal the system's task to little fatty. Little fatty was also quite helpless. Jing Tian couldn't understand its more complex thoughts, so it whimpered twice and turned back into the villa. After arriving next to the battle god ship at the back of the villa, Jing Tian saw 2 raptors delivered by Chung Kun. Vehicle repairs consuming 1 energy point per vehicle. The next morning, Jing Tian prepared breakfast as usual. The automatic supply of food materials providing 2 energy points per month was now insufficient, so Jing Tian had to spend 2 energy points to purchase an additional 20 gene of rice and 10 gene of meat. At breakfast, Wang Mang was still a bit cautious. He was worried that eating the food would lead to another upgrade. However, it was clear he was overthinking. The food energy had already given him 2 boosts and it no longer had such a powerful effect. It could be said that the longer one eats the food here, the more diluted the effects become. Otherwise, not to mention Jing Tian Tong, you would have become a deity long ago. After the meal, Tong Yu actively went upstairs to cultivate while Jing Tian stayed behind. Sir, is there something you need me to do? Wang Mang asked with anticipation and a hint of nervousness when he saw Jing Tian looking at him. If I let you stay in the villa every day, you definitely wouldn't be able to stay idle, right? Jing Tian replied, looking at Wang Mang without directly answering. If you need me, I can stay here. Wang Mang scratched his bald head and said. Don't be nervous. I want you to do something for me, but it might be dangerous. Jing Tian felt a bit speechless. It was better to be straightforward when talking to this guy. I'm not afraid of danger, just give the order, sir. Wang Mang perked up at Jing Tian's words. Perhaps in the apocalypse some people are more afraid of death, but there are also those like Wang Mang who are quite the opposite. Jing Tian brought Wang Mang to the back of the villa. This vehicle is truly impressive. Wang Mang's face lit up with delight upon seeing the war chariot. Wang Mang was not overly surprised, as he had already seen the war chariot while being chased by the chubby one yesterday. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to admire it. This is the war vehicle, the war god. It's not yet fully modified, but once it's done you'll get to take it out for a spin. Jing Tian said with a smile. That would be fantastic. I've missed the feeling of driving. Wang Meng's eyes sparkled when he heard that Jing Tian would let him drive. Jing Tian smiled, knowing that as long as Wang Mang followed him there would be plenty of opportunities to drive in the future. At that moment, from another direction, Chang Kun approached with 9 subordinates. They all wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. Good morning, Mr. Jing. Good morning, Brother Wang. As soon as Chang Kun and his group arrived, they greeted Jing Tian and Wang Mang warmly. Jing Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Mang, on the other hand, greeted them very warmly, having shared a drink with them the previous night. The bond among men can sometimes be quite simple. Often it can be established over a single meal. Of course, how strong such a bond is remains debatable. Let's see how your vehicles perform, Jing Tian said directly after they finished their greetings. Are they fixed? That's fantastic, Mr. Jing is truly a god. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Jin Wu jumped up excitedly. The 2 Raptor pickup trucks originally resembled 2 muscular men. However, in comparison to the war god, they seemed almost like petite young girls. Chang Kun waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to test the vehicles. Thud thud. Roar. Soon the deep rumble of the engine echoed. Great, it started. Chung Kun exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the vehicle really start up, and soon after others joined in with cheers. Everyone rushed to the vehicle, leaving Wang Mang watching enviously from the side, yet he remained by Jing Tian's side without moving. Chung Kun's group remained excited for 5 or 6 minutes before gradually calming down. Thank you, Mr. Jing. We will head into the city to collect crystal cores to deliver to you. Is there anything else you need? Chang Kun took a moment to compose himself and approached Jing Tian with gratitude. At that moment, Chang Kun was feeling confident with these 2 vehicles their mobility would be greatly enhanced. Naturally, gathering resources would also become easier and more convenient. I do have some things I need your help to collect. I'll inform Wang Mang and you can take him along. Is that all right? Jing Tian spoke directly without any unnecessary words. Not a problem at all, it's no trouble. Brother Wang is a level 4 ability user, and having him with us will significantly boost our strength. Chang Kun nodded without hesitation. Wang Mang, standing nearby, felt a slight thrill at the mention of his level 4 status, eager to test his combat abilities. Jing Tian smiled slightly and called Wang Mang to follow him back into the villa. He had some matters to discuss with Wang Meng. As soon as Jing Tian left, Chung Kun's subordinates gathered around him again, still unable to hide their excitement. "Boss, this is amazing." "Calm down, let's hold a small meeting," Chung Kun said, suppressing his hand, his expression becoming slightly serious. Everyone immediately fell silent and looked at Chung Kun. "First, I'd like to ask about your thoughts on the future." Chung Kun suddenly posed this question. Jin Woo and the others were taken aback, exchanging glances. Jin Woo spoke up, "My thought is to follow the boss. As long as you lead, I will follow your every move." "You sly fellow." Chang Kun chuckled wryly. "Yes, Jin Woo is right, we share the same sentiment. Indeed, we are all people without much to worry about, and we prefer not to be directed by others. Following the boss feels much more comfortable. As long as there is food and drink, we are satisfied." Several people chimed in, expressing their views, which essentially amounted to having no particular thoughts. "Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. I'll just express my thoughts and you can show your stance." Chang Kun, seeing the expressions of his subordinates, could only speak again. "It should have been like this long ago." Jin Woo chuckled. "This is what I think. From now on I will stay here and follow Mr. Jing. What do you all think?" Chung Kun looked at the others. "I agree." "Agreed. Following Mr. Jing is definitely better than going back to the Haishur base." The group almost without hesitation reached a unanimous decision. They had previously been an independent team, more like a mercenary squad. Originally, the leader of the base, a level 6 powerhouse, tried to recruit them, but they never truly joined. They simply did not want to be controlled by others. "Alright, if everyone agrees, let's wait until we finish today's mission to bring it up to Mr. Jing." Chen Kun smiled slightly. He was very confident in his idea and hardly considered the possibility of Jing Tian rejecting it. "Next is today's mission arrangement. Aside from the items Mr. Jing needs, there is one more item we must collect." "Are you talking about weapons, boss?" Jin Woo pretended to be clever and asked. "Wrong, while weapons are urgent, they can take a back seat. Don't forget, vehicles might become common in Yun City in the future." Chang Kun said. "I got it, it's fuel." Wen Xin exclaimed. Chang Kun nodded. Their vehicles were not as advanced as Jing Tian's and needed fuel. Of course, they did not yet know that Jing Tian's war god did not require gasoline. After a brief discussion of about 3 to 4 minutes, Jing Tian returned with Wang Meng. Wang Meng carried a backpack filled with various items. The backpack was quite bulging. Moments later, under Jing Tian's watchful gaze, 2 raptors roared out of the villa area with 11 people. As the 2 vehicles left, Tong Zhan's team also exited from Villa No. 2. They watched as the raptors disappeared, feeling a mix of shock, envy, and jealousy. Everyone stay motivated. What they have, we will also have. Now let's get energized and go gather supplies and crystal cores. After glancing at Villa No. 1, Tong Zhan led his subordinates out of the villa area. Jing Tian naturally noticed Tong Zhan and his group leaving, but he showed no reaction. He turned back to the villa, guided Tong Yu for a while, then returned to the first floor and entered the forging room. In the deserted city of Yun City, 2 raptors quietly appeared on a somewhat remote street. The vehicles moved slowly and made little noise. Although they occasionally encountered zombies along the way, they were all ordinary level 2 zombies, easily dispatched. Soon the vehicles stopped on a street filled with hardware and building materials. In less than half an hour, the back compartment of one raptor was filled with 500 kilograms of brass, and then they quickly left. Wang Meng had Jing Tian's map, which made their actions much smoother. On Jing Tian's route there were no obstacles, and it was a street with relatively few zombies. The next target for the group was a gas station. Jing Tian thought things through carefully. He asked Chung Kun and the others for help, but would not exploit them. He only needed them to collect 1 material each time they went out. "Mango, can I borrow your dagger to admire for a bit?" While driving towards the gas station, Jin Woo sat beside Wang Meng, wearing a face full of flattery. "I can show it to you, but no funny business, this was a gift from my master." Wang Meng chuckled as he drew out the dagger wrapped in leather. The dagger was about 30 centimeters long, slightly longer than an ordinary dagger, exuding a faint azure glow. "What? A gift from Mr. Jing? No wonder it slices through iron doors like cutting through tofu." Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, Jin Woo's eyes widened in surprise. Chung Kun, who had not been paying attention, also looked over with newfound interest. Clearly these individuals had grown accustomed to the fact that anything taken from Mr. Jing was far from ordinary. Jin Woo nodded repeatedly as he accepted the dagger, admiring it closely. Chang Kun also joined in the admiration, and everyone in the vehicle turned their attention to it. The more they looked, the more they felt that this dagger was extraordinary. At first glance the dagger appeared a bit strange, but the longer one stared at it, the more one felt a unique sensation that was hard to describe. "Mangu, look. I'll give you all my crystal cores if you let me." "Give it back to me." Wang Meng interrupted before Jin Woo could finish, quickly snatching the dagger back. This dagger was the first weapon forged by Jing Tian. He initially intended to keep it as a treasure but ultimately gifted it to Wang Meng. At this moment they only sensed that the dagger was remarkable and exceptionally sharp without realizing its true significance. The vehicle soon arrived at the target gas station where a significant number of zombies were wandering, approximately over 200 in total both around the station and inside. These zombies had all reached level 2, but these ordinary level 2 zombies were only slightly more agile and sturdier than before. Their actual combat strength was not formidable. Currently no mutated zombies have been detected. Let's make this quick. Fill the vehicle with fuel and return to the villa, Chang Kun ordered sternly. Understood. A group of people responded in low voices, then quickly scattered and charged into the gas station. Chang Kun and the others had clear objectives: first to scavenge for fuel and second to eliminate the zombies. After all, zombies were an endless menace. Despite everyone being cautious, combat was unavoidable and soon the entire gas station area was in chaos. With 11 ability users' powers filled the air and clusters of zombies were obliterated. In less than 10 minutes the ordinary zombies near the gas station were largely cleared out. Mangu, you haven't even used your abilities once. Jin Wu approached Wang Meng looking at him in shock. The divine weapon my master gave me makes these zombies feel as flimsy as tofu. It's so satisfying to cut through them that I forgot to use my abilities. Wang Meng chuckled. As he spoke he gazed at the dagger in his hand, its azure light becoming even more vibrant. If it were an ordinary weapon it would surely become dull or even damaged after continuously slaying dozens of zombies. Yet Wang Meng's dagger remained brilliantly azure, showing no signs of dirt. This. Mangu. Don't even think about it. Wang Meng saw Jin Wu's eager expression and immediately interrupted. Alright Jin Wu, hurry up, I have a bad feeling. Focus on collecting fuel. Chen Kun shouted from the side. The urgent matter at hand took precedence and Jin Wu reluctantly ran over. Boss, there are 3 fully loaded fuel tankers here. We really hit the jackpot. Suddenly someone shouted from the gas station's backyard. It turned out that the fuel pumps were empty but 3 fuel tankers were parked in the backyard. These 3 tankers were not the largest but they still had a capacity of 20 tons. Unfortunately we can't drive them away. Can our vehicle even tow them? Chang Kun looked at the 3 tankers with reddened eyes. The others shook their heads helplessly. While the Falcon was powerful, trying to tow away a 20-ton tanker was a pipe dream. Find containers, take whatever we can. Chang Kun immediately commanded. Subsequently everyone quickly moved, gathering several small fuel barrels to fill and load onto the vehicle. Roar! Just as the group filled about half a tank of gasoline, a furious roar suddenly erupted from a distance. Boss! Everyone's expression changed and they looked towards Chang Kun. Jin Wu and the others with their highest cultivation level at only level 3 were unable to sense certain things. They were not worried about a small number of level 3 or 4 mutated zombies. This is the first time I've heard such a roar filled with obvious emotion. It's definitely more formidable than a level 4 zombie. This makes me feel uneasy. Let's retreat. Chang Kun decisively declared. The others were relatively convinced by Chang Kun's words, even though they were reluctant to leave behind the remaining fuel. However, they were ultimately a step too slow. Roar! Just as a few of them were about to get into the vehicle, they saw a small group of zombies blocking their path. Chang Kun's expression changed drastically upon seeing this group of zombies. There were not many zombies, only 7 in total. However, all of them were mutated zombies. Judging by their terrifying crimson appearance, they were all at level 3. What made Chang Kun's face change was not the level 3 mutated zombies but one zombie running at the front. This zombie was actually wearing complete clothing. Although its skin had a slight reddish hue, it was not the terrifying crimson of the others. Most importantly, this zombie's muscles were noticeably more robust and there was a glimmer in its pale eyes. This is completely different from the level 4 mutated zombies I've seen before. It's most likely at level 5. Everyone give it your all. After observing the leading zombie, Chang Kun had no time to consider anything else. Wang Meng and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Level 4 zombies were the strongest they had ever encountered, and even Chang Kun, a level 5 ability user, had to exert tremendous effort to defeat them. Level 5 now. The battle broke out almost seconds later. Chang Kun unleashed his strongest attack without reservation, aiming directly at the leading zombie. Meanwhile, 5 level 3 and 4 level 2 ability users were engaged in battle against 7 level 3 mutated zombies, which was already extremely difficult. Fortunately, this time they had Wang Meng, who was already a level 4 ability user, significantly stronger than level 3. Let's see how effective my weapon is against these level 3 mutated zombies. Wang Meng shouted loudly, not using his abilities but charging forward with a dagger. Put. Mutated zombies generally did not have the habit of dodging in direct combat. Perhaps they believed their bodies were strong enough, or perhaps it was due to the lack of pain and fear. Ordinary weapons had very limited lethality against mutated zombies, let alone those at level 3. However, with a single stab from Wang Meng, one mutated zombie had its head severed. Although it was not exceptionally easy, he did not expend all his energy. Haha, nice. Just hold them off, leave the rest to me. After successfully landing a hit, Wang Mang was instantly invigorated. Damn it, this dagger is too fierce. I must get one from Mr. Jing later, no matter the cost. Jin Wu and the others shouted in excitement. They had known that the dagger was sharp beforehand, but they had not expected it to be this powerful. The body of a level 3 mutated zombie was tough and resilient, much harder to cut than an ordinary level 2 zombie or metal. With Wang Mang and his powerful weapon, the battle here became significantly easier and victory was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Chang Kun's battle was proving to be much more challenging. Even though Chang Kun was at the peak of level 5, facing this seemingly level 5 mutated zombie was clearly insufficient. Chang Kun's gold-type ability had immense destructive power, but this mutated zombie was even stronger. Not only could Chang Kun's attacks not harm it, but the zombie's movements were incredibly agile, forcing Chang Kun to switch from offense to defense, retreating and dodging continuously. Mang, go hurry and help our boss. Noticing Chang Kun's situation with 2 mutated zombies remaining, Jin Wu loudly called out to Wang Mang. Without a word, Wang Mang turned and rushed towards Chang Kun's direction. This time Wang Mang also utilized his abilities, and he would engage in close combat at the right moment, heavily relying on his dagger. With Wang Mang's addition, the battle situation clearly improved somewhat. Soon both of them realized that this formidable zombie seemed to be avoiding Wang Mang's close combat attacks. Little brother, he actually fears your dagger. Chang Kun, as an onlooker, quickly understood the situation and, suppressing his shock, loudly reminded Wang Mang. Wang Mang himself realized this point and completely abandoned his ability attacks, pursuing the mutated zombie relentlessly. However, Wang Mang's movements were much slower than the zombies, and no matter how hard he attacked, he could not touch it. After about 2 minutes, the zombie seemed to lose patience, suddenly turning and sprinting away into the distance. As it ran away, it glanced back at Wang Mang. Chang Kun and Wang Mang were both stunned, having never seen a zombie flee during a battle. Moreover, it was a level 5 zombie scared away by a level 4 ability user. Its intelligence is quite high, realizing that continuing like this would mean certain death, so it fled. Chang Kun's expression suddenly grew serious. Now that it's run away, what is there for you to worry about, Chang Lauda? Wang Mang was somewhat puzzled by Chang Kun's reaction. Because their intelligence is increasing, the threat to us survivors is growing larger. Chang Kun explained simply. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang and the others fell silent. It was such simple reasoning that anyone who didn't understand it would be foolish. Alright, let's head back quickly, maybe that one who fled went to summon reinforcements. Chang Kun didn't give everyone much time to ponder. The group nodded, quickly gathered the crystal cores and swiftly returned to the villa. Chang Kun's guess turned out to be correct. Less than 3 minutes after they drove away, the previously escaped level 5 zombie returned. Moreover, it really brought reinforcements, 2 other mutated zombies that looked similar to it. Upon discovering that Wang Mang and Chang Kun had already left, the zombie was evidently furious and began barking at the other 2 zombies, clearly communicating something. The ability to communicate indicated that their intelligence had reached a certain level. Woof woof. Just as the 3 zombies were communicating, suddenly 2 barks came from the direction of the office. The 3 mutated zombies were instantly attracted, turning to look. A chubby bulldog with its eyes glowing red was staring at the 3 of them. Roar. Upon spotting the bulldog, the 3 zombies did not hesitate at all simultaneously roaring and charging towards the bulldog with a hint of madness. Meanwhile, Wang Mang and Chang Kun's group returned to the villa area smoothly. The moment they entered, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. They always believed that the safety here was due to the powerful aura of Jing Tian. At this moment, Jing Tian was unaware that Chang Kun and the others had returned so quickly. He was in the forging room crafting his second weapon. This time it was still a dagger, but it was much more refined than the first one, and it should be more beautiful. After a while, the dagger took shape. Jing Tian observed and experimented, finding that it indeed looked much more beautiful. However, aside from being beautiful, it lacked any quality, including feel, compared to the one he gave to Wang Mang. What could be the reason? Jing Tian pondered as he examined the dagger, frowning. Clearly he had put more effort into this one, yet it was not better than the more casually crafted one. Master Uncle Wang and the others are back. Jing Tian had just stepped out of the forging room with the dagger when Tong Yu ran over to report. That was pretty quick. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then he grabbed the dagger and went outside with Tong Yu. Chang Kun and the others had parked their vehicle next to the war god in the backyard, unloading a truckload of brass. Sir, the dagger you gave me is incredible. It scared away a level 5 zombie. Upon seeing Jing Tian, Wang Mang immediately jumped over, excitedly exclaiming. What? Jing Tian was clearly taken aback, surprised that the casually crafted dagger had such an effect. You mean this dagger scared away a level 5 zombie? Are you kidding me? After recovering from his shock, Jing Tian asked. He found it hard to believe. If that were the case, wouldn't any child wielding a dagger be able to hunt down level 3 or 4 zombies? Mr. Jing, Uncle Wang's words may be slightly exaggerated, but the level 5 zombie was indeed somewhat fearful of this dagger. Chang Kun interjected candidly. The level 5 zombie fleeing was certainly not solely due to the presence of the dagger. However, the dagger did play a significant role. Tell me the details. Jing Tian quickly asked. Chang Kun nodded and recounted their experiences and the encounter with the suspected level 5 zombie. It was definitely a level 5 level 4 zombies had never paid attention to their attire and could not have made you feel overwhelmed. Jing Tian first confirmed the level 5 zombie then redirected to the dagger issue, so what I crafted really is a good weapon. After hearing this, Jing Tian squinted his eyes. Mr. Jing, you mean this dagger was personally crafted by you? Chang Kun gasped and the others behind him widened their eyes. At this moment they also saw that Jing Tian was holding an even more exquisite dagger. Previously they all thought he had obtained a divine weapon from somewhere, but they never expected it to be crafted by Jing Tian himself. I crafted this, but it was merely out of boredom and for fun, Jing Tian said with a faint smile, noticing the gazes of Chang Kun and others on. Mr. Jing, would you be willing to sell this dagger? Chang Kun asked, representing all his subordinates. Perhaps not. I don't want to take advantage of you. This dagger isn't of good quality. Let me craft a better one before we talk about it, Jing Tian replied after a moment's thought. After all, he was seen as a strong figure in their eyes. How could a strong person let go of their skills? Chang Kun and the others felt a bit disappointed upon hearing Jing Tian's words. However, Jing Tian did not shut down the possibility entirely. They still had hope. After unloading the copper from the vehicle, they wanted to leave some gasoline for Jing Tian, but he declined. Jing Tian did not wish to take advantage of Chang Kun and the others, and besides he had no use for gasoline. Seeing that it was still early, Chang Kun and Wang Mang discussed and refueled the vehicle before heading out again. Less than half an hour after Chang Kun and the others left, the bully known as Xiao Pang returned. Today the dog was acting strangely, not clinging to Jing Tian for affection as usual. Instead he climbed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Jing Tian kicked him a few times but couldn't wake him, so he ignored him. After all, with such loud snoring there would be no other issues. After a moment, Tong Zhan and his group returned, drawing the attention of the master and disciple. Jing Tian and Tong Yu observed closely. Tong Zhan's team had left with 10 members, but now only 6 remained. Moreover, the remaining 6 looked utterly exhausted, each carrying several backpacks as they headed back to Villa No. 3. If you're worried, why not go take a look? Jing Tian said, noticing the worry written all over Tong Yu's face. No, I won't acknowledge him unless he comes to apologize to master in person and receives forgiveness, Tong Yu stubbornly replied before turning and heading downstairs. Jing Tian felt a bit helpless, understanding the little girl's thoughts. He also considered finding an opportunity to forgive Tong Zhan, not wanting to see her caught in the middle and distressed. As Jing Tian pondered this, he was about to head downstairs when he suddenly heard a roaring engine noise coming from afar. Jing Tian furrowed his brow. Had Chang Kun and the others lost their minds? How could the vehicle make such a loud noise? And they had only been gone for about an hour. He quickly grabbed the binoculars to observe. Upon looking, he saw 3 vehicles speeding toward them from a street about 2 to 3 kilometers away from the villa area. Indeed, there were 3 vehicles. Behind 2 armored vehicles was a military green Dongfeng warrior. This vehicle appeared even more formidable than the armored ones. However, that wasn't the main point. Trailing behind the 3 cars about 1,000 meters away was a horde of zombies. What the hell, Chang Kun, did you throw bombs into a zombie den? Jing Tian exclaimed in shock. Through the binoculars the horde extended backward, numbering at least tens of thousands of zombies. These zombies were not slow either, especially the 5 well-equipped mutated zombies at the forefront who were closing the distance with the 3 vehicles. No wonder Chang Kun and the others were flooring the gas pedal. Given the situation, they didn't care about the noise. Fortunately, the vehicles were truly speeding at around 150 to 160 miles per hour, quickly entering the villa area. Jing Tian thought the zombies would stop at the edge of the villa area. However, it was evident that he was mistaken this time. The main horde of zombies did indeed halt. But the 5 mutated zombies at the front paused briefly at the entrance of the villa. However, after a few seconds they continued to push into the villa. Their speed was not as fast as before and they seemed to be more cautious. Fortunately, the influence of the safe house is still effective. These zombies are actually all level 5. Jing Tian's brow furrowed deeply. In Yun City, the highest level of zombies he had observed before was only level 4. If he occasionally saw a level 5, he could accept it. However, the current situation left him unable to explain. If level 5 zombies were running rampant, did that mean level 6 could also appear? While Jing Tian speculated, Chang Kun, Wang Mang and the others drove to the defensive line of Villa No. 1. Jing Tian directly granted entry permissions to the 3 vehicles, allowing them to stop in front of the villa gate. At this time, the level 5 zombies again slowed their pace, deepening their cautious demeanor as they approached Villa No. 1. If these level 5 zombies were to launch a collective attack, could the safe house's defenses withstand it? Jing Tian frowned slightly. The safe house had no issues defending against level 5 supernatural beings, but he wasn't sure if it could withstand the charge of 5 level 5 mutated zombies. Mr. Jing, Wang Mang is injured. Just then Chang Kun jumped out of the vehicle, urgently calling out to Jing Tian on the rooftop. What? Jing Tian's expression changed once again, and without a second thought he disregarded the approaching zombies. His figure flashed as he flew down from the top of the villa, landing directly beside the car. He immediately spotted Wang Meng in the back seat, his body a bloody mess. The exposed skin on Wang Meng's face was bruised and dark, making him look as if he were already dead. In an instant, an inexplicable rage surged within Jing Tian. Although he was nominally a follower, he regarded Wang Meng as a companion, as a friend. Mr. Jing, they are getting closer, we have to fight them. Chang Kun shouted loudly at that moment. Jing Tian turned his head and saw that the 5 level 5 mutated zombies had closed in on the safety line of the shelter. They were less than 100 meters away. Chang Kun and his brothers were already prepared, and at that moment they had no hesitation, readying themselves for battle. Just then an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from behind them. Such a powerful presence, Mr. Jing. In an instant Chang Kun felt his legs weaken, stiffly turning his head to look at Jing Tian. The others collapsed directly to the ground. Is this Mr. Jing's true power? So terrifying. It's freaking terrifying. Chang Kun struggled not to let himself collapse, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. At that moment he felt like a small boat amidst a raging sea. Get lost. Jing Tian suddenly shouted. A more formidable aura surged towards the zombies. The zombies, already somewhat cautious, stiffened in place under the impact of this powerful presence. A look of horror flashed in their grayish-white eyes, and they all let out a simultaneous roar before turning and fleeing rapidly down the mountain. In his fury, Jing Tian activated the camouflage function of his disguise suit once more. Initially he intended to mimic the aura of a high-level zombie, but a final sliver of reason reminded him that Chang Kun and the others were beside him, which could stir up trouble. The aura of a level 9 ability user was still effective against the zombies, and in his anger it seemed to carry an additional boost. He had initially thought the disguise suit was useless. But at this moment it was proven to be of great utility. With the zombies gone, Jing Tian retracted his aura. He waved his hand to extract Wang Meng from the car, carefully placing him on the ground. Master. Ah, Uncle Wang. At this moment Tong Yu also rushed over, initially unaware of what had happened, but she quickly spotted Wang Meng. How could he be injured like this? Jing Tian asked in a deep voice while checking Wang Meng. We were ambushed by a group of level 5 zombies, and for some unknown reason they focused their attacks on Brother Wang, and we also lost 3 brothers. Chang Kun replied succinctly. At that moment Jing Tian also realized that Chang Kun's team, including himself, had only 7 people left. Let's save him first. Jing Tian had no reason to blame Chang Kun, and there was no time to delve into the root of the problem. How? How do we treat this? Does anyone know medicine? Jing Tian wanted to save him, but suddenly realized he had no medical knowledge whatsoever. Chang Kun and the others exchanged glances, all shaking their heads helplessly. In the apocalypse, even minor injuries were dealt with by toughing it out or randomly taking some anti-inflammatory medication. As for injuries from zombies, the method was actually quite simple. Either one endured it or ultimately became a part of the zombies. Wang Meng's injuries were severe and were inflicted directly by the level 5 zombies. If it weren't to give Jing Tian an explanation, Chang Kun and the others would have definitely left Wang Meng behind. Master, my father was a principal before and also worked as a surgeon. Quickly go call Tong Zhan. Jing Tian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly shouted. Chang Kun nodded quickly, his figure flashing as he rushed towards Villa No. 2. Tong Zhan and the remaining 5 subordinates remained hidden within the villa, not daring to move. Even though they were aware that zombies had invaded the villa area, they felt powerless to do anything but hide. One might even say they were waiting for death, placing all their hopes on Jing Tian. Clearly they were not disappointed in the end, as a powerful aura emerged, causing the zombies to retreat. Brother Tong, Mr. Jing asks you to come and help him. At this moment Chang Kun's voice came from outside the villa. He wants my help. Tong Zhan was taken aback. A figure as formidable as Jing Tian was asking him for assistance. Brother Tong, Wang Meng has been injured. Mr. Jing asks you to come and take a look. Chang Kun said directly upon seeing Tong Zhan. Wang Meng is injured. Was he scratched by a zombie? Tong Zhan's gaze slightly narrowed. Yes, it's very serious, Chang Kun replied. If it was a low-level zombie scratch he might survive, but a scratch from a level 3 or higher mutated zombie can only. Tong Zhan did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. If Brother Tong doesn't want to go, I will reply to Mr. Jing accordingly. Chang Kun interrupted Tong Zhan directly. Tong Zhan hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat irritated, but soon thought of the formidable Jing Tian and that fire of anger dissipated. Let's go and take a look. Although Wang Meng is a traitor, he once followed me after all. Despite his grievances, Tong Zhan ultimately nodded. Whether he could save the person was another matter, but since Jing Tian invited him, he certainly couldn't refuse. Moments later Tong Zhan followed Chang Kun to Jing Tian. Dad, please save Uncle Wang. Tong Yu cried out upon seeing Tong Zhan. Although their time together was short, she had developed strong feelings for Wang Mang. Initially she was brought out of the underground warehouse by Wang's siblings, and it was thanks to them that she encountered Jing Tian. If you can cure Wang Mang, all our past grievances will be erased and I can give you some things you desire. Jing Tian wasted no time directly speaking to Tong Zhan. He was indeed somewhat conciliatory towards Tong Zhan. However, this did not mean Jing Tian had a benevolent nature. He possessed a ruthless streak that was just hidden beneath the surface. Tong Zhan first glanced at Tong Yu and Jing Tian, then his gaze fell on Wang Mang. With just a glance, Tong Zhan shook his head and said, Mr. Jing need not exert himself. Wang Mang is injured by a level 5 zombie. To grant him peace now would be the best for him. What? Is there really no way? Jing Tian's expression darkened. He was well aware of the severity of a zombie's bite, yet he was still unwilling to accept it. Tong Zhan instinctively wanted to shake his head but suddenly thought of something and said, there is a theoretical method we can try, but I cannot guarantee it will work in the slightest. What method? Speak. Jing Tian urged. The inner force of ancient warriors is incredibly pure and can dispel zombie toxins, but the ancient warrior must be one level higher than the mutated zombie. Wang Mang was clearly injured by a level 5 mutated zombie, so at least a level 6 ancient warrior's energy is required unless you are. As Tong Zhan finished speaking, he looked at Jing Tian, clearly suspecting that Jing Tian was a high-level ancient warrior. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow. What a joke. Not to mention being an ancient warrior, he still needed to borrow Tong Yu's abilities. At that moment, however, Jing Tian would not reveal this in front of outsiders. After all, he had already crafted an image of a super powerhouse. Just as he was about to say something, Jing Tian's expression suddenly changed again, revealing a hint of joy as he said to Chung Kun and the others, I need to try something, wait for me. After saying this, Jing Tian waved at Wang Mang and turned to walk into the villa. Wang Mang's body floated into the air following behind Jing Tian. What a formidable Mr. Jing! Cheng Kun exclaimed with a pale face after Jing Tian entered the door. It seems he must be a high-level ancient warrior, otherwise he couldn't have reacted this way. But then he can teach Xiao Yu abilities. This. Tong Zhan observed Jing Tian's reaction, his eyes flickering as he began to speculate wildly. To say Jing Tian was an ancient warrior, but he was also teaching his daughter abilities. Tong Zhan was growing more and more confused, as he had never heard of anyone possessing two types of abilities simultaneously. Jing Tian carried the unconscious and dying Wang Mang into the villa and placed him in the room where Wang Mang lived. Jing Tian directly inquired of the system in his mind. Clearly it was not Jing Tian who had a solution, but the system had just mentioned it could save Wang Mang. Two options. The first is to consume 500 energy points to dissolve the corpse poison, transforming him into a mutated human. The second is to expend 2,000 energy points to eliminate the corpse poison. The system's electronic voice spoke without any emotion. What the hell, 2,000 energy points? Jing Tian exclaimed in shock, then called out, even if I gather all the crystal cores from Chung Kun and the others, I might not be able to scrape together 2,000 energy points. This is not a choice at all. Can Wang Mang hold on for much longer? The system detected the condition of the injured and stated he can hold on for another half an hour, but once the time passes he will completely turn into a zombie. The system replied. Why are you suddenly telling me all this? Jing Tian asked abruptly. The system remained silent. Here we go again, it seems I have no choice. Jing Tian rolled his eyes and continued to ask the system what will happen if he becomes a mutated human. Can he still live like a normal person? In normal circumstances he will behave like an ordinary person, but under specific situations the mutation will be triggered, enhancing his combat abilities. However, the mutation places a significant burden on the body and affects mental clarity, which can be mitigated by becoming stronger over time to eliminate these negative effects. The system provided a detailed explanation. That's acceptable. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and, seeing there was no other option for Wang Mang, said directly, let's use the first method to treat him. 500 energy points deducted. The fusion of the corpse poison will take 5 minutes. The system swiftly deducted 500 energy points. Jing Tian glanced at the system screen, which showed the energy points had dropped from 512 to 12. He felt no regret. If he had 2,000 energy points at that moment, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to revive Wang Mang. 5 minutes quickly passed, and with Jing Tian's eager anticipation, Wang Mang's body began to change. What the hell, system, explain to me what's happening? Jing Tian's eyes widened as he watched Wang Mang. The already robust Wang Mang's body suddenly began to grow again. Wasn't it said he would be like a normal person in everyday life? His height, originally over 190 centimeters, slowly grew to about 250 centimeters, and his physique became noticeably more muscular. Wang Mang's clothes began to tear apart, his dark green skin turned gray, and some wounds healed rapidly, ultimately becoming like chunks of rock. The system did not respond to Jing Tian. Fortunately, this transformation quickly stopped, and within the following seconds he returned to a normal state, albeit with a skin tone much paler than that of an average person. Fusion complete. The system provided a notification. Why hasn't he awakened after it's done? Jing Tian frowned and asked, looking at Wang Mang, who still appeared lifeless. The mutated body has lost too much blood. The survival probability is only 50%, the system responded. What the hell, why didn't you say this earlier? Jing Tian was immediately annoyed. The system remained silent. No matter how Jing Tian called out, the system did not respond again. Damn it, it's a money-hungry system. It only appears when there's energy to earn. Now that I'm offering you energy, hurry up and replenish Wang Meng's blood. Jing Tian cursed loudly one last time. However, the system once again haughtily ignored him. After yelling for a while without receiving a response, Jing Tian calmed himself down. Since he has lost too much blood, let's replenish it. Jing Tian muttered and directly called in Tong Zhan and Chang. As Tong Zhan stepped back into the villa, he felt an indescribable sensation. What if he had been more low-key and humble back then? Tong Zhan's wandering thoughts were quickly interrupted as all his attention was drawn to Wang Meng. Has he been treated? Mr. Jing is truly extraordinary. Tong Zhan and Shen Kun exclaimed in unison after seeing Wang Meng's condition. This further confirmed their belief that Jing Tian was a high-level ancient martial artist, at least at level 6 or above. However, recalling the terrifying aura of the ability user he had previously released, they felt a bit confused. Jing Tian shook his head and said, it's not a complete cure. Wang Meng has lost too much blood and is still between life and death. There's nothing more I can do. I can only find people from your group to give him a blood transfusion. That's not possible. Wang Meng's blood type is very rare and we probably don't have anyone who matches. Tong Zhan immediately responded upon hearing Jing Tian's words. Wang Meng had once been his subordinate, so he was clearly aware of Wang Meng's rare blood type. Jing Tian was dumbfounded. He thought finding a matching blood type would suffice. But Wang Meng turned out to have a rare blood type. Jing Tian asked, is there any other way to replenish blood? Tong Zhan and Shen Kun exchanged strange glances, finding Jing Tian's ignorant question quite speechless. Acute blood replenishment and slow blood replenishment are two different concepts. Seeing the expressions of the two, Jing Tian realized his gaffe and felt slightly embarrassed. The best solution now is to bring Wang Meng's sister Wang Lian here. They share the same blood type. Tong Zhan said, but that's not a solution to the immediate problem. Jing Tian frowned. How long could Wang Meng hold on? The demon city was 200 kilometers away, which wasn't far, but the journey was different from before. If driving goes smoothly, it will take at most 3 hours to return. Chang Kun, aware of Tong Zhan's base in the demon city, suggested. Exactly. There are no obstacles on the road right now, just 200 kilometers. Jing Tian's eyes brightened. That's right, although Wang Meng's condition is quite dangerous, he can still hold on for a day or two. Tong Zhan said. Jing Tian let out a sigh of relief. However, a new problem soon arose. Who would go back to fetch Wang Lian? Sir, let me take someone. Chen Kun spoke up proactively. If you go, you will attract the attention of another faction. It could lead to a lot of trouble. Even if you can resolve it in the end, it will waste a lot of time. It's better if I go back. Tong Zhan chimed in. As soon as Tong Zhan spoke, Chen Kun fell silent, his gaze turning to Jing Tian. If possible, everyone knew that Tong Zhan was the most suitable person to go back. However, the biggest question was whether Tong Zhan was sincere. If he went back, the chances of him not returning were high. That would cost them a vehicle as well. This was also Jing Tian's concern. Master, let my dad go. Tong Yu said to Jing Tian from the side. Jing Tian looked at Tong Yu. Tong Yu turned directly to Tong Zhan and said, Dad, if you can bring back sister Wang Lian, I will forgive you and Master will forgive you too. Upon hearing Tong Yu's words, Tong Zhan's expression changed slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. His daughter saying this clearly indicated that she didn't fully trust him, a feeling that no father could bear. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely bring Wang Lian back. After feeling a bit dejected, Tong Zhan said seriously, naturally looking at Jing Tian. Tong Zhan wanted to get a promise from Jing Tian. Wait until I fix the vehicle that I brought Wang Meng back in, it will be more robust. As long as you bring Wang Lian back, I will take care of that vehicle as a gift for you and we will put the past behind us. Jing Tian said. Alright, I will definitely go and return quickly. After hearing Jing Tian's words, Tong Zhan hesitated no longer. After Tong Zhan finished speaking, he headed straight to Villa No. 3 to make some arrangements. He couldn't bring all his subordinates back. Jing Tian took the opportunity to pretend to tinker with the Dongfeng warrior, lifting the hood and fiddling with it for a while. After consuming 1 point of energy, the vehicle was repaired just like that. Originally, this vehicle was chosen by Wang Meng for himself and it was in perfect condition. Chen Kun and a few subordinates naturally had the desire to learn a thing or two, but they quickly gave up. They couldn't comprehend any of Jing Tian's actions. It would be surprising if they could understand. Jing Tian himself didn't know what he was tinkering with. He filled the warrior with gas and even brought an extra tank. Tong Zhan returned again, bringing only 1 subordinate. He thought the zombies outside the villa would be an obstacle. However, after those 10 level 5 mutated zombies were scared off, the massive horde of zombies gradually dispersed. Time was precious and Tong Zhan didn't waste any. He got in the vehicle with his subordinate. Jing Tian also deployed a drone to scout the best route out of the city. Seeing Tong Zhan drive away from Yun City smoothly, Jing Tian and the others felt a bit more at ease. If everything goes well, he should be back in about 3 hours. Chang Kun said. Jing Tian nodded, still feeling a slight distrust towards Tong Zhan. But there was no other way. Sir, how about we follow him later? Chang Kun said again. Earlier when Tong Zhan left, Chang Kun had thought of suggesting to accompany him, but that might provoke Tong Zhan's rebellious spirit. Forget it, let's leave it to fate. Jing Tian shook his head slightly and said, I believe Wang Mang will definitely survive this. Thank you all for your hard work today. It's no trouble, sir. Here are the remaining 10 repair payment coins. We've also collected a few extras. Keep the extras for yourselves. If you need anything in the future, come to me to purchase. I won't give you anything for free. Jing Tian interrupted Chang Kun. He absolutely wouldn't take advantage of Chang Kun and the others to avoid complicating their relationship. He clearly defined his relationship with Chang Kun and others as that of a client. Of course, being his client in this villa area also meant being under his protection. In the end, Jing Tian accepted 10 level 3 crystal nuclei which he earned from repairing vehicles. Mr. Jing Chang has one more thing to discuss with you. Seeing Jing Tian preparing to take Tong Yu back to the villa, Chang Kun quickly spoke up. He had been thinking about this matter all day and had just decided to lay his cards on the table with Jing Tian. What is it? Please tell me. Jing Tian, curious, listened to Chang Kun, who had something to say. I want to bring a few remaining brothers to follow Mr. Jing. Chang Kun stated decisively. Follow me. Why? Jing Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at Chang Kun. Because you are powerful. You can help us live better. Chang Kun replied without hiding his thoughts. His subordinates behind him looked at Jing Tian with a hint of expectation. Just because I am powerful, I should help you live better. Jing Tian found Chang Kun's words a bit strange, feeling somewhat speechless inside. It made him feel like a caretaker. After staring at Chang Kun for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, sorry, I can't take you in. Ah. Why? Chang Kun was taken aback. Chang Kun did not expect to be rejected as a level 5 ability user. Because I just don't want to, or rather I have no intention of forming a team. What would I need you for? Well, we can help you gather the necessary resources. Chang Kun said. If I hire you to help me gather resources, would you be willing? Jing Tian asked. Of course we would, but as long as you are willing, it's fine. You provide the labor, I provide the reward. You pay with crystal cores to buy my resources, that way it's an equal relationship unless you prefer to be ordered around. Although Jing Tian had the task of gathering followers, he was unwilling to take in Chang Kun primarily due to loyalty issues. He did not want to accept anyone with loyalty below 50. Another key reason was that Jing Tian was not very magnanimous. He held a grudge against Chang Kun for previously trying to take advantage of the villa and the conflict that ensued. Although he could allow them to stay in the villa area, they could only become his merchants, profiting from them by earning crystal cores. To put it another way, if Jing Tian were to step out of the safe house, perhaps Chang Kun and Tong Zhan would not necessarily remain here. Chang Kun was somewhat at a loss on how to respond to Jing Tian's words. Perhaps deep down he was not fully committed to his decision. Alright, I understand your thoughts. Even if you are not my followers, you can still stay here and develop your own forces. Jing Tian said to Chang Kun. Chang Kun's expression brightened instantly and he bowed to Jing Tian in thanks. He was very willing to accept such an outcome. Chang Kun then ordered his men to unload the rubber tires from the vehicle. These were needed for the upgrade of the War God vehicle. Returning to his villa number 3, Chang Kun and the remaining companions officially discussed the subsequent development issues. Time passed quickly and evening arrived. It had been over 3 hours since Tong Zhan left. Seeing that it was getting dark, Jing Tian thought that Tong Zhan would not be returning today. After all, the danger of entering the city at night was several times higher than during the day. After going downstairs and having a simple meal with Tong Yu, Jing Tian entered the forging room. Meanwhile, Tong Yu saw that the little fatty was still asleep. Anticipating her father's early return, she ran into Jing Tian's bedroom and released the drone. After observing for less than a few minutes, the drone approached the edge of the city and the girl's expression suddenly changed, revealing a hint of joy. She saw the car that her father had driven appearing at the edge of Yun City. However, Tong Yu quickly discovered that a large group of people was following behind the car. These people were clearly not following the car but were chasing after it. It was a group of nearly 200 people. Seeing this, Tong Yu wanted to call Jing Tian, but remembering that her master was in the forging room and did not allow her to disturb, she could only dismiss the thought. After a brief hesitation, Tong Yu lowered the height of the drone appearing in front of the warrior vehicle. At this time, the Dongfeng warrior had already rushed several miles into the city, completely following the route taken when leaving. It's Mr. Jing's drone. A woman in the passenger seat suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The woman in her mid-20s was originally quite beautiful, but her face was marred by a long scar. Li Dan, do not speak recklessly. Upon hearing the words of the woman sitting in the back, Tong Zhan's expression shifted and he hurriedly warned her, remember what I said, you must show respect when you see Mr. Jing. I know uncle, you've reminded me many times. I'm really curious about how powerful Mr. Jing is that even you regard him with such reverence. The woman pouted in a spoiled manner. Shut up, the drone can hear our conversation. Tong Zhan frowned and directly told her to be quiet. From her address, this Li Dan turned out to be Tong Zhan's niece. The co-pilot Wang Lian clearly did not have a good impression of Li Dan as she frowned while speaking. At this moment, seeing the drone descend to just a few meters above the car, she quickly waved. Mr. Jing, Wang Lian and the leader have returned. Normally cold as ice, now she seems to be acting like a flirt. Upon seeing Wang Lian's demeanor, Li Dan in the back seat couldn't help but disdainfully mutter under her breath. It's me, sister Wang Lian. A joyful voice came from the drone. Little you. Wang Lian and Tong Zhan were both slightly taken aback, but soon Wang Lian's face showed a rare smile as she exclaimed, it's so nice to hear your voice again. Is Mr. Jing nearby? Master thought you couldn't enter the city at night, so he went to forge weapons. Tong Yu explained. Tong Zhan and Wang Lian were momentarily stunned, but they quickly nodded. Jing Tian's guess was correct. If it weren't for the unexpected encounter with a group of pursuers, they would have intended to wait until tomorrow to enter the city. After all, even with the best human eyesight, it can't compare to the convenience of zombies that do not require light. Cousin Little Yue, do you remember me? Just as Tong Yu was about to speak again, Li Dan poked her head out from the back seat and waved at the drone. You. Li Dan. Why are you here too? Tong Yu was initially taken aback, but her tone clearly carried a hint of confusion and displeasure. You little girl, I am your older cousin, why can't I come? Li Dan replied with a touch of dissatisfaction. Poof. Tong Yu simply snorted and ignored Li Dan. Then Tong Yu continued to ask Tong Zhan and Wang Lian, Dad, sister Wang Lian, what's going on with that large group of people behind us? The car had already entered the city, but the speed was very fast with no obstacles on the road, while the large group behind continued to pursue relentlessly. We aren't quite sure who they are, but they have a level 6 powerhouse who wants to steal our car. Little Yue, lead us to shake them off first. Tong Zhan spoke quickly. Ah. Okay, Dad. Stay close to the drone. Upon hearing that there was a level 6 powerhouse among those people who wanted to steal the car, Tong Yu understood the urgency. Tong Yu had played with drones a lot recently, so she was quite familiar with the controls. She elevated the drone and focused on finding relatively safe and clear paths for the car. With the drone leading the way and the ferocity of the Dongfeng warrior, even if they encountered ordinary level 2 zombies, they could simply crash through. In about 10 minutes, the car rushed into the villa area. The group of pursuers trailing behind had already fallen behind halfway through and disappeared from sight. The car came to a stop just outside the villa's yard. At this moment, Jing Tian was still in the forging room, completely unaware that Wang Lian had arrived. However, Chang Kun and Tong Zhan's subordinates heard the sound of the car and quickly ran out to greet them. Tong Yu also put away the drone and ran out beyond the safety line of the villa to greet her father and Wang Lian. Sister Wang Lian. Tong Yu saw Wang Lian in her old leather jacket and immediately jumped into her arms. Tong Yu was very affectionate toward Wang Lian, much closer than with her father Tong Zhan. Little Yue, you've grown up so much and become even more beautiful. Come, let your older cousin take a good look at you. I've missed you so much. Li Dan also jumped out of the car and came over to Tong Yu with an excited expression. I don't want you. Tong Yu directly rolled her eyes at Li Dan. Little Yue, make sure to talk nicely with your cousin. Tong Zhan, having finished greeting, Chang Kun heard Tong Yu's words and said in a slightly solemn tone, I can't possibly have a good conversation with her. Since I can remember, every time she sees my mother and me, she looks down on us and bullies us, making my mother cry many times. She is simply a snob and I will never acknowledge her as my cousin. It's been many years since that happened. Your aunt asked me to take care of your cousin before she passed away, and now she knows her past mistakes, so don't hold it against her. Tong Zhan said with a hint of helplessness. She recognizes her mistakes. I don't believe that. Tong Yu said firmly. Xiao Yue, your cousin really knows she was wrong in the past. From now on we are sisters and should take good care of each other. Poof. Tong Yu snorted, directly not listening to Li Dan finish her sentence, and turned to look at Wang Lian. Xiao Yue, first of all, congratulations on becoming Mr. Jing's disciple. Wang Lian smiled and congratulated Tong Yu first, then asked how long will it take for Mr. Jing to come out. How is Wang Meng doing? I don't know how long my master will take to come out. Uncle Wang Meng is fine for now, so sister Wang Lian can rest assured. Tong Yu replied. Xiao Yue, that Mr. Jing is busy, so why don't you take us inside for a bit? Li Dan spoke again. Li Dan had already seen the brightly lit Villa No. 1 and was very eager to go in and enjoy it. She heard that there were not only water and electricity inside but also fresh ingredients. She really wanted to go in and take a nice hot shower. My master is not here and no one can go in, so just wait. Tong Yu had no good attitude towards Li Dan. You. Li Dan was rebuffed by Tong Yu several times and a hint of anger finally flashed in her eyes. Li Dan wanted to explode but was pulled back by the handsome man next to her. The man was obviously Li Dan's boyfriend, but judging from Tong Zhan's attitude he didn't seem to care much for him. Tong Xiong, Mr. Jing is not here, so you all can't go in either. Why don't you come to our villa for a while? Chang Kun invited Tong Zhan. Tong Zhan nodded, knowing that without Jing Tian's permission even if Tong Yu wanted to let them in it would be impossible. The group then went to Villa number 3, which also had electricity, and even Tong Yu pulled Wang Lian alone. Less than 5 minutes after the group entered Villa number 3, Li Dan pulled her boyfriend out. Poof. We are completely ignored, all because of that damn little girl. As Li Dan dragged her boyfriend toward Villa number 1, her face showed anger. It turned out that after entering Villa number 3, Chang Kun and the others greeted Tong Zhan and Tong Yu very warmly. However, they were very cold and even ignored Li Dan and her boyfriend. Li Dan believed it was all Tong Yu's doing, and since she was already being ignored she simply took her boyfriend out. Darling, this place is really great. Not only is there water and electricity, but there are also no zombies. Her boyfriend Lu Ming said while putting his arm around Li Dan's shoulder. Yes, it's wonderful. I must stay here. I want to live in the most luxurious villa. Li Dan looked toward Villa number 1, her eyes filled with strong anticipation. It won't be easy to live there. The leader said that Mr. Jing is incredibly powerful. If we want to live there we will probably need help from cousin Tong Yu. Not necessarily. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll be lucky and run into Mr. Jing, who might take a liking to us and let us in. Li Dan said with a glint in her eyes. Lu Ming seemed to not notice anything wrong, still smiling gently as he led Li Dan closer to Villa number 1. However, soon when they were 50 meters away from the villa's wall they were stopped by an invisible barrier. What is this? How can it be so tough? It seems that this Mr. Jing is really powerful. It must be a special ability of his. After several unsuccessful attempts the two could only move backward around the protective barrier. Although the two were not significantly affected by the barrier, it still alerted Jing Tian in the forging room. Originally he was halfway through forging a dagger, but upon sensing someone triggering the protection Jing Tian stopped. Frowning, he abandoned the weapon and directly exited the forging room to come outside. As soon as he opened the door, Jing Tian heard a woman's exclamation coming from behind the villa, prompting him to quickly turn around. Honey, this must be the war god vehicle that Uncle mentioned. It looks so beautiful and fierce. Yes, it's wonderful. If only we had such a vehicle. Li Dan and her boyfriend Lu Ming stood a few meters away from the war god vehicle, admiring it, their eyes filled with expectation and envy. Who are you? Just as the two began to imagine themselves as the owners of the war god vehicle, a deep voice with a questioning tone came over. The two turned around abruptly and saw a young man wearing a tank top and beach shorts. You. Ah, you are. Li Dan initially thought it was Tong Zhan or Chang Kun's subordinate. However, upon turning around she found that the speaker was actually within the protective layer. Furthermore, as she caught sight of Jing Tian's face in the villa's courtyard light, her eyes widened in shock. Li Dan was stunned. At the same time, Jing Tian was also taken aback upon recognizing Li Dan. Jing Tian and Li Dan, and Jing Tian and Li Dan simultaneously called out each other's names. Clearly they knew one another. And it really is you. How did you end up here? Li Dan stared at Jing Tian with wide astonished eyes. And I've been here all along. What about you? How did you get here? And Jing Tian gazed back at her with a faintly peculiar expression. Li Dan had been Jing Tian's university classmate, not in the same year, but she shared a dormitory with the girl Jing Tian once pursued, thus they were quite familiar with each other. Jing Tian knew Li Dan well, vain, status-obsessed and relentlessly opportunistic. And their relationship was fraught with mutual resentment. Had it not been for her, Jing Tian might well have left university without ever having dated. He could never quite recall what he had done to offend her, yet she had always looked down on him, devising ever more elaborate ways to humiliate and undermine him. Once she even used their mutual dorm mate as bait, luring the naive, earnest Jing Tian into a mortifying public spectacle, one that soon became common knowledge across campus, humiliating him beyond measure. But those days were long past. Now you're into the apocalypse, encountering an old classmate, even one he held grudges against, stirred despite himself a quiet tentative flicker of warmth. Wait, I'm asking you first. Your surname Jing too, could you possibly be Master Jing? Li Dan's expression shifted subtly as the thought struck her. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. If my surname is Jing, then naturally I'm Master Jing. And Jing Tian shrugged, nonchalantly eyeing her with the look one reserves for utter fools. You. And before she could continue, her boyfriend Lu Ming tugged gently at her arm and said, Darling, don't let him fool you, can't you feel it? He emits no trace of an awakened one's aura. There's no way he's the Master Jing our leader spoke of. And already skeptical, or perhaps unwilling to believe, Li Dan instantly seized upon her boyfriend's words and scrutinized Jing Tian anew. Almost immediately disdain curled across her lips. And just as I thought, a mere ordinary man. I nearly fell for your rustic bluff and bluff you. If I'm surnamed Jing, then I'm Master Jing, so does that make you Elder Jing? And Jing Tian blinked, genuinely bewildered. And you wretched pauper, you dare insult me. Seeing Li Dan's face twist toward incandescent fury, Jing Tian shook his head wearily. And enough with the you and I. A year into the apocalypse and you haven't improved one iota. Still just as insufferable, still just as petty and status obsessed. You're the insufferable one, the whole lot of you. I'm a realist, plain and simple. You dirt poor rustic bumpkin wouldn't understand a thing. Now answer me, why are you here? Having confirmed Jing Tian was not the Master Jing mentioned by Tong Zhan, Li Dan's tone turned markedly more contemptuous. Jing Tian's gaze grew increasingly strange. In their university days he would surely have erupted into furious unfiltered shouting, just as she deserved. But now he regarded her as one might regard a clown, so absurd, so hollow that anger simply refused to rise. And hey, you little runt, what the hell kind of look is that? Answer my wife properly now. Lu Ming, watching Jing Tian's unsettling stare, barked the rebuke. And who the hell do you think you are, yelling at me like that? Get lost immediately. Jing Tian, momentarily lost in nostalgic reverie, snapped back to reality at Lu Ming's outburst, and his expression darkened sharply. Nade withheld anger from Li Dan out of residual collegiate courtesy, but this Lu Ming. He was nothing. What the hell, a plain powerless nobody daring to talk back to me. You, come out here if you've got the guts. Jing Tian shot Lu Ming a look of pure unadulterated pity, as if gazing upon a particularly dim-witted child. And if I could step out right now I'd slap you senseless. And of course he could always let them in and deal with them then. Yet he had no intention of letting this man cross the threshold into his sanctuary. And honey, calm down, no need to waste breath on such a rustic peasant. At best he's just some lowly servant here. Li Dan cooed soothingly at her boyfriend, her voice dripping with false sweetness. And Jing Tian watched her simpering deference and turned away sharply, suppressing a dry involuntary retch. The nausea was genuine. And Li Dan, catching his expression, her eyes flickered, then softened almost imperceptibly. And Jing Tian, take me inside to meet Master Jing. My cousin will reward you handsomely afterward. Your cousin, is she Tong Yu? Did you come with Tong Zhan? And Jing Tian paused, then slowly registered the connection. In truth, seeing the two of them should have tipped him off, but Li Dan's identity as a former classmate had distracted him entirely. Exactly, I'm Tong Yu's elder cousin and Tong Zhan is my uncle. Well. Can we go in now? And she spoke with unmistakable self-satisfied hauteur. Yet Jing Tian seemed not to hear her at all. And is Wan Lian with you too? Where are they? Li Dan faltered, then observing Jing Tian's earnest, expectant gaze, comprehension dawned. Her voice curdled once more into scathing derision. And a rustic bumpkin will always remain a rustic bumpkin. How utterly grotesque your taste must be, lusting after someone like Wang Lian. Truly you're well matched, a penniless uncouth peasant and a scarred hideous woman. Shut up. Jing Tian lost his patience when he saw Li Dan misunderstanding that he liked Wan Lian and coldly commanded, go call Tong Yu and Tong Zhan over here. Li Dan was startled by Jing Tian's shout and immediately reacted nervously. You country bumpkin, dare to tell me to shut up and even order me to do something. What are you even worth? Kid, if you have the guts, come out. Lu Ming also yelled at Jing Tian. You pretty boy, stop talking or I will really throw up. Jing Tian glanced at Lu Ming and quickly turned his head aside, as if looking at him for a moment longer would really make him vomit. His actions naturally provoked a flurry of curses from Li Dan and Lu Ming. Jing Tian, however, retaliated without hesitation, showing a hint of spiritedness. The scene was boring and childish. Jing Tian knew that arguing with the two of them was quite immature. But there was no other way, he couldn't get out. Tong Yu and the others were obviously in Villa No. 3 and he didn't know when they would return. Li Dan saw that Jing Tian dared not come out, further confirming that he was an ordinary person. But no matter how much they provoked, belittled, or even got angry, it still could not change the fact that they could not enter the protective line. Bumpkin, just wait and see, I will definitely make you kneel and beg me. As Li Dan saw that Jing Tian wouldn't come out and she couldn't go in either, she could only throw down some harsh words before dragging Lu Ming away towards Villa No. 3. Jing Tian shrugged, feeling a bit bored, and turned back to the villa. Tong Yu and the others would definitely come over soon. And if Wan Lian came, then Wang Meng would be saved. Li Dan and her boyfriend walked along, both wearing expressions of resentment. Heavens, how can a country bumpkin like that even live in that villa? Li Dan gritted her teeth and said angrily. Honey, you should say this to the chief and my cousin. Lu Ming put his arm around Li Dan's shoulders and whispered suggestions in her ear. Saying it like that will definitely motivate my cousin to persuade her master to get rid of this poor bumpkin, otherwise I won't have a good mood even if I live here in the future. Li Dan nodded fiercely. Inside Villa No. 3, Tong Zhan was chatting with Cheng Kun about the large group of people they encountered at the edge of the city on their way back. When Cheng Kun heard Tong Zhan's description of the leader of that group, his expression changed several times before he spoke. Based on the H power level and ability attributes, it must be the Haishur stronghold. There's no doubt that the leader of the Huahan group, Jin Long, is behind this. They must be after the weapons cache, and that cache will definitely be compromised. Cheng Kun showed a hint of helplessness and reluctance as he spoke of the weapons cache. No way. Even if Jin Long is a level 6 ability user with the current number of zombies in Yun City, they might not be able to succeed, right? Tong Zhan raised an eyebrow and said. Both Chen Kun and Tong Zhan placed immense importance on that weapons cache. However, they had never found a good opportunity and lacked the absolute strength to transport it out. Chen Kun shook his head with a bitter smile and said, you don't understand Jin Long, he never does anything without certainty. Since he dares to bring people here, he must have at least an 80% chance of success. Even if there are level 6 mutated zombies in Yun City, they cannot stop him. If those weapons are really taken by him, will this villa area still be safe? Tong Zhan raised an eyebrow. Who dares to cause trouble here? My master will drive them away. Tong Yu said directly from the side. Miss Xiaoyu is right, if they cause trouble in other places in Yun City, that's fine. But if they dare to cause trouble in the villa area, even Jin Long will surely return empty-handed. Chen Kun smiled in agreement with Tong Yu. Well, I actually look forward to their arrival now. As soon as Tong Zhan heard their words, his eyes lit up. Chen Kun immediately understood Tong Zhan's intention and looked at Tong Yu as saying, if they get the weapons and then provoke Mr. Jing at that time, Miss Xiaoyu, please let us know, we are willing to use crystal cores to purchase those weapons. The young girl was taken aback for a moment, then smiled sweetly and nodded, alright, if we can earn crystal cores, my master will definitely agree. At this moment, Li Dan and Lu Ming walked back from outside. Wan Lian and Tong Yu glanced at the two but had no intention of acknowledging them. Xiaoyu, cousin, just got bull. Li Dan paid no heed to their attitude and approached Tong Yu, feigning a pitiful expression as she said, bullied you. Tong Yu initially did not wish to engage with Li Dan, but her words piqued the curiosity of Tong Yu and her companions. Yes, just now I went out for a stroll with Lu Ming and unexpectedly ran into an old classmate. Li Dan began to recount her story. The story was simple. She encountered a familiar classmate, which should have been a joyful event. However, that classmate, relying on being a servant of Mr. Jing, attempted to assault her. Even with Lu Ming, her boyfriend, by her side, the other party was still very arrogant. We didn't dare provoke him for fear of offending Mr. Jing, so we could only leave. The most despicable part is that he not only said he wanted Wang Lian to be his concubine but even claimed that Xiaoyu would be his plaything in the future. Upon hearing Li Dan's last statement, Tong Yu and the others' expressions transformed into anger. It was indeed effective. A sense of pride surged within Li Dan. The person you mentioned is a servant of Mr. Jing. Where did you see him? Wang Lian asked with a stern face. Right next to Mr. Jing's imposing RV. Li Dan replied straightforwardly. Next to my master's war chariot. What was your classmate's name? You should know that, right? Tong Yu pressed on, her small face darkening. Of course I know, his name is Jing Tian. He initially tried to impersonate Mr. Jing just because they share the same surname, not considering his own worth. He used to be a country bumpkin and a poor wretch, and he still is an ordinary person. Enough. Suddenly Tong Zhan roared, startling both Li Dan and her boyfriend. Li Dan regained her composure, thinking Tong Zhan was angry at Jing Tian due to her words, and continued with a pitiful expression, if I knew I wasn't wrong about you, you will never change for the better. Tong Yu suddenly stood up, her face filled with disdain and disgust, and walked directly towards the door. Wang Lian also stood up, casting a dangerous glare at Li Dan. Then Tong Zhan and Chen Kun quickly rose and exited the room, completely ignoring Li Dan. Uncle, what do Xiaoyu and Wang Lian mean? Don't you believe what I said? Li Dan called out while following them. You along with your boyfriend get to Villa No. 2. If you dare step outside even a half step, I will break your legs. Tong Zhan turned around and shouted fiercely at Li Dan. Why, uncle? We are the ones being bullied. That bastard is just a servant, an ordinary person, and we didn't even lay a finger on him. Get lost. Tong Zhan interrupted Li Dan's outcry. At this moment, Tong Zhan did not want to directly reveal Jing Tian's identity. He thought about how Jing Tian had not made it explicit, clearly not wanting to inform Li Dan. Since neither Tong Yu nor Wang Lian said anything, he wouldn't directly state it either. Uncle, how can you do this? Are you afraid of offending that country bumpkin? You must believe me, he truly harassed me and insulted Wang Lian and Xiaoyu. Smack. Tong Zhan was even more resolute this time, slapping Li Dan to the ground. Lu Ming, if you can't keep an eye on her, then you both should roll out of this villa area. Do you understand? Tong Zhan coldly shouted at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very fearful of Tong Zhan, and upon hearing his words he nodded repeatedly and hurriedly pulled Li Dan towards Villa No. 2. Li Dan was stunned by the slap and did not have the slightest reaction or struggle as Lu Ming carried her into Villa No. 2. Damn it, if Mr. Jing gets angry, I will make sure to tear her apart. Tong Zhan watched as Li Dan entered Villa No. 2, cursing under his breath in frustration. Chen Kun shook his head slightly. As an observer, he could see Li Dan's scheming nature, feeling nothing but disdain. Meanwhile, Tong Yu showed a relieved expression upon seeing Tong Zhan hit Li Dan. Throughout the incident, none of them believed Li Dan's words. They all understood that someone of Jing Tian's caliber would never dare to harass Li Dan with her boyfriend present. The notion that he would resort to such actions against Wang Lian and Tong Yu was utterly absurd. Unless Jing Tian had lost his mind to speak such words in front of others. The group arrived at the edge of the protective zone outside Villa No. 1 and Tong Yu ran inside to report to Jing Tian. Without Jing Tian's permission, Tong Yu had no way to bring anyone inside. Everyone come in. Before Tong Yu reached the entrance, Jing Tian's voice came through. At the same time, Jing Tian also walked out of the villa. Mr. Jing. Changkun, Tongjian and Wang Lian quickly stepped into the villa courtyard, respectfully greeting Jing Tian. Especially when Wang Lian looked at Jing Tian, her attitude of reverence surpassed that of her brother Wang Meng. She was almost like a little fangirl admiring a superhero idol. Wang Lian, I am truly happy to see you again. Don't say anything, just save your brother first. Jing Tian smiled at Wang Lian after giving a nod to Changkun and Tongjian. Jing Tian has always held a good impression of the Wang siblings, and he genuinely felt delighted to see Wang Lian. The group nodded hurriedly and walked into the villa. After a moment's hesitation, Tongjian awkwardly and cautiously said to Jing Tian, Mr. Jing, I apologize. Just now my foolish niece mistook you for a servant, which caused some misunderstanding. I apologize on her behalf. There's no need for an apology. She and I are old acquaintances from school, we can resolve our matters ourselves, so please refrain from intervening, understood? Jing Tian said with a slight wave of his hand and a smile. In Jing Tian's heart, he truly did not take Li Dan to heart. Of course, aside from a sense of camaraderie as fellow alumni, he was unaware of how Li Dan had slandered him in front of Tongjian and the otherwise things might not have remained so peaceful. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Jing. I will definitely keep a strict watch on her from now on. Seeing that Jing Tian was not truly angry, Tongjian felt relieved and secretly decided that he would absolutely not let Li Dan appear in front of Jing Tian casually. The group entered the villa and brought Wang Lian directly to the room where Wang Meng was. Upon seeing her brother's deathly pale face, Wang Lian felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. Even though she was worried about her brother, Wang Lian still expressed her gratitude to Jing Tian first. She had learned from Tongjian that Wang Meng had been injured by a level 5 zombie. Now he was neither dead nor mutated, just lacking blood and unconscious, which meant Jing Tian had saved his life. Alright, there's no need to thank me. I couldn't fully heal him. Sigh. Jing Tian sighed at the end of his statement. Changkun and Tongjian exchanged glances and could see the speechlessness in each other's eyes. How could it not be considered healing when they had come this far? Of course they misunderstood. Jing Tian's statement about not fully healing was because the corpse poison within Wang Meng had not been eliminated, rather it had fused with his body. Without further ado, Tongjian brought over some intravenous supplies and directly drew 600 cubic centimeters of blood from Wang Lian to transfuse to Wang Meng. This was due to Wang Lian's robust constitution. As an ability user, an average person would likely not withstand the loss of 600 cubic centimeters. Wang Meng's current condition was indeed a lack of blood. Once the blood was transfused, the effects were almost immediate. Within minutes, the paleness of his face began to show hints of color. It seemed that once this bag of blood was finished, his life would be completely secured. Wang Lian and Tong Yu stayed in the room to watch over Wang Meng while Jing Tian, Changkun and Tongjian went to the living room. This lazy dog is acting a bit strange today. He's been asleep for most of the day without waking up. Jing Tian first glanced at the chubby figure on the sofa and gave a bitter smile. Changkun and Tongjian did not dare to comment, merely forcing a laugh. Mr. Jing, Tongjian sincerely apologizes again for my earlier disrespect towards you. Tongjian did not sit down but directly bowed to Jing Tian in apology. This was the second time Tongjian had apologized to Jing Tian today. The first was on behalf of Li Dan and this time it was for himself. Let bygones be bygones. Jing Tian waved his hand. He naturally knew why Tongjian was apologizing. To be honest, it was all for Tong Yu, otherwise Tongjian would have been left half dead after his behavior in the villa. Jing Tian held grudges, including not forgetting Changkun's previous actions when he came to the villa. However, in reality Jing Tian needed them, so he had to maintain a tolerable appearance. This time Tongjian brought Wang Lian over, which could be considered a merit on his part, just right to use as an excuse to forgive him. Jing Tian also did not want to see his little disciple burdened with worries every day, as it would severely affect her cultivation. Seeing that Jing Tian accepted his apology, Tongjian let out a long sigh of relief and then said, Mr. Jing, I have given up the influence of Demon City. In a few days about 300 subordinates will come to Yun City, and at that time, including myself, we will all be at your command. Tongjian's meaning was quite clear. He wanted to bring his subordinates to follow Jing Tian. Changkun's expression shifted slightly at the side, as he had previously sought to bring people to follow him but had been rejected by Jing Tian. After hearing Tongjian's words, Jing Tian slightly frowned and directly checked his data. Tongjian, level 5 fire-type ability user. Body strength 145. Strength 190. Ability attack power 585. Skill enhancement attack power none. Loyalty to the host 15. 15 loyalty. Jing Tian couldn't help but smile in disbelief. Tongjian didn't even reach a favorable impression level with him. Although Tong Zhan was now afraid of Jing Tian, that did not equate to respect. Having fear without respect cannot be quantified into loyalty. Jing Tian suddenly became curious about Chang Kun's loyalty level towards him. Curious, he turned to look at Chang Kun. Chang Kun, a level 5 metal ability user. Body strength 160. Strength 200. Ability attack power 590. Skill attack power increase none. Loyalty to the host 50. All data is clear at a glance and every metric is slightly superior to Tong Zhan. Especially the loyalty metric, which is more than 3 times higher. If Jing Tian truly wants followers, it is evident that Chang Kun is much stronger than Tong Zhan. Jing Tian looked at Tong Zhan and smiled slightly, saying, "Leader Tong, I want to ask, what do you hope to gain by aligning with me?" "To be honest, it's to strengthen my own power and live a life above others," Tong Zhan said after a moment's hesitation. "This answer is quite straightforward." Jing Tian nodded and smiled again, saying, "If that's the case, you actually don't need to follow me." Tong Zhan's expression changed as if he wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Jing Tian's handwave, who continued, "Firstly, I haven't thought about forming a team, so I don't need so many people. Secondly, following me involves restrictions and you'll never truly become above others." This. Tong Zhan hesitated. Jing Tian continued, "If you want to align with me, it ultimately means you want to stay here. You really don't need to have these thoughts. If you want to stay and develop, I welcome that." Chang Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, both perceiving each other's thoughts, clearly understanding that Jing Tian's words resonated with them. Seeing their reactions, Jing Tian smiled faintly. He knew that leaving the safe house rendered him half useless, however he needed crystal nuclei to convert energy for upgrading the system and various auxiliary functions, so Yun City could not avoid accommodating outsiders. Only in this way could he become a merchant, allowing these people to hunt for crystal nuclei to come to him for purchasing items. In short, Jing Tian believed that being a merchant suited him better, as it minimized hassle and allowed him to quietly strengthen himself. As for taking in followers, he would naturally accept them, but only those who caught his eye and whose loyalty met his ideal standards. However, he must be selective. He would decisively reject anyone whose loyalty didn't reach 60. The topic of Tong Zhan's alignment basically ended there, but both Tong Zhan and Chang Kun had obtained the answers they most desired. Subsequently, the topic shifted to the group that had chased in. Chang Kun conveyed his information to Jing Tian. "The level 6 leader of the High City Huahan group has brought hundreds of people into Yun City. What kind of person is Jin Long?" Upon hearing this news, Jing Tian expressed some interest. Jin Long is inherently just, and not only is he powerful but also wise. He dares to bring people into Yun City, which must mean he is confident in acquiring the armory. Chang Kun said, clearly still fixated on that armory. "Do you also want those weapons?" Jing Tian asked the two. "Of course. With those weapons we can recruit skilled individuals and gradually clear the zombies within Yun City. This will become a great stronghold city," Tong Zhan said. Chang Kun nodded in agreement. "That's a great idea. I can support you, but I hope that when that day comes you won't fight each other to the death. Can we agree on that?" Jing Tian looked at the two. His concerns were not unfounded. If Yun City were truly developed one day, conflicts and frictions between these two, if they acted independently, would be inevitable. "Let's form an alliance and establish a permanent peace treaty to jointly develop Yun City." Chang Kun directly extended his hand to Tong Zhan. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Zhan smiled slightly and shook hands with Chang Kun. While the three were chatting, suddenly the door of the caretaker's room opened and a tall bald man stepped out. It was Wang Meng, followed by his sister Wang Lian and Tong Yu. "Sir, thank you for saving me." As soon as Wang Meng came out, he directly aimed to kneel before Jing Tian. "Don't do that, I'm just glad you're awake. Come sit down." Jing Tian waved his hand, preventing Wang Meng from kneeling. Observing Wang Meng's complexion, he appeared to have fully recovered, at least on the surface, showing no signs of weakness. "I wonder what kind of side effects will result from the fusion with the zombie poison. Just don't blame me later, I genuinely wanted to save you," Jing Tian thought as he looked at Wang Meng. "Sir, Wang Meng is already your follower and I also wish to follow you," Wang Lian said as she approached Wang Meng and directly spoke to Jing Tian. Wang Lian spoke earnestly, even carrying a hint of pleading and reverence. Jing Tian was momentarily taken aback, wanting to nod in agreement immediately, but then he remembered Tong Zhan. After all, Wang Lian was still Tong Zhan's subordinate and he had just rejected Tong Zhan's allegiance. Tong Zhan reacted quickly and cheerfully laughing as he said, "I respect Wang Lian's own choice." Wang Lian thanked Tong Zhan. Jing Tian nodded slightly but did not agree outright. Instead, he glanced at Wang Lian's statistics. Wang Lian, a level 3 wind element ability user. Physical strength 78. Power 112. Ability attack power 305. Skill amplification attack power 350. Loyalty to host 77. After reviewing Wang Lian's data, Jing Tian was astonished several times. First of all, Wang Lian had remarkably reached level 3 ability user. When Jing Tian first met Wang Lian, she was only a later stage level 1 user, having advanced to level 2 only after promotion at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, in less than half a month, she had ascended to level 3. Then there was the skill amplification attack power. So far, Jing Tian had investigated several people's data, and besides Tongyue, Wang Lian was the second to have this statistic. Of course, Xiao Peng's dog didn't count. Jing Tian had never been able to understand the reason behind this. Lastly, there was the loyalty. Wang Lian's loyalty was surprisingly even higher than Wang Meng's at the start. Alright, if Chief Tong has no objections and you are willing, then you will be my follower from now on. After reviewing Wang Lian's data, Jing Tian did not waste any more words and directly agreed to Wang Lian's followership. Ding! The number of host followers has increased to 2. Please continue to work hard. At this moment, the system emitted a notification sound. Jing Tian then remembered that the system also had a long-term task for followers. To recruit 30 followers within a year, with 3 of them reaching a loyalty of 80. Great! From now on I can be together with my sister again. Wang Meng immediately grinned happily upon seeing Jing Tian agreeing to Wang Lian's followership. His words gave off a vibe of a bit of sister complex. Congratulations, Mr. Jing and Miss Wang Lian. Cheng Kun, knowing when to seize the moment, congratulated Jing Tian and Wang Lian. Thank you, I'm quite happy today. I'll prepare a meal, feel free to stay for dinner. Jing Tian said with a smile. He and Tong Yu had already had dinner. However, Wang Meng and Wang Lian had not eaten yet, and he didn't mind the presence of Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan. Upon hearing that Jing Tian invited them for dinner, Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan both gratefully expressed their thanks. Tong Zhan was pleased that Jing Tian seemed to have truly forgiven him. Cheng Kun was excited about the food, knowing the energy contained in those vegetables. Sir, let me handle the cooking from now on. Wang Lian hurriedly spoke as she saw Jing Tian about to head to the kitchen. As a follower now, how could she let her boss do such trivial tasks? You just lost quite a bit of blood, you should rest a bit. Jing Tian said. It's fine, cooking doesn't consume much energy and I don't feel any major reaction. Seeing Jing Tian actually concerned about her, Wang Lian flashed a hint of gratitude and said, Sir, let my little sister do it, her cooking skills are excellent. Wang Meng chimed in. At this moment, Cheng Kun still didn't understand how much energy was in the food, actually relating it to how close Jing Tian was to getting involved. If he had known this at that moment, he might have had the impulse to strangle Wang Meng. After a slight pause, Jing Tian did not insist. He enjoyed cooking, but not just anyone could make him cook personally. Being a supreme powerhouse, his status and demeanor must be upheld. Over here, Wang Lian took her little assistant Tong Yu into the kitchen. Jing Tian and the others continued chatting now, with Wang Meng added to the mix. Moments later, the aroma of food wafted, capturing everyone's attention. 6 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 4 vegetables. Wang Lian managed it all in under 20 minutes. After Tong Yu invited everyone to eat, Wang Meng was the first to dash over. Although Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan were a bit impatient, they still managed to maintain a semblance of decorum and politeness. After some casual greetings, they began to dig in. After the group had each taken a bite of the food, their expressions began to change. At first, Jing Tian felt that it was acceptable, but it still lacked a certain special feeling compared to what he could make himself. Cheng Kun frowned, believing that these dishes should possess a stronger energy. However, the result left him somewhat disappointed, even inferior to the raw vegetables. As for Wang Meng, he simply exclaimed, amazing. Upon arriving at Tong Zhan's place, he was utterly shocked. He discovered that this food actually contained energy. Not only could it convert elemental power, but it also had a slight effect on mental strength. How is this possible? The dishes actually contain magical energy. Tong Zhan exclaimed in shock, unable to help himself. Jing Tian was taken aback, wondering what energy he was talking about. Until now, Jing Tian was still foolishly unaware that any food or water produced within the confines of his safe house contained energy. Dad, you're making a big deal out of nothing. The food here from Master is all infused with energy. I've been eating it all along, Tong Yu said straightforwardly. Jing Tian and Tong Zhan both widened their eyes. This. Tong Zhan quickly felt awkward and said, no wonder you've advanced to level 2 so quickly. I foolishly thought you had awakened your powers without realizing it. Chief, I actually advanced after eating the buns that the master sent me. I told you about it, but you didn't believe me. Wang Meng couldn't help but chime in. Wang Lian remained silent. She felt that the handwritten book Jing Tian sent her was even more impressive, but decided it was best not to say too much now. The few of them expressed their shock at the special energy, unaware that their host Jing Tian was still in a state of stupor. Finally, Jing Tian snapped back to reality and wanted to slap himself twice. Foolish. So foolish that there was no hope for redemption. No wonder Wang Meng and his sister were so surprised when they first drank the water and then advanced. It was because they had eaten the buns and drank the water he had given them. It was laughable that when he saw the siblings advancing down the mountain, he was filled with envy and jealousy. No wonder his vegetables sold for the exorbitant price of 3 level 3 crystal cores. Cheng Kun had even expressed gratitude. It turned out the reason was not that the vegetables were rare, but rather that the vegetables contained energy that could help them enhance their abilities. Jing Tian felt as if he had received 100,000 critical hits, having consumed them for an entire year before finally realizing the truth. As for where the energy came from, Jing Tian didn't need to guess. It was definitely the system's doing. The most frustrating part was that after eating for a year he had yet to see himself grow stronger. That was what truly vexed him. Am I destined to be ordinary for a lifetime only to be a useless and fake powerhouse? Jing Tian felt very unwell indeed. Master, what's wrong? At this moment Tong Yu noticed Jing Tian's unusual complexion and hurriedly asked with concern. Cough cough, I'm fine, let's eat. Jing Tian regained his composure and forced a smile. He was too embarrassed to reveal the truth. By the time the meal concluded it was already 9 in the evening. Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan bid farewell and left as they had more important matters to discuss. Meanwhile Wang Lian was settled on the second floor, conveniently keeping Tong Yu company. Little Fatty was still asleep and Wang Mang was still in his caretaker role. Jing Tian, feeling somewhat downcast, sat on the rooftop for a moment before returning to his room to rest. Early the next morning Jing Tian habitually prepared to go downstairs to make breakfast. However, upon arriving downstairs he found Wang Lian and Tong Yu already busy in the kitchen. Woof woof. The sound of barking drew Jing Tian's attention. You lazy dog, finally woke up, you slept for 30 hours. After greeting Wang Lian and Tong Yu he approached the sofa and picked up Little Fatty. Woof. Little Fatty shook and slipped out of Jing Tian's hands. Oh. It seems to have gotten fatter again. Jing Tian stared at Little Fatty for 3 seconds, suddenly realizing that Little Fatty seemed to be a bit heavier than yesterday. Woof woof. Little Fatty proudly barked. You still feel proud? Jing Tian was taken aback. The dog, less than a meter long with short legs, would have obstacles moving around if it kept getting fatter, yet it felt proud. Jing Tian found Little Fatty's reaction somewhat amusing but didn't dwell on it too much. After all, this dog had never been quite normal. He had never treated it as a typical dog. Unfortunately, Jing Tian didn't think to check Little Fatty's data at this time. Otherwise he would have been shocked to discover that Little Fatty's current stats had increased significantly compared to before. Moments later Wang Mang came out and after having breakfast together they headed upstairs. Wang Lian and Wang Mang received Jing Tian's permission to listen in as he explained the knowledge of abilities to Tong Yu, which excited both of them greatly. However, as soon as they reached the rooftop they saw the people from villas No. 2 and No. 3 quickly running out of their homes. What's happening? Jing Tian was slightly taken aback, soon realizing the reason. It turned out that a large group of people had appeared at the entrance of the villa area. There were about 200 of them, each carrying at least 2 weapons. These weapons were not mere knives and guns but rather extremely powerful explosive weapons. Sir, they're all armed with heavy firearms, most likely the Huahan Corps members Cheng Kun mentioned last night. Wang Mang said. Jing Tian nodded slightly. He had already surmised as much. Unexpectedly, the Huahan Corps proved far more capable than anticipated. They'd seized the armory under cover of night and now even dared approach his private villa. Sir, shall we go observe? Wang Lian requested. Go ahead. Watch closely what they intend, but if conflict arises, withdraw immediately. If their demeanor proves amicable, well then we'll reassess. Jing Tian hesitated faintly at the end, his own instincts telling him genuine goodwill from their side seemed improbable. Unless of course Cheng Kun and their leader had long-standing ties. Wang Lian bowed in acknowledgement, then leapt directly from the villa's rooftop and sprinted down the mountainside. The villa district stretched from Villa No. 1 to the foot of the mountain, comprising 5 rows. By now the intruders had already reached the second row. Moments later Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan intercepted the group halfway up the mountain slope. The disparity in numbers was stark, with less than 100 meters separating the two sides. Just as I suspected, the Huahan Corps' Grand Chief Jin Long. Cheng Kun turned to Tong Zhan the moment he spotted the man standing foremost in the opposing ranks. Jin Long appeared to be around 50, clad in a weathered military uniform, broad-shouldered and square-jawed, radiating an aura of solemn composure and quiet intelligence. Cheng Kun, I knew you'd survive. Upon recognizing Cheng Kun, Jin Long's face softened into a faint smile, then called out warmly as though addressing an old acquaintance. Greetings, Grand Chief. Cheng Kun's expression flickered subtly before he stepped forward several paces and greeted Jin Long with marked deference. Well done, you've earned my respect. Your subordinates relayed word and I mobilized our forces at once. We retrieved only a fraction of the armory's weapons. Return with us to base and I'll reward you handsomely. Jin Long stepped closer, smiling as he clapped Cheng Kun firmly on the shoulder. Thank you, Grand Chief, but no need for rewards at base. A modest arms allocation now would satisfy me completely. As he spoke, Cheng Kun took a slight step backward. Patience, for what is yours will inevitably be granted. This city teems with elite zombies provoked by our very presence. Yet this district remains untouched by them. Let us rest here for 2 days first. Jin Long waved his hand gently, clearly unwilling to part with weapons just yet, and his gaze drifted meaningfully toward Tong Zhan. A glint of cold amusement flashed across Cheng Kun's eyes. This outcome had long been foreseen. Moreover, Jin Long had plainly witnessed Tong Zhan driving in earlier, yet made no mention of the vehicle whatsoever. That omission was deeply unnatural. Clearly Jin Long harbored ulterior motives. At that moment Wang Meng and Wang Lian arrived. Bound by Jing Tian's instructions, the siblings observed silently, intervening only if circumstances demanded it. Seeing Jin Long gesture for his men to advance further, Chang Kun hastily interjected, "Grand Chief, I must remind you this villa district is sovereign territory. You and your men may rest here, but the top 2 rows are strictly off limits." Before Jin Long could reply, a young man stepped forward from behind him, arrogant, defiant. "Sovereign territory? Surely you don't mean you. With our Grand Chief present, we claim the finest villa. Clear the path and take your people out." The youth appeared 27 or 28, his aura formidable though marginally weaker than Chang Kun's or Tong Zhan's. A level 5 esper, neither latest edge nor peak but solidly mid-tier. "Who you? Your power hasn't grown but your arrogance has swelled beyond measure. Do you truly believe your voice carries weight here?" Chang Kun frowned, his tone laced with disdain and icy mockery. Chang Kun recognized the youth instantly, a level 5 esper, one of Jin Long's most trusted lieutenants, nearly a protege. "Oof. The Grand Chief tolerates you out of past loyalty. Don't mistake forbearance for weakness. Speak plainly, will you yield or not?" "Who you?" snorted sharply. "I cannot yield. I offer this warning in good faith, especially regarding your designs on Villa No. 1. That above all is non-negotiable." Chang Kun affirmed resolutely. "So now you're acting for our benefit, Chang Kun. Don't forget, you may not have sworn fealty to the Huahan Corps but you remain part of the Haishur base. Enough talk. As of this moment I sever all ties with the Haishur base." Chang Kun smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the figures behind Jin Long, locking eyes with several individuals. "You make your choice now. Stand with me and you remain brothers." Those he watched were former members of his own unit. Jin Long remained silent, Hu Yu merely smirked, offering no objection. The result was unmistakable. After brief hesitation each shook their head, rooted in place, unmoving. "Fools, the lot of you." Jin, who was standing beside Chang Kun, blurted out in rising frustration, only to be cut short by a curt wave from Chang Kun. He had anticipated precisely this outcome. "Enough, Chang Kun, spare me the difficulty. Step aside." Jin Long finally spoke again, his voice tinged with weary resignation, as if disappointed by Chang Kun's defiance. Chang Kun shook his head. His few subordinates formed a tight line behind him, meaning unambiguous. Tong Zhan mirrored the stance, flanked by his men, a sardonic smile playing across his lips as they blocked the mountain path. "Damn fools, refusing grace, inviting wrath. Sharpshooters, prepare." Hu Yu cursed, then bellowed the order to his ranks. In an instant nearly 200 espers raised their firearms in unison, barrels trained unwaveringly upon Chang Kun and his ally. The atmosphere suddenly became exceptionally tense. Although those with abilities at level 4 or above can use their powers to withstand ordinary bullets, it does not mean their bodies are impervious to harm. Especially since these individuals wield nearly 200 firearms and they are all high-powered weapons. A moment of negligence and inadequate defense could leave even a level 5 ability user riddled with bullets. "Everyone retreat to the Villa of the Gentleman." At that moment Wang Lian suddenly spoke from behind the crowd. Chang Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, quickly nodded and began to protect the crowd as they stepped back. Jin Long also seemed unwilling to let people shoot recklessly. He stopped Hu Yu from firing, leading his team forward step by step. Chang Kun and the others quickly retreated safely behind the protection line of the safe house. Clearly Jing Tian had temporarily granted them access. Upon reaching this point, Chang Kun and the others visibly exhaled in relief. At this moment, looking back at the approaching Jin Long and his group, everyone wore a slight cold smile. Meanwhile, Jin Long and his companions seemed unconcerned with the changing expressions of Chang Kun and the others. Their gazes were fixed outside the villa's fence on the 3 vehicles, their eyes slightly reddening. Due to the angle, these individuals had yet to see anything else within the courtyard. That brave warrior is really here. And there are even 2 raptors. God, I thought there was just an accidental one. It looks so much better than those modified war vehicles driven by those southerners. We've struck it rich, we're truly prosperous now. A crowd erupted into discussion after seeing the 3 vehicles. Even Jin Long was breathing heavily, a trace of greed flickering in his eyes. Unfortunately, the noise was too loud and Chang Kun and Tong Zhan couldn't hear everything clearly, otherwise some information from the crowd would have undoubtedly shocked them. "Chief Jin, your main purpose for coming here is actually for these vehicles, right?" Chang Kun suddenly asked Jin Long in a casual tone. Jin Long pondered for a moment before nodding, saying, "Since we've made it clear, let me be direct. If you are willing to voluntarily hand over the vehicles, I won't make things difficult for you and might even offer you some compensation." Chang Kun smiled. Jin Long was indeed quite reasonable. Had it been a typical ruthless person, they would have rushed in to seize them by force by now. "Chief Jin, I can give you the vehicles, but could I request that you and your group rest at another villa down the mountain?" Chang Kun asked with a tone of negotiation. Jin Long was taken aback, glancing at the villa and pondering for a moment. His goal was indeed just the vehicles. He was not too concerned about the villa as he could not take it with him and he wasn't in a position to pressure Chang Kun too much. Damn it, Chung Kun, what do you mean? Is the chief not qualified to stay here? Get the hell out or we'll blast you to pieces with bullets. As Jin Long was considering who you could no longer hold back, clearly thinking that with the prize in sight he should just seize it. Moreover, there were 3 vehicles here, the chief would get one, and as the second strongest he would definitely get a share. If you dare to shoot recklessly here and disturb my gentleman, I will break your legs. At that moment, Wang Meng, standing behind Chen Kun, spoke up. Wang Meng, whose temperament was not particularly stable, found Hu Yu's antics quite annoying. As soon as Wang Meng spoke, Wang Lian shook her head helplessly. With her brother speaking up like that, things would undoubtedly escalate. Sure enough, Hu Yu was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the bald giant, but then he exploded. Damn it, a mere level 4 dares to be arrogant in front of me and you threaten to break my legs. I'll blow your head off first. After shouting, Hu Yu raised his hand and unleashed a wind-based attack toward Wang Meng. Jin Long frowned slightly when he tried to intervene. He noticed that Chung Kun and his group were watching the commotion without a hint of worry, which made him hesitate. At this point, the two sides were less than 10 meters apart, and in Hu Yu's mind he calculated that this foolish bald head would be blown to bits in the next second. Imagining the moment of the bald head's explosion, a grim smile appeared on Hu Yu's face. However, his grim smile did not last a second. His entire facial expression froze. Put! A sound of a bursting bubble rang out. The seemingly powerful wind-based attack burst apart, dissipating before him. Wang Meng was indeed fierce. The wind attack exploded less than 10 centimeters in front of him and he didn't even blink. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan both sighed in relief. Although they trusted Jing Tian greatly, they still felt a bit of worry at that moment. At this moment, all worries dissipated, replaced by a deeper reverence for Jing Tian. What is happening? Hu Yu stared wide-eyed, looking at Wang Meng as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Meng suddenly grinned, saying, "There's nothing impossible with Grandpa standing here. You can't hit him. Now it's my turn." As he spoke, Wang Meng waved his hand and a soccer ball-sized earthball formed within 2 seconds, hurtling toward Hu Yu. Such a rapid release speed. A look of astonishment flickered in Jin Long's eyes. It is a common consensus among all ability users that the higher the level of the ability user, the faster the release speed. However, this bald man seemed to have broken that consensus. Even though he was only at level 4, his speed of releasing ability attacks was nearly twice as fast as Hu Yu's, who was at level 5. Hu Yu was even more shocked, but fortunately he reacted quickly, dodging the incoming strike. As he evaded, a blade of wind once again formed, launching an attack against Wang Meng. Boom! Wang Meng's earthball was dodged, crashing into the distant ground and directly creating a deep pit. Put! Hu Yu's blade of wind was once again blocked by the protective shield, causing only a ripple. Haha, you are too weak, grandson. Even if I stand still, you can't hit me. Just wait for me to strike you. Wang Meng shouted infuriatingly as he swung his hands, sending smaller earthballs hurtling towards Hu Yu. Damn, I'm so furious. Hu Yu shouted repeatedly, waving his hands to unleash blades of wind that met those earthballs. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions accompanied by a cloud of dust erupted, followed by several cries of agony. After a dozen seconds, the dust settled. Hu Yu was covered in dirt, and among the more than 100 people behind him, at least a dozen lay on the ground with pained expressions. Wan Go is truly impressive. A level 5 was defeated by this level 4 fantastic. I've always been annoyed with that grandson. Jin Wu shouted at Wang Meng, looking at Hu Yu's miserable state. Hee, I feel like I haven't even used my full strength yet. This level 5 is really pathetic. Wang Meng chuckled without modesty. Open fire, shoot to shatter them. Hu Yu felt an immense humiliation and shouted at the people behind him. Jin Long frowned slightly again, but ultimately did not intervene. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire instantly merged into a chorus. Within 5 seconds, even Jin Long was left gaping in shock. The shooters also stopped shooting, stunned. Though it had only been a few seconds, they wasted 500 or 600 bullets. However, just 20 meters ahead of them, Chang Kun and the others hadn't even moved. All the bullets turned into small iron discs, falling to the ground. What the hell is going on here? Hu Yu suddenly shouted. He truly couldn't understand what they were facing. We can't just let them shoot us for free, brothers, counterattack. At that moment, Tong Zhan suddenly roared. At Tong Zhan's shout, everyone, including Chung Kun, simultaneously gathered elemental energy and launched indiscriminate attacks at Jin Long and the others. What level 5 or 6, as long as they don't step out of the protective line, the other side can only take hits. 2 level 5 ability users led nearly 20 people attacking at the same time, making for a spectacular scene. Engage. Jin Long had no other thoughts at this moment, snapping back to reality as he shouted. At this point, firearms clearly had no effect and the group quickly discarded their guns, unleashing ability attacks in resistance. A chaotic burst of elemental energy erupted with continuous bangs and cries of pain echoing. Damn it, their shield is simply unbreakable. We can only wait to be hit. Great leader, think of a way. A group of people began to shout in frustration. They were not afraid of fighting, but being in a position where they could not hit the enemy and could only take hits made them feel like vomiting blood. Let's retreat a bit. I don't believe this protective layer has no limits. I'll break it. Jin Long suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as his words left his mouth, the group stepped back a few steps, hiding outside the range of the enemy's attacks, each wearing an expectant expression. Chang Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice as the others retreated. Seeing Jin Long preparing to strike down on Jing Tian's protection, Chang Kun and Tong Zhan couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. After all, Jin Long was a powerful level 6 latest stage ability user. Especially since Jin Long's ability was the strongest attack type, the gold element ability. In contrast, Wang Meng and Wang Lian were completely unconcerned, having immense confidence in Jing Tian. The release speed of a level 6 ability user was extremely fast. 1 second later, a gold elemental energy ball with a diameter of more than a meter directly roared towards Wang Meng. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire safe house. Yet Wang Meng, who was in close proximity, remained completely unscathed. Jin Long's eyes narrowed sharply this time. All his subordinates behind him displayed expressions of horror. Chang Kun, Tong Zhan and the others let out a long breath, a proud smile appearing on their faces. Awesome master doesn't even need to take action and they can be defeated. At this moment on the rooftop of the villa, the little girl Tong Yu clapped her hands, excitedly filled with admiration for Jing Tian as she watched the scene below. It was evident that the little girl believed the safety of the safe house was due to Jing Tian's own abilities. Ding! System warning encountered: powerful attack protective ability reduced by 30. Jing Tian, who was initially puzzled by Jin Long's attack, was abruptly interrupted by the system's notification tone. The hundreds of bullets just now didn't consume the protective layer. It must be said that Jin Long's attack was indeed quite strong. Just 30. That's not a big deal. Expend energy to repair the protective strength. Jing Tian directly commanded the system. Consume 5 energy points to replenish 20 time required 3 minutes. The system responded directly. Jing Tian ignored the system's repair response. He was currently puzzled about something else. That is the combat techniques of these ability users. They were all in the most primitive forms of attack. What fireballs, earth balls, wind blades, water balls and so on. To put it plainly, these people were just condensing elemental energy and throwing it to hit others. At this moment, Jin Long woke from his shock, looking at Cheng Kun with a gaze filled with deep disbelief. Cheng Kun, it seems there is indeed a powerful ability user here, probably skilled in setting up protective barriers. Let's invite him to talk. Jin Long calmed himself down, feeling a hint of regret, wishing he hadn't been so lenient with that Hu Yu. My master is not someone you can just meet. Get out. Wang Meng was about to say something fierce to Jin Long. Being so arrogant to a level 6 powerhouse felt incredibly satisfying. However, before he finished speaking, Jing Tian's voice came from the rooftop of the villa. Let Jin Long and that Hu Yu come and the rest disperse for now. Upon hearing Jing Tian's voice, Wang Meng, Chang Kun and the others nodded without hesitation. Then they looked at Jin Long and Hu Yu with cold smiles and expressions of schadenfreude. Mr. Jing is about to take action. Jin Long and Hu Yu are definitely going to be in big trouble, and perhaps they will be directly killed by Mr. Jing. Just moments ago, Jin Long and Hu Yu were determined to rush into the villa, but now they hesitated. Especially Hu Yu, whose face had turned slightly pale. What's wrong? Is the great leader Jin afraid now? Tong Zhan sneered, provoking him. And that short little grandson, weren't you the most arrogant just a moment ago? Wang Meng pointed directly at Hu Yu, mocking him provocatively. Tong Zhan and Wang Meng's taunts proved to be quite effective. After a brief contemplation, Jin Long suddenly smiled calmly and instructed the people behind him, everyone wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Hu Yu, come with me. Leader. Hu Yu called out anxiously. If you're afraid or have other ideas, then you should just leave on your own. Jin Long's expression darkened. Following the leader, what's the big deal? It's just a show. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Yu gritted his teeth and said. Anyone could tell that the latter part of his words was merely him trying to bolster his own courage. Everyone failed to notice that while the conflict unfolded here, a couple was observing from the third-floor window of Villa No. 2 with binoculars. These two were naturally Li Dan and Lu Ming. They were neglected by Tong Zhan, not even receiving a word from him, only being forcefully ordered not to leave the villa. Why have those two crossed over that protective line? We can't see anything beyond that. Honey, should we go out? Li Dan called out in frustration. Let's not. We should just wait for the results. If the leader finds out, we're finished. Lu Ming was still afraid of Tong Zhan. He had been given strict orders, and if he couldn't keep an eye on Li Dan, he would be the first to suffer. I really wish to see that powerhouse finish off that poor guy Jing Tian. Li Dan muttered in frustration. As Jin Long reached the protective line of the safe house, he deliberately paused to feel it out. Unfortunately, the protective measures of the safe house left no trace whatsoever. Entering or exiting was merely a thought for Jing Tian. Cheng Kun and the others, seeing Jin Long and Hu Yu approach, cleared a path while the remaining subordinates stood guard. Normally one could not see the more secluded vegetable garden and flower bed within the yard, while inside the protective line only near the railing could one have a glimpse. Jing Tian, however, did not give the two any opportunity to get too close. As soon as Jin Long and Huyu stepped into the protective line, Jing Tian leaped down from the rooftop with Tong Yu. Jin Long and Huyu's eyes widened in shock once again. There is no energy fluctuation whatsoever. It seems we really acted rashly. Jin Long shot an irritated glance at Huyu. Greetings, great leader Jin Long, I am the owner of this villa Jing Tian. After touching down, Jing Tian was less than 10 meters from Jin Long, yet he smiled lightly and introduced himself. Jing Tian's friendly demeanor surprised Cheng Kun, Tongjian and the others. They were all now puzzled by Jing Tian's reasons for allowing these two to enter, especially Tongjian, who had been thrown out for trying to scheme against the villa's owner. How could Jin Long even think of drawing a gun, yet Jing Tian remained so friendly? This was problematic. There was definitely something off. Everyone present who had interacted with Jing Tian did not believe he was genuinely so amicable. Though Jing Tian appeared easygoing, nobody thought he was a soft-hearted person. Hello leader Jing, I apologize for any previous offenses and I hope for your forgiveness. Jin Long came back to his senses. Although he could not sense Jing Tian's aura, he did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. How could someone capable of gathering people like Cheng Kun and the others, coupled with such a mysterious protective measure and that impressive leap, possibly be an ordinary person? Since it was an offense, a mere apology seems insufficient, doesn't it? Jing Tian remained calmly smiling as he looked at Jin Long. Here it comes. As expected, it's time to settle accounts. I told you the gentleman couldn't possibly have such a good temper. Cheng Kun, Tongjian and Wang Meng revealed expressions of realization upon hearing Jing Tian's words. Upon hearing this, Jin Long's expression changed instantly. Anyone could tell that Jing Tian's tone was one of reckoning. What do you want? Huyu spoke up first. After entering this courtyard, Huyu felt immense pressure almost overwhelming him. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at Huyu. I don't seem to recall speaking to you, but since you appear more anxious, I can deal with you first. What do you want? Huyu's face changed and he instinctively took 2 steps back. I have witnessed everything from start to finish. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. You even fired at my villa, don't you think you deserve some punishment? Jing Tian said faintly. Leader Jing. Jin Long wanted to say something, but as soon as he uttered 3 words, he noticed Jing Tian slightly wave his hand and he suddenly realized he was being restrained. Not only were his hands and feet immobilized, but even his mouth couldn't open, leaving him only able to watch and listen. In an instant, Jin Long's face paled. How powerful must this strength be? Moreover, it should be the strength of a high-level ancient martial artist, right? Ancient martial artists are rare and are generally not seen in ordinary factions, as they tend to gather in a single faction. So either you don't encounter them, or if you do, it's definitely a team. When I mention his issues, it's better for leader Jin to listen. Unless you want to bear the punishment for him. If that's the case, just blink and he'll comply, letting you both face it together. Jing Tian's tone remained calm, yet to those around it didn't feel gentle at all. Instead, it left them feeling a bit tense. Jin Long was taken aback, and after weighing the situation, he stared wide-eyed, fearful of accidentally blinking. Jin Long's behavior was somewhat comical, but no one dared to laugh at him. Speak, what punishment do you think you deserve? Jing Tian turned to Huyu again. 2 was wrong, leader Jing. 2. Am willing to compensate with spirit crystals. Huyu noticed Jin Long's unusual state and was completely terrified, repeatedly bowing his head and begging for mercy. Jing Tian squinted but soon shook his head. The spirit crystals are merely compensation, they cannot replace the punishment. If you don't propose a punishment yourself, I will decide for you. No, I will decide. I will decide. Huyu was both frightened and angry, cursing Jing Tian in his heart, but his face only showed fear and a pleading expression. Jing Tian remained silent, waiting for Huyu to propose a punishment. 2 will slap myself. Forget it, it seems you don't have any sincerity. I don't have the patience to waste on you. Wang Meng, he's yours now, kill or spare him as you see fit. Jing Tian suddenly lost interest in Huyu, interrupting him and giving a command to Wang Meng. Yes sir. I guarantee he'll beg me to kill him quickly. Wang Meng's eyes lit up fiercely upon hearing this. He then walked towards Huyu. No, don't come any closer. I will fight you. Huyu first took a few steps back, then suddenly shouted loudly, directly lunging at Wang Meng. Brother Wang, be careful. Brother, be careful. Cheng Kun and Wang Yi both shouted in alarm as Huyu was a level 5 while Wang Meng was only level 4. However, in the next second, everyone relaxed. Huyu had barely taken 2 steps before he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, his head landing right at Wang Meng's feet. Evidently, Huyu had also been restrained by Jing Tian. Bang! Wang Meng kicked out directly, cursing loudly. Seemingly afraid of affecting Jing Tian, Wang Meng approached, grabbing Huyu by the collar and walking towards the back of the villa. Now it's your turn. Although you may not be as detestable as your subordinate, you still bear significant responsibility, right? Jing Tian waited until Wang Meng led the others away before directly releasing Jin Long from his restraint and speaking. Jin Long's face alternated between green and red, ultimately nodding helplessly. Jin Long is at fault and I will accept any punishment from you, leader Jing. However, my subordinate What? Do you want to plead for him? Jing Tian interrupted directly. Forget it. In this world with his personality, if he doesn't receive a profound lesson, he'll die even faster. Jin Long finally gritted his teeth and said. You're quite clever. Now let's talk about your punishment. Since you said I could punish you as I wish, I won't be polite. Your punishment is. Jing Tian said with a hint of mischief, deliberately dragging out the last word to create tension for Jin Long. Chang Kun, Tong Zhan and Wang Lian along with a few others watched with curiosity. They sensed that Jing Tian's punishment for Jin Long would undoubtedly be significant. Jin Long was tense while the others were curious and expectant. Jing Tian suddenly smiled and said, as long as you can defeat my little disciple you may leave peacefully. What? Tong Yu exclaimed in shock, her face turning pale. Is the master trying to set up his disciple? Or is he targeting such a beautiful and adorable little disciple? Tong Zhan and the others were also taken aback, feeling that Jing Tian shouldn't be this irrational unless he intended to let Jin Long go deliberately. But that made no sense. Jin Long was stunned for quite a while before he asked suspiciously, Leader Jing, are you referring to this little girl? That's right, she is my only disciple. Also, let me correct you, I am not a leader, just call me Mr. Jing. Jing Tian nodded, simultaneously correcting Jin Long's address. I don't care about the title anymore, Jin Long muttered, feeling frustrated. I am already at the peak of level 6 and how can I compare with a little girl? Jin Long's meaning was quite clear, it was simply incomparable, and with a casual move the little girl might end up as mere ashes. Of course this can't be compared like that. You should control yourself to level 3 and that will be sufficient. Jing Tian said. I see. Once Jing Tian said this, the surroundings felt somewhat normal, though there was still some doubt about why Jin Long wasn't allowed to match Tong Yu's level 2. Even at the same level it wouldn't be entirely fair, as the combat experience of an old powerhouse can't be compared to that of a novice. Jin Long was still hesitant. Stop being wishy-washy. If you agree, let's start. If you don't, then go accompany your subordinates. Jing Tian was starting to lose his patience. Alright then, according to Mr. Jing's words, this is not me bullying anyone. Jin Long became decisive after being provoked by Jing Tian. Master. Jin Long was ready, but Tong Yu was still conflicted. She had only started practicing a few days ago and had never fought anyone before. Don't worry, relax. With your master here, just fight as you usually practice. I believe you won't embarrass your master. Jing Tian patted Tong Yu on the head. Upon hearing the last sentence, Tong Yu's face became serious and she nodded earnestly, saying, I definitely won't embarrass my master. Go Xiaoyue, I believe you will win. Wang Lian cheered for Tong Yu from the side. Tong Zhan also encouraged her with great anticipation. Let's begin. Everyone must give their all, Jing Tian said. Soon both sides were ready and this seemingly unfair duel thus commenced. Jin Long was somewhat unconcerned, he believed that as long as Jing Tian didn't meddle, victory was certain. Tong Yue, however, was serious and immediately activated the ability she felt she controlled best. Fire Dragon Dance. Tong Yu extended her hands and a fireball quickly condensed within just 2 seconds. The fireball wriggled a few times and transformed into a nearly 2-meter-long fire dragon as thick as an arm, roaring with ferocity as it charged towards Jin Long. What the hell is this? Tong Zhan exclaimed first. He was also a fire element ability user and had never realized that fire abilities could take dragon form. Not only was Tong Zhan astonished, but everyone else also looked surprised except for Wang Lian, who seemed to be deep in thought. Jin Long was stunned until the fire dragon was about to crash into him and he hurriedly dodged. It looks beautiful, but it's a pity it's just for show. What the hell? Jin Long initially thought Tong Yu's attack was over, but soon even the composed Jin Long couldn't help but exclaim. Let alone Chang Kun and Tong Zhan, who stood there with their mouths agape. How is this possible? It turned out that after the little fire dragon rushed past Jin Long, it surprisingly turned around a few meters later and charged back toward. If Jin Long hadn't curiously turned around to observe the fire dragon, it could have directly struck his back. Jin Long was somewhat dumbfounded and only at the last moment did he dodge again. Having narrowly avoided the fire dragon twice, Jin Long no longer dared to be careless. Though he didn't retaliate immediately, he focused intently on the fire dragon. Indeed, the fire dragon, after circling around twice, showed no signs of dissipating and Jin Long dodged once more. Dodge. Let's see how long you can avoid it. At this moment, seeing that her fire dragon couldn't reach Jin Long, Tong Yu became a bit irritated and waved her little hand several times. Under the astonished gazes of Jin Long and the others, Tong Yu surprisingly condensed 2 more fire dragons. Although they were slightly smaller, they were still lifelike and packed with power. At this point, Tong Yu knew her skills had stunned everyone and a hint of pride rose on her little face. This situation completely astonished Wang Lian, who revealed a hint of unhidden envy in her eyes. The 3 little fire dragons danced and swirled, seeking every possible gap to attack Jin Long. Jin Long stared wide-eyed. He could initially evade but soon realized he had nowhere to escape. In the end, he had no choice but to unleash his ability to collide with the fire dragons. Put. He released several golden energy balls and only 3 collided with the fire dragons, resulting in simultaneous dissipation. Fire rain descends. Seeing the fire dragons dissipate, Tong Yu did not feel discouraged at all and unleashed her second combat technique, which was also the last one she knew. The so-called fire rain descends, which as the name implies is a rain of fire falling from the sky. However, the sky seems a bit low. A cluster of flickering flames appears just 1 meter above Jinlong's head. In an instant everyone present was stunned again. This is impossible. Chang Kun shouted loudly. Ability users release their elemental attacks by condensing them in front of themselves. It requires a portion of elemental energy from within to be catalyzed by spiritual power and then released. It's impossible for it to appear from such a distance out of thin air. Jinlong was also dumbfounded, staring at the fire rain enveloping a 5-meter radius around him, completely forgetting to dodge. If you don't counterattack soon you'll be set ablaze. Jing Tian kindly reminded him. Ah. Unfortunately, Jing Tian's reminder came a bit late and a flame had already landed on Jinlong's hair. Jinlong exclaimed in shock and reacted quickly, falling backward to the ground. Jinlong, with his rich battle experience, made the most correct reaction in the shortest amount of time. As he fell, Jinlong waved his hand to unleash a golden sphere that exploded upwards. Bang! The golden sphere burst, scattering the rain of fire in an instant, thereby resolving the crisis of being burned. Even so, half of Jinlong's hair was scorched and he looked rather disheveled. Fire rain has descended. Tong Yu saw Jinlong lying on the ground and dispersing his own skill and immediately shouted again. Waving her small hand, she was about to attack again. Stop, Miss Xiaoyue, I concede. Jinlong shouted loudly before Tong Yu could finish her attack. This. Tong Yu hesitated and looked at Jing Tian. Alright Xiaoyue, no need to fight anymore, the verification is complete. Jing Tian said with a faint smile. Verification? What verification? Several people curiously looked at Jing Tian. To verify your abilities and also to check Xiaoyu's recent training status. Now I am certain that you all don't know any combat skills, you can only throw elemental energy. Jing Tian did not hide anything and smiled faintly again. At this moment Jing Tian was suppressing his excitement. He had now confirmed that these ability users could only perform primitive elemental attacks and did not know any skills. The books on abilities provided by the safe house recorded countless combat skills and techniques. Combat skills. Is that the kind of moves Xiaoyu used? Tong Zhan asked Jing Tian with wide eyes. Jing Tian nodded. This. Several people were once again dumbfounded. Simultaneously they couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if their elemental energies could be used like Tong Yu's. After all, Tong Yu's level was still low and the power of her elemental abilities was quite small. Mr. Jing, this skill, did you teach it to Miss Xiaoyu? Can we? Chang Kun hesitated and then spoke to Jing Tian while Tong Zhan nodded along, looking at Jing Tian. Although Chang Kun's words were not finished, the meaning was already very clear. I'm sorry, but this combat skill I will only teach to those closest to me. Jing Tian shook his head decisively. His meaning was very clear, the two of you do not qualify as close to him. Chang Kun and Tong Zhan immediately wore bitter expressions, feeling as if they were going to spit blood. Jing Tian did not care about Chang Kun and Tong Zhan's feelings, turning to the somewhat dazed Jinlong and saying, Captain Jin, your punishment is complete. Now we are square, you can take your people to rest at the foot of the mountain and feel free to come and go as you please. Ah. Oh. Jinlong nodded absent-mindedly, even unsure if he understood what Jing Tian was saying, and left the villa in a daze. He had even completely forgotten about his subordinate Hu Yu. Just moments after Jinlong left, Wang Mang returned dragging the now unrecognizable Hu Yu with him. At this point Hu Yu had reached a state where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Sir, I originally intended to kill him, but later I took his crystal core, which counts as giving him a suspended sentence, breaking his limbs but leaving him with a breath. Cough cough, that's enough. You can handle it however you want, no need to report. Jing Tian did not want to hear about Hu Yu's life or death. Even if he died he wouldn't frown. He turned to Chang Kun and Tong Zhan and said, Brother Cheng, Captain Tong, please return this person to Jinlong. Chang Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, knowing that Jing Tian wanted them to leave. They nodded with a bitter expression, said goodbye to Jing Tian and dragged Hu Yu away from Villa No. 1. Back in the villa, the little girl Tong Yu was excitedly sharing her battle insights. Wang Mang initially listened in confusion but eventually learned the details by asking Wang Lian. Wang Mang, wide-eyed after hearing everything, suddenly looked at Jing Tian with a hint of grievance. Sir, can my sister and I learn that kind of combat skill that Xiaoyu used? Wang Mang's question made Wang Lian beside him filled with expectation and anxiety. She also wanted to learn, but she had just heard Jing Tian decisively refuse Chang Kun and Tong Zhan. Of course you can. Jing Tian smiled slightly at the siblings and said, you two are my followers, so naturally you are among those close to me. In the future when Xiaoyu is training, you both can come upstairs. I plan to teach you some combat skills. Thank you, sir. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Wang Lian reacted even faster than Wang Mang, expressing her excitement and gratitude towards Jing Tian, even pulling Wang Mang to kneel and bow. Teaching them combat skills would effectively mean they were his disciples. Jing Tian, who disliked the idea of kneeling, directly stopped the two. After chatting with the three for a while, Jing Tian fell silent, and the three of them, knowing to be considerate, did not disturb him. At this moment Jing Tian was pondering a matter, or rather he had come to understand something. That is the increase in attack power from combat skills and personal data detection. The reason Tong Yu had this increase in attack power was that she had been learning combat skills while following him. Wang Lian also had it because she possessed a handwritten manuscript detailing elemental abilities. Clearly Wang Lian was also capable of executing certain combat skills. Others, however, did not have it because they did not know combat skills at all. After lunch, Jing Tian noticed Wang Mang and Wang Lian staring at him eagerly. Jing Tian understood the thoughts of the siblings very well and sighed with a wry smile. "Let's go, since we have nothing to do. We'll first teach you some basics on the rooftop." "Thank you, sir." The siblings nodded excitedly. Upon reaching the rooftop, Jing Tian first explained the fundamental requirements of combat skills, which is the use of spiritual power. Combat skills involve controlling elemental energies with spiritual power rather than merely prompting them as ability users do. However, Jing Tian soon discovered that the siblings could not even communicate with the elemental affinity. It wasn't that they couldn't, it was that they were too clumsy and their control over elemental energy was extremely awkward. After a moment of surprise, Jing Tian suddenly thought of something that made him somewhat incredulous, exclaiming to the two, You haven't received acknowledgement from the elemental energy yet." Elemental recognition is the foundation of an ability user. Only by achieving a certain affinity with the elements can one gain their acknowledgement. Once acknowledged by the elements, the ability user can manipulate elemental energy more easily. Then one can use mental strength to create various attack forms. It can be said that without obtaining elemental recognition, it would be nearly impossible to unleash complete ability combat techniques in this lifetime. If the two siblings are like this, could it be that all ability users have never received elemental recognition? If so, that would truly be a shocking discovery. Indeed, the subsequent reactions of the Wang siblings completely confirmed Jing Tian's speculation. "What is elemental recognition?" Wang Mang asked in confusion. Elemental recognition is sensing elemental energy gradually developing affinity, and then Jing Tian was about to explain in detail how to obtain elemental recognition. Suddenly a woman's voice called out from below the villa, directly calling his name. "Jing Tian, come out. I have something to discuss with you." It was Li Dan. Jing Tian frowned and approached the edge of the villa to look down, where he saw Li Dan standing alone outside the protective line. "Where did my dad go? Why did he let this annoying woman out again?" Tong Yu said, her small face cold with displeasure upon seeing Li Dan. Clearly Tong Yu's dissatisfaction was mostly directed at her father Tong Zhan. "They all went to Chung Kun's side," Wang Lian said, having evidently seen Tong Zhan and his group's movements. "Let's see what she wants to say first." Jing Tian smiled slightly and then loudly asked Li Dan, "Li classmate, what business do you have with this servant of mine?" Jing Tian realized while apologizing to Tong Zhan that Li Dan still thought of herself as Mr. Jing's servant. This was quite amusing. The Wang siblings and Tong Yu exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. All three could tell that Jing Tian was going to tease Li Dan, and naturally they would not expose him. They merely looked at Li Dan with a hint of pity and disdain in their eyes. "Jing Tian, stop being sarcastic. My uncle is afraid of you because of Mr. Jing. I have something important to discuss with Mr. Jing. Please introduce me and I will give you a benefit." Li Dan clearly suppressed her anger towards Jing Tian as she shouted. "Important matter. Introducing you. And benefits." Jing Tian narrowed his eyes, asking with great interest. "Yes, as long as I see Mr. Jing, I will definitely give you a benefit that you care about," Li Dan said with a hint of pride. "Still a benefit that I care about? Then you should first tell me what that benefit is and I will immediately let you see Mr. Jing." Jing Tian was truly curious. What benefit could this woman offer him? What important matter does she have to discuss with me? No way, I must see Mr. Jing first before I can tell you. If you don't go, I will have Xiao Yu help me notify him. By then you won't get any benefit at all," Li Dan said, glancing at Tong Yu at the end. Tong Yu was very resolute upon hearing that Li Dan wanted her to go call Mr. Jing. She simply pouted her lips and turned her face away, completely ignoring Li Dan. Jing Tian smiled, saying, "Here I have the final say. No one can call Mr. Jing except for me." He looked at Li Dan with growing amusement. "Yes, except for my master. Father, he is the only one who has the final say here. If you keep talking nonsense, we won't pay attention to you." Tong Yu chimed in, almost slipping her tongue. "You? Fine, then I will reveal a little to you. I know the whereabouts of your best friend Zhang Jian. How about that?" "What? You know Zhang Jian's whereabouts?" Upon hearing Li Dan mention Zhang Jian, Jing Tian's expression changed drastically. Without waiting for Li Dan to finish her sentence, he completely forgot to maintain his pretense as her servant, and his figure flashed as he flew from the top of the villa to the edge of the protective line. After landing, he was only a meter away from Li Dan. "Why you? How can you fly?" Li Dan was initially pleased with Jing Tian's reaction but was soon stunned by his actions. From the villa to here one had to cross the villa courtyard, which was over 80 meters in distance. Let alone Jing Tian, an ordinary person, even a typical ability user at level 4 or 5 would find it impossible to jump such a great span. Jing Tian was taken aback, realizing that he had been too excited. He had actually forgotten that in Li Dan's eyes he was just an ordinary person regarded as a waste. However, Jing Tian was no longer in the mood to care about those things. He opened his mouth to give a perfunctory excuse, saying it was Mr. Jing who helped me fly over here. Quickly tell me where Zhang Jian is. After hearing Jing Tian's words, Li Dan was momentarily stunned but surprisingly believed him. Originally Li Dan wasn't exactly foolish, she had some cunning. However, sometimes she would be clouded by some stubborn thoughts. Deep down she didn't believe that Jing Tian could fly by himself, so she easily accepted his half-hearted excuse. Li Dan glared at Jing Tian and said, "If you want me to meet Mr. Jing, then I will tell you the specifics about Zhang Jian." "You?" Jing Tian's eyes reddened, wanting to directly reveal his identity. But upon second thought he decided not to mention whether this woman would believe him. Even if she did, she might create other troubles. Right now he urgently wanted to know about Zhang Jian. In the end, Jing Tian still forcefully suppressed his emotions and said, "First tell me where Zhang Jian is and I guarantee you will meet Mr. Jing immediately. Otherwise I will have someone call Tong Zhan and throw you out of the villa area." Jing Tian was truly anxious and had to resort to a threat. If he could step out of the protective line, he would definitely grab Li Dan by the collar and demand answers. Zhang Jian was Jing Tian's best friend from his university days. Jing Tian had originally been an orphan, truly poor during school, sometimes unable to earn money from part-time jobs, and could only eat one meal a day. Fortunately, he had a few good roommates who took care of him. Especially Zhang Jian. Although that guy had a very erratic personality and played tricks on everyone, he was uniquely sincere towards Jing Tian, teasing and pranking him while wholeheartedly looking after him. Thinking back, Zhang Jian had done too many things that moved Jing Tian to tears. During this apocalyptic year, aside from thinking about the orphanage director Grandpa Jing, the person he thought about the most was his buddy Zhang Jian. Even the woman he had a crush on ranked after Zhang Jian. "Jing Tian, you despicable." Upon hearing Jing Tian use Tong Zhan to threaten her, Li Dan was still a bit scared. "What am I being despicable about? You tell me Zhang Jian's news and he'll let you meet Mr. Jing. Isn't that fair?" Jing Tian shrugged. "This." Li Dan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jing Tian and said, "Then you swear if I tell you Zhang Jian's news you will take me into the villa to meet Mr. Jing?" "Okay, I swear, as long as you speak I guarantee you will meet the owner here." "May I die a horrible death if I lie?" Jing Tian swore emphatically. At that moment the Wang siblings and Tong Yu also walked out from the villa. Li Dan saw Tong Yu walking over and worried that this cousin would cause her trouble. Quickly said, "Zhang Jian is at the Demon City stronghold along with your other roommate. I saw them working a few days ago." "At the Demon City?" Jing Tian was stunned and immediately asked, "Working? What kind of work is he doing? Is he not doing well? He's just an ordinary person, do you think he can live well?" "Ordinary people naturally have to do some labor to barely trade for some watered-down porridge," Li Dan said as a matter of course, and when talking about ordinary people she obviously showed strong disdain in her eyes. In any stronghold there would constantly be defensive buildings being constructed. Those with abilities could go out to gather supplies and their lives would naturally be much better. The ordinary people had it the hardest. If women had a bit of charm they could live slightly better. The reasoning was well understood. Among ordinary men they were naturally the most miserable. Just surviving was already quite difficult. Jing Tian had never seen what ordinary people in the stronghold were like. However, he could imagine the scene: the already small-framed Zhang Jian doing hard labor every day could only drink watered-down rice porridge. Thinking of this, Jing Tian's heart ached. He even had an impulse to immediately go to the Demon City to bring Zhang Jian back. "Hey, why are you just standing there? I've already told you, hurry up and arrange for me to meet Mr. Jing." Li Dan saw Jing Tian's clenched fist and red eyes, and in her heart she despised him loudly, reminding him. Jing Tian was brought back to reality by Li Dan's words. He glanced at her and completely lost interest in continuing the act, saying, "No need to be so troublesome, I can meet Mr. Jing right now. Speak, what important matter is there?" Just as Jing Tian was about to lay his cards on the table, his gaze suddenly shifted to the mountainside. Li Dan initially thought Jing Tian was going back on his word and was about to explode, but she suddenly heard a commotion coming from below the mountain and quickly turned to look. At the mountainside a group of about 200 people, all armed with weapons, were jogging up the mountain with serious expressions. Around 200 people jogged up the mountain, their momentum quite impressive. Inside Villa No. Three Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan, who were discussing matters, were startled. After realizing the situation, the two quickly led all their subordinates out of the villa and rushed towards Villa No. 1. They weren't foolish. How could a mere dozen of them intercept a level 6 ability user with nearly 200 armed subordinates? Unless their heads had been kicked by a donkey. They needed to reach Villa No. 1 first to ensure absolute safety. Jing Tian looked grimly at Jin Long and his approaching team. At this moment, the Wang siblings and Tong Yu arrived beside Jing Tian, ignoring Li Dan entirely, each casting cold glances at Jin Long's approach. Ah. Mr. Jing, someone is causing a disturbance at the villa, aren't you coming out? Li Dan, who was ignored, suddenly made an outrageous move, shouting loudly at the villa. Li Dan. What are you doing here? Go back. Where is that useless Lu Ming? Tong Zhan arrived just in time, slightly faster than Jin Long's team. Seeing Li Dan also present and calling him out in front of Jing Tian. Before Li Dan could respond to Tong Zhan, Jin Long had already approached. Jin Long approached and instructed his team to stop several dozen meters away. Standing before Jing Tian, Jin Long bowed deeply and said, Mr. Jing, please do not misunderstand, we are not here to cause trouble. I have an important request for you. You are that level 6 powerhouse and you are bowing to him. Still calling him Mr. Jing. Upon seeing Jin Long bowing and addressing Jing Tian as Mr. Jing, Li Dan's eyes widened in disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. Jin Long was momentarily taken aback, also looking confused by Li Dan's reaction. What a pity for such a pretty girl, too bad her brain wasn't functioning well. Li Dan, you are simply beyond redemption. Tong Zhan was genuinely exasperated. If it weren't for the kindness his sister had shown him, he would have wanted to slap this niece of his into silence. Uncle, he is Mr. Jing Tian. Which Mr. Jing are you referring to? Li Dan, ignoring Tong Zhan's irritation, asked him in confusion. Fool, in the entire villa area there is only one Mr. Jing. Who else could it be? Tong Zhan said darkly while continuously expressing apologies to Jing Tian. This is impossible. You must be mistaken. How could he be that Mr. Jing? Li Dan cried out as if she had been stabbed. Shut up, I might as well kill you. Tong Zhan truly raised his hand to hit Li Dan. Forget it, Leader Tong, just keep an eye on her. She gave me an important piece of information, so I will forgive her this time. Jing Tian interjected to stop him. He considered his leniency a form of gratitude for the news about Zhang Jian that Li Dan had brought. Without this matter, he would have had no sympathy for her. Tong Zhan was slightly taken aback but recognized that it wasn't the time for deep investigation. He thanked Jing Tian and subsequently had his subordinates pull Li Dan aside, effectively controlling her. Even so, Li Dan continued to shake her head as if she had been driven mad, mumbling repeatedly, this is impossible, he is just an ordinary person, a bumpkin and a poor wretch, he cannot be Mr. Jing. Jing Tian ignored Li Dan and turned to Jin Long, asking, so tell me, with such a grand display it doesn't seem like you're here to request something. Jing Tian initially thought Jin Long had come regarding the matter with Huyu, but now it seemed otherwise. Jin Long was also a bit dazed by Li Dan antics, but when Jing Tian inquired he regained his composure. Thud. Jin Long didn't speak, his first action was to kneel directly on the ground. Everyone was taken aback and Jing Tian was momentarily confused. Li Dan, who was being restrained, widened her eyes in shock and ceased her craziness, her eyes almost bulged out as she witnessed a level 6 ability user kneeling before Jing Tian. Mr. Jing, Jin Long requests you to accept me as your disciple. I brought my brothers here so that more people could witness this. After kneeling, Jin Long looked up at Jing Tian with utmost seriousness and even a posture of earnest prayer. In an instant everyone understood Jin Long's intention. Simultaneously they were all dumbfounded. This was too sudden and rather bizarre. After all, they had been ready to clash previously. Apprenticeship. No way, right? You're already level 6. Does Jin Long really have such thick skin? Chang Kun and Tong Zhan both blurted out after regaining their senses. In fact, both of them had entertained similar thoughts earlier, but none had the audacity of Jin Long. Jing Tian blinked his eyes, looking at Jin Long with an increasingly peculiar expression. A level 6 ability user wants to take himself as a master. What kind of thoughts does this guy have? Agree. Not agree. Jing Tian felt a bit confused. Everyone else regarded him as a peerless powerhouse. Yet he knew best that this so-called strength of his was a counterfeit. Leaving the safe house could only rely on his disciple's abilities. Jing Tian wasn't even sure if this ability to borrow from his disciple would still work outside the safe house. Borrowing a disciple's abilities. Jing Tian suddenly had a bright idea, staring at Jin Long as his eyes started to whirl with thoughts. Not only did he think of borrowing his disciple's abilities, but he also recalled his recent discovery that all ability users lacked combat skills and hadn't received elemental acknowledgement. Therefore he was not without the ability to teach. What if they were level 6 powerhouses? Even level 7, 8 or 9, if that were the case, he could still be their master. Jing Tian's thoughts soared while the little girl Tong Yu looked at Jin Long with wide eyes of astonishment, saying, You want to take my master as your master? Then wouldn't you have to call me senior sister? Yes, as long as master accepts me you will be my senior sister and I will respect and honor you just like I do with master. Jin Long looked at Tong Yu and nodded seriously. Ah. The little girl opened her mouth momentarily, unsure of what to say. She was only 13 and yet was to be honored by an old man nearing 50. Thinking about it made Tong Yu feel a bit scared, but it also seemed somewhat interesting. While everyone was dumbfounded, Jing Tian returned to his senses and looked at Jin Long, saying, You can get up now, in fact you are already quite strong. No, I am still very weak in front of you. Jin Long interrupted Jing Tian, thinking he was going to refuse him. At the same time he took out a bulging small cloth bag from his bosom, holding it above his head and continuing to speak to Jing Tian, I want to learn combat skills from you, willing to pay any price. This is my gift for becoming your disciple. Anyone could see that Jin Long's bag was filled with crystal cores. Judging by the size, if they were all level 3, 4 or 5 crystal cores, there were at least 100 inside. At this moment Tong Yu surprisingly tugged at Jing Tian's sleeve, saying, Master, I think he seems quite sincere, why not accept him? If he misbehaves you can just expel him from the sect. In such an occasion with so many people present, only Tong Yu could speak to Jing Tian like this. It was evident that the little girl had developed some thoughts. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister, you are right. If I do anything wrong, master can expel me at any time. Jin Long expressed his gratitude with excitement towards Tong Yu. Moreover, Jin Long directly called her senior sister and his tone was quite natural. Tong Yu was taken aback, her big eyes narrowing as she realized that Jin Long had actually called her senior sister. It felt a bit awkward. Yet more than that, there was a strange sense of satisfaction and superiority. Chang Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, once again marveling at Jin Long's thick skin. If it were them at such an old age and with such formidable strength, they would never kneel and express such filial respect to a little girl. Jing Tian looked increasingly peculiar and he felt a bit of admiration for Jin Long's audacity. He patted Tong Yu on the head and asked Jin Long, Are you really sure you sincerely want to become a disciple? Absolutely, please accept me as your disciple. Jin Long's spirit was lifted, excitement and anticipation displaying on his face as he felt hope blossoming. Jin Long's decision to become a disciple was not made lightly. He had engaged in considerable internal struggle and discussions with his subordinates. Initially he intended to be a follower of Jing Tian. However, a follower would always have to stay close to their master. What would happen to the stronghold he had painstakingly built with over 100,000 people? Most importantly, followers might not necessarily learn genuine combat skills. The difference between being a disciple and a follower was immense. Jing Tian looked at Jin Long, who was filled with sincerity and anticipation, and he had mostly made up his mind. However, he decided to first conduct a data probe on Jin Long. Jin Long, a level 6 metal ability user. Body strength 170. Strength 220. Ability attack power 685. Skill attack power increase none. Loyalty to the host 68. Jing Tian mainly focused on this loyalty. Upon seeing the value of 68, Jing Tian was both surprised and somewhat pleased. This Jin Long, whom he had met for the first time and even had conflicts with, actually had such a high loyalty. Much higher than Chang Kun, not to mention Tong Zhan's pitiful 15. With loyalty meeting the standard plus the considerable energy from the crystal cores and the ability to borrow from disciples, Jing Tian's little thoughts overflowed. It was basically settled. Jing Tian suddenly straightened up and with a serious expression said to Jin Long, I can take you as my disciple, but you must think carefully. If you truly become my student, betrayal will not simply mean being expelled from the sect. I understand. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. If you accept me as your disciple, I vow to put your will above all else. If I betray you, I will endure all hardships, wishing for death to be better than life. Jin Long first bowed to Jing Tian, then raised his hand to swear. The vow was quite intense. Wishing for death to be better than life was far more terrifying than death itself, especially in a world where the existence of death was already looked down upon. Good, from now on you are my second disciple. Remember your vow. Seeing Jin Long like this, Jing Tian also revealed a proper smile. Thank you, master. The vow is etched in my heart and I shall never forget. Jin Long was overjoyed and bowed to Jing Tian again in gratitude. At this moment the system issued a prompt sound. Congratulations, host, for accepting the second disciple and completing the hidden task. Reward: a minor skill, disciple battle technique matching. Jing Tian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Regardless of whether the reward was good or bad, at least the system acknowledged Jin Long's identity as a disciple. This meant he could naturally borrow Jin Long's level 6 abilities. He then learned about this so-called minor skill reward. Disciple battle technique matching, a non-upgradable type. It could directly match suitable battle techniques for the disciple for teaching. The introduction was extremely simple, but the meaning was clear. What delighted Jing Tian was that at this moment he felt the secret manuals left in the safe house flash through his mind clearly and thoroughly. Evidently this skill's minor benefit allowed him to deepen his impression of those books and understand them more thoroughly. Congratulations, Mr. Jing. Congratulations, Leader Jin. Chen Kun was the first to react regardless of his inner thoughts. He sincerely began to congratulate with a radiant smile. Then there was Tong Zhan, who felt frustrated but didn't want to lag behind Chen Kun. After him came Wang Meng and Wan Lian, the siblings who were genuinely happy. As for Tong Yue, the little girl began to curiously observe Jin Long. Thank you all for your blessings. Jin Long first respectfully bowed to Jing Tian again, then stood up to respond to everyone's congratulations. At the same time, Jin Long handed the bag of crystal cores to Jing Tian. Master, I will definitely treat you and senior sister well in the future. I won't refuse, Jing Tian said, directly accepting the crystal cores. I see your team needs vehicles. Once you gather them, I will help you repair them as a greeting gift. Ha! Jin Long was taken aback, then quickly reacted, exclaiming, Master, are you saying those vehicles were all repaired by you? Jin Long's eyes widened in surprise. He had thought they were obtained at a huge cost from somewhere. As for Jin Long's shocked tone, Yu was quick to respond. Of course, junior brother Jin. Our master is capable of many things. Repairing a car is just a matter of minutes. The little girl spoke with a strong sense of pride. Referring to Jin Long as junior brother seemed very natural, and she appeared to enjoy this title quite a bit. Jin Long was even more shocked and didn't know how to respond. This newly accepted master now seemed even more mysterious in his heart. It's just repairing a car, no need to be so surprised. Also, don't stand outside, let's talk inside. Jing Tian said nonchalantly. Everyone nodded quickly and Jin Long also managed to calm down. Then Jin Long called over a level 4 ability subordinate and gave him some instructions. Yu was basically incapacitated, so Jin Long naturally needed to find another subordinate to handle trivial matters. Then there was Li Dan, who had been controlled. She had long stopped shouting, and even though she was unwilling to admit it in her heart, the facts were laid bare before her. Jing Tian, whom she had always despised as a poor wretch, had truly turned into someone she had to look up to. Li Dan should have reflected on her previous attitudes and actions, but upon seeing Jing Tian enter the villa like a star, a deep jealousy flashed in her eyes again. Damn bastard, not even willing to look at me, country bumpkin, poor wretch, just wait and see. Li Dan muttered resentfully, only to be roughly dragged back to Villa No. 2 by 2 subordinates of Tong Zhan. While Li Dan was being dragged away in anger, Jin Long entered the villa in a state of shock. A flower bed, a vegetable garden. Although he knew that in some places it was now possible to plant, it wasn't something that could just be planted casually in the yard. The shock had not yet subsided, and as he stepped through the villa door, more shocks came crashing upon him one after another. In the post-apocalyptic world, few who entered Villa No. 1 could avoid being stunned. Jin Long was no exception. Water dispensers, air conditioners, refrigerators, and other household appliances were all present and fully functional. Most astonishing of all, every device operated flawlessly. Jin Long sat numbly on the sofa, his breathing gradually steadying after a long silence. Yet his gaze fixed upon Jing Tian brimmed with deeper curiosity. Master, have you already developed a power conversion system? He finally blurted out. One might say so. Jing Tian paused thoughtfully before replying. Within the sanctuary, too many phenomena defied explanation, so he chose vagueness. Let them believe it or not. Ask too much and he simply wouldn't answer. Face saving, please. Jin Long ignored the other's reactions entirely, his voice trembling with excitement. Master, if the Southerners have only just begun to make headway in energy research, yet you're already drawing stable power, imagine their shame when they learn of this. Oh. What exactly do you mean by that, Chief Jin? Chen Kun voiced the group's collective bewilderment. I'm Chen Kun. Before my master dropped the title Chief, Brother Jin would hardly demean you, would it? Jin Long regarded him coolly. Not at all, I'd be honored. Chen Kun replied, hastily, flustered and visibly flattered. Jin Long offered a faint smile before elaborating. Just days ago, envoys from the southern settlement arrived in the north. I gleaned fragments of their current situation from their conversations. Wang Lian quietly assumed the role of hostess, bringing everyone glasses of clear water. Jin Long thanked her profusely and took a sip. The water was icy crisp and refreshingly pure, far superior to any purified water they'd scavenged before. Just as he began to marvel, his expression froze. He stared at the glass and exclaimed, this water contains energy, doesn't it? Tong Yu had clearly been waiting for that very reaction. With an air of senior sisterly authority, she declared triumphantly, all food and water here is infused with energy. Get used to it, brother, and stop gawking like a novice. Alas, her delicate youthful face radiated charm, not command. Jin Long stared wide-eyed at Jing Tian. First electricity in the greenhouse, now energy-infused sustenance. What kind of being was this new master? Tell us more about the South, Jing Tian said, gently smiling, evidently uninterested in further explanations. At Jing Tian's prompting, Jin Long nodded eagerly and began recounting what he'd heard, leaving Jing Tian and the others momentarily speechless. The South proved vastly stronger than the North. Soon after the apocalypse descended, its climate shifted violently, over half the region buried beneath ice and snow. Though the environment turned brutally hostile, it also conferred unexpected advantages. Food and supplies preserved far better. Moreover, after the snowfall, heated greenhouses enabled cultivation of grains and vegetables, albeit at staggering energy cost. Even more astonishing, the Southerners had restored vehicles, transforming them into armored warcars adapted to the new world. Finally, Jin Long revealed an even more explosive revelation. Brother Jin, you said they generate power from zombie crystal cores. How does that work? Chang Kun asked, stunned. Such classified knowledge is likely known only to a select few, Jin Long replied, shaking his head. The others nodded in agreement. In this age, power sources were the ultimate strategic secret. Control 1 and world dominance might follow. Naturally, such vital intelligence remained tightly guarded. Still, compared to Master, they fall immeasurably short. I hear their conversion systems demand massive infrastructure and produce unstable currents. Yours, however, runs perfectly steady. Jin Long spoke again, his eyes gleaming with profound reverence as he looked toward Jing Tian. Well said. Even at their strongest, the Southerners are mere refuse before my master. Wang Mang declared bluntly, a sentiment wholly sincere. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan nodded along, though their praise carried a distinct undertone of flattery. Jing Tian smiled modestly, but inwardly savored the admiration. True, everything originated from the villa system, but no one else knew that. And after all, the villa system was his own. Conversation continued until noon. In good spirits, Jing Tian generously spent 2 energy points to procure premium ingredients, entrusting Wang Lian to prepare an especially lavish lunch. Shortly afterward, Jing Tian excused himself upstairs under a casual pretext, not to rest but to replenish his system energy points. After healing Wang Meng, he'd retained 12 points. Purchasing ingredients and unspecified system deductions had reduced his reserve to 8. He retrieved all available crystal cores, 10 grade 3 cores given earlier by Chang Kun as payment for vehicle repairs, and another pouch freshly gifted by Jin Long. Yes. I'm rich. Jing Tian couldn't suppress a triumphant shout upon emptying Jin Long's pouch. There are a total of 75 crystal cores. Ding. Detected a large amount of crystal core energy. Do you wish to absorb all of it? The system suddenly appeared. Jin Long does not need to worry. As a level 6 powerhouse, he won't lack for crystal cores, and his only goal is to learn extraordinary combat skills. But what about Tong Yu and the Wang siblings? Jing Tian directly selected 3 level 4 crystal cores from the pile, 1 each of wind, earth and fire attributes. He then issued a command to the system to absorb and convert the remaining crystal cores. Crystal core energy absorption. Absorption complete. A total of 4,500 energy points gained from this absorption. Total energy points now at 4,508. Please continue to work hard, host. The system absorbs energy quickly. It took less than 10 seconds to absorb and convert such a quantity of crystal cores. 4,500. This. A level 5 crystal core only provides 200 energy points. Jing Tian frowned. Level 2 crystal cores provide 3 points of energy, level 3 provide 30 and level 4 provide 100. By this calculation, the energy from a level 5 crystal core is only 200. Jing Tian initially wanted to analyze the energy patterns of the crystal cores, but it seems pointless now. Everything is dictated by the system. System, are you embezzling my energy points? Jing Tian suddenly thought of a question. Unfortunately, the system would absolutely not respond to such inquiries. You'd better not let me find out, or I'll uninstall you. Jing Tian threatened fiercely. Clearly, even he did not believe this threat. At the same time, he felt a bit apologetic towards Wang Mang. If his energy had come a bit earlier, he wouldn't have left him with that hidden danger from the mutation. Regardless, with the energy now abundant, Jing Tian's thoughts began to race again. The most important thing right now is to upgrade the battle god ship. I need to go to the demon city and rescue the Zhang Jian guy. When Zhang Jian sees me making such a grand entrance with his character, he'll definitely cling to me, begging for protection and support. Right? Don't worry, Zhang Jian, as long as you stick with me, you'll live a life of luxury. You must wait for me. Lastly, Jing Tian thought of his close friend, growing increasingly anxious to fetch him. Of course, now with a pretty impressive disciple, it would also be fine to send him. However, Jing Tian still wanted to personally bring his brother back. He then started organizing the materials needed for the battle god ship's upgrade. Current level 1. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 kilograms of steel, 500 kilograms of copper, 300 kilograms of aluminum, 200 kilograms of rubber, 50 kilograms of silver, and 500 energy points. Steel, copper, and rubber have already been completed, and energy points are not an issue. Jing Tian has already thought about the upgrade materials and will have Jin Long's people collect them. Next is the upgrade of the super villa main system. Jing Tian also wants to level it up to level 3 as soon as possible because there is a surprise reward waiting for him. However, the system upgrade is still a bit difficult at the moment. Energy points are sufficient, but he first needs 5 auxiliary functions to reach level 2. Currently only 2 have reached level 2. While Jing Tian was studying this, Tong Yu ran up from downstairs calling for Jing Tian to come down for lunch. Lunch was very lavish with a full table of at least 10 dishes. Unfortunately, Jing Tian does not have a habit of drinking, so he did not exchange for any beverages. Everyone else including Jin Long looked at the sumptuous spread with envy. If measured in crystal cores they would all be willing to trade level 5 crystal cores for it. However, to Jing Tian, exchanging 2 energy points for such an elaborate meal seemed a bit expensive. After all, under normal system supply methods 2 energy points could feed 2 to 3 people for a month. This meal aside from Jing Tian saw Jin Long, Chen Kun and several other men unable to put down their bowls and chopsticks. The food was fresh, boosted by Wang Lian's culinary skills, and the faint energy in each dish made it irresistible. As a result, lunch ended in less than 20 minutes. After finishing, Chen Kun and Tong Zhan whispered to each other and then made a request to Jing Tian. They wanted to ask Jing Tian if meat could be sold as well. They both knew that this time they had benefited from Jin Long's resources, and in the future if they wanted to eat such meat they would likely have to come to Jing Tian to purchase it. Jing Tian hesitated slightly before nodding. As long as they could offer him a satisfactory price in crystal cores, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to make money. Finally, Jing Tian set the price. 1 pound of meat regardless of type would be 1 level 3 crystal core, while vegetables would remain at the original price of 5 pounds for 1 level 3 crystal core. Chen Kun, you guys are making a huge profit. My master could sell these things at other strongholds for 3 times their value. Jin Long said. Chen Kun and Tong Zhan nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing with Jin Long's words. They then left to collect supplies and crystal cores in preparation for their expanding team. Jin Long also went out afterward. Jing Tian asked him to help collect the upgrade materials for the battle god ship, and he instructed his subordinates to go out with Chen Kun. When Jin Long returned, he looked at Jing Tian with eager anticipation, his thoughts too obvious. No need to look at me like that, let's go to the rooftop to teach you how to cultivate. Jing Tian understood Jin Long's intentions and did not disappoint him. In fact, he had already found the key to guiding the Wang siblings that morning, but it had been interrupted by Li Dan. Upon arriving at the top of the villa, Jing Tian immediately started testing Jin Long's affinity and recognition of the elements. The results were both surprising and expected. Jin Long also did not gain the recognition of the elements. Upon discovering this, Jing Tian developed an initial teaching plan. Now let me explain to you. Although the 3 of you are not low in rank, but from my perspective your foundation is fundamentally flawed. Flawed foundation. Jin Long raised an eyebrow. He had awakened his abilities when the apocalypse arrived and had been practicing this way ever since, never feeling that anything was wrong. Master is speaking, junior brother, you should pay attention, what master says is always correct. Tong Yu admonished with a serious expression. The Wang siblings watched Tong Yu reprimand Jin Long with strange expressions on their faces. Jin Long's face turned red instantly and he awkwardly nodded while glancing at Jing Tian with concern. Jing Tian chuckled at Tong Yu's demeanor and was not angered by Jin Long's confusion. Instead, he continued his explanation. You are merely superficially borrowing the energy of the elements, not truly controlling it. Therefore, I will teach you how to gain the recognition of elemental energy, which is the most fundamental thing for an ability user. Jing Tian may not be a renowned master, but after teaching Tong Yu for a while he had gained some experience. Most importantly, Jing Tian knew where the key entry point was. After explaining the initial concepts, he could directly dive into practical teaching. Jing Tian shared some insights and finally had Tong Yu demonstrate how to meditate and communicate with the elements. With Jing Tian's explanations, the 3 quickly understood. After all, Jin Long and the others were not like Tong Yu, who started from zero. Their minds were more mature and stable. So in less than an hour, the 3 entered a meditative state, one after another. Once Tong Yu entered meditation, she became deeply immersed. Jing Tian looked at the state of the group and nodded slightly in satisfaction. This was a significant step towards success. Next, it depended on whether they could resonate with the elements and gain their recognition. The focus was on how long it would take for them to receive acknowledgement from elemental energy. Jing Tian moved a chair to the edge of the rooftop, observing the indoor situation while waiting for the group. He thought the 3 would take some time to see results. However, only a little over 10 minutes passed before Jing Tian was astonished to see a violent fluctuation of elemental energy appear behind him. Clearly someone had gained recognition from elemental energy. Turning around, he saw it was Wang Lian. Surrounding Wang Lian, waves of azure wind elemental energy spiraled continuously, with the surrounding wind elements rapidly gathering around her. In an instant, the wind elements transformed into a mist of azure enveloping Wang Lian. Her state clearly showed that the communication was successful and she had gained recognition from the wind elements. Most importantly, her cultivation level was gradually rising under the influx of elemental energy. Just as Jing Tian was astonished and puzzled by Wang Lian's talent, Jin Long and Wang Meng underwent changes almost simultaneously. Wang Meng was associated with earth elements while Jin Long was linked to metal elements, one earthy yellow and the other metallic gold. The 2 types of elements soon formed 2 clouds of energy mist wrapping around both of them. Jing Tian blinked in surprise. Was it really this easy? In just a little over 10 minutes, all 3 had gained recognition from elemental energy. After a brief thought, he could only attribute it to the fact that they were already ability users. Jing Tian guessed correctly to an extent. The main reason was that ability users were recognized by elemental energy upon awakening. However, these ability users had no understanding of how to communicate and become close with elemental power. Therefore, in terms of elemental recognition, they had always been left hanging. Simply put, they inherently possessed this ability but had never known how to activate it. Now, as the three ability users gained recognition from their respective elemental attributes, it was natural for them to experience a surge in their cultivation levels. Even their mental strength was affected, leading to a significant increase. Time passed gradually. The Wang siblings who had just promoted were soaring in their cultivation levels, quickly reaching the peak state of their current rank. However, they soon stopped and were unable to advance further. Wang Meng reached the peak of level 4 while Wang Lian reached the peak of level 3. At this moment, the elemental energy around them gradually stabilized, entering a steady state. In contrast, Jin Long was different. He was already close to the peak of level 6. Now he had indeed reached the peak of level 6, and under the massive energy impact there were signs of a potential breakthrough. Yet it felt as if he were trapped behind a thin membrane, unable to break through. This sensation was quite uncomfortable. Even Jing Tian felt a strong urge to poke a needle to help him break through the membrane. After a few more minutes, the Wang siblings stabilized their breaths and woke up. At this moment, Tong Yu also ended her meditation due to the influence of the energy fluctuations. "Master, sir." The three woke up and called out to Jing Tian simultaneously. Tong Yu was puzzled by the powerful elemental energy swirling around Jin Long. The Wang siblings were excited. Should Jin Long seems to be on the verge of a promotion, don't disturb him. Jing Tian immediately gestured for the three to be silent. In truth, Jing Tian was overthinking it. At this point, Jin Long had no perception of the outside world. Unless someone approached him, he would remain unaware. Promotion. Does that mean he is about to reach level 7? The expressions of the three changed simultaneously and shock appeared on their faces. They now understood that the 9 levels of ability users were divided into 3 stages: high, medium, and low. Each stage has 3 levels, and once one reaches level 7, they truly step into the ranks of high-level ability users. While the three were astonished, their eyes could not help but turn towards Jing Tian. If Jin Long reached level 7, one could say that 90 of the credit belonged to Jing Tian. "Don't look at me like that." Seeing the three looking at him with reverence, Jing Tian smiled slightly, intending to say something. But just then, suddenly, roar! An unusual roar echoed from afar. The roar was clearly filled with anger, and it did not sound like a zombie's roar. At least it was not the sound of zombies that Jing Tian and the others had heard before. The expressions of Jing Tian and the others changed simultaneously as they quickly turned to look in the direction of the roar. The source of the sound seemed quite distant, making it difficult to determine the exact location. But soon they noticed something unusual. About 5 to 6 kilometers in the southwest direction of the villa, a large mass of moving shadows suddenly appeared. As the shadow moved towards the villa, its area continued to expand. "Zombies, it's a zombie tide." The Wang siblings stared wide-eyed, their faces showing signs of horror. A zombie tide is the nightmare of every stronghold, especially those with low defenses. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. It was indeed strange for such a massive gathering of zombies. Could it be that they are about to experience another round of mutual devouring? "Let's go, we need to deploy a drone and find Chen Kun Tong and the others to warn them to avoid this." Jing Tian suddenly thought of those still outside gathering supplies. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu's small face also showed a look of anxiety. Recently her relationship with her father Tong Zhan had gradually improved, so she naturally hoped nothing would happen to him. The aura of Jin Long continued to swell, and it was uncertain how long it would take to reach a conclusion. Staying here was of no help. Jing Tian led Tong Yu and the others back inside the building. The drone quickly flew out of the villa. In less than 2 minutes it approached within 500 meters of the zombie tide, and the general situation became vaguely clear. The drone hovered and quickly descended. Suddenly Jing Tian's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, master, it's Xiao Pang. These zombies are chasing Xiao Pang." Tong Yu suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted. Indeed, Jing Tian also saw Xiao Pang. The camera zoomed in quickly, allowing them to see Xiao Pang's condition. At this moment, much of Xiao Pang's fur had fallen out and his body was a bloody mess, looking quite tragic. However, this did not affect his speed. He was still running swiftly. The drone flew directly above Xiao Pang. "Xiao Pang, how did you get into such a state? And, did you lead these zombies here?" Jing Tian asked loudly. "Woof woof." Xiao Pang suddenly halted, looking up at the drone and barking twice, a mix of anger and weakness in his voice. This upward glance allowed Jing Tian and the others to clearly see that Xiao Pang's eyes had turned a strange red. "This seems like a mutation," Wang Lian exclaimed softly. Jing Tian was not too surprised. He already knew from Xiao Pang's data that Xiao Pang was a mutated species, and a rather advanced one at that. "Woof." Xiao Pang barked again, then suddenly slowed down his running speed. Jing Tian was taken aback, sensing the emotions in Xiao Pang's howl. There was hesitation, reluctance, and a hint of disappointment. Xiao Pang thought he was being blamed for leading the zombies towards the villa. Is he stopping now to give up his own life? "Stupid dog, hurry back." Are you waiting to be eaten by the zombies? Jing Tian suddenly shouted at Xiao Pang. Woof. Xiao Pang was taken aback, then excitedly barked, his chubby body suddenly picking up speed again. Damn. I feel like I've been tricked. Seeing Xiao Pang's sudden excitement, Jing Tian felt for a moment that he had been played by this dog. This stupid dog. After cursing, Jing Tian felt something was off. If he called Xiao Pang a stupid dog, then what did that make him if he had been tricked? Sir, look behind, there are so many high-level mutated zombies. Wang Meng said hoarsely from the side. Only then did Jing Tian turn to look at the zombies chasing after Xiao Pang. Upon seeing this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Jing Tian's back. Holy crap, Xiao Pang, did you throw the son of the zombie ancestor into a well? Not to mention the ordinary level 2 zombies behind, there were actually more than 2,000 mutated zombies at the forefront. Looking at the sea of red, none were below level 3. Upon rough observation, about 70% were level 3, more than 20% were level 4, and at the very front were over 100 level 5 zombies, all well equipped. And this was not all. Between these mutated zombies and Xiao Pang there were 3 uniquely different zombies. These 3 zombies not only had less dull skin, but their skin was also clean and intact, with the biggest difference being their eyes. The eyes of these 3 mutated zombies were completely milky white, and one could even see their eyes moving flexibly, indicating that their minds were quite agile. These 3 mutated zombies were evidently faster, closing the gap with Xiao Pang. At this moment Xiao Pang was still over 3,000 meters away from the villa area. Sir, are those level 6 zombies? Wang Lian couldn't help but ask. They should be. We need to find a way to help Xiao Pang. He's injured and his speed is not what it used to be. Jing Tian also could not confirm if those 3 were indeed level 6 zombies, having never seen them before. However, now was not the time to investigate. The priority was to help Xiao Pang escape these zombies. Looking at the speed of those 3 zombies, it would not be long before they caught up with Xiao Pang. But how to help? The Wang siblings and Tong Yu all looked toward Jing Tian. The best solution now seemed to be for Jing Tian, the super powerhouse, to take action personally. Jing Tian immediately understood the look in their eyes. If he could get out, he would have a chance to save Xiao Pang, as he could now draw on Jin Long's strength. The logic was indeed sound, but damn it, he couldn't get out either. Watching as the 3 zombies closed in on Xiao Pang, the distance shrank to less than 50 meters in the blink of an eye. Jing Tian panicked. Even if he could get out now, it would be too late. Master, please save Xiao Pang. Tong Yu pleaded with a flushed face, looking at the situation on the screen. Jing Tian narrowed his eyes, then gritted his teeth and said, "Stupid dog, I might take a huge loss for you." After Jing Tian's roar, he quickly maneuvered the drone to make a turn and charged directly towards the zombie at the front. Naturally, Jing Tian was not foolish enough to believe that the drone could repel the zombie. He only hoped to create some distraction. Interference tactic. However, Jing Tian was also mentally prepared for the drone to be destroyed. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the possibility of incurring significant losses. Zombies are highly sensitive to sound, especially those of this level, who surely possess vision as well. Hearing the noise, the zombie in front suddenly slowed its movements. Looking up at the drone, the zombie's completely white eyes seemed to flicker for a moment. Then it leaped up, heading straight for the drone. The zombie moved with exceptional agility, showing no signs of stiffness. Its speed was incredibly fast, reaching the height of the drone in the blink of an eye. This thing was 7 or 8 meters high. What the hell? Jing Tian exclaimed, completely unprepared for the zombie's formidable jumping power. In the instant the zombie swung its arm, he barely managed to control the drone to evade. However, having dodged the first one, 2 more zombies quickly followed suit, leaping up. Jing Tian then began to control the drone like playing a shooting game, rapidly dodging between the 3 zombies. Bang! Crack! As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you will surely get your shoes wet. Greed will lead to a bad end. Jing Tian had originally planned to delay for another 3 seconds before flying away. As a result, he miscalculated. The drone failed to evade a zombie's attack and was sent flying with a single slap. Ah! Tong Yu gasped in surprise. 2 of the drone's 4 propeller blades were broken in an instant, and it tumbled away with a clatter. Finally, the screen flickered with static for a second before making a loud bang. The screen went black. Woo woo! The drone is gone. Tong Yu realized the drone was completely wrecked, and she immediately burst into tears, feeling heartbroken. The Wang siblings were also very sad. The drone was a precious item at this time. With this drone for observation, traveling would be much safer and more convenient. Ding! The drone's core is over 90 damaged and is beyond repair. Please redeem a new one as soon as possible to ensure the integrity of the safe house. The system issued a timely prompt. Can we redeem it again? That's great. Upon hearing this notification, Jing Tian felt a surge of joy and immediately asked, what are the conditions? 2,000 energy points to redeem a new upgraded version. 2,000 energy points. Why don't you just go rob someone? Jing Tian was somewhat infuriated upon hearing this energy point requirement. If not redeemed within 3 days, the drone redemption function will be permanently closed. The system bluntly stated this before ignoring Jing Tian any further. What the hell? What should we do, master? The drone is gone and I don't know what happened to Xiaopeng. At this moment Tong Yu was still feeling sad and worried. Don't worry, master can still make the drone. Seeing his little disciple's pitiful appearance, Jing Tian hurriedly comforted her and then continued, I delayed for over 10 seconds for Xiaopeng, it will surely be fine. I'll go check on the rooftop. You can still make the drone. Master, you are amazing. Tong Yu was taken aback, her little face brightening up like a book turning from rain to sunshine as she cheered. The Wang siblings looked at Jing Tian with even more admiration. However, Jing Tian's heart was bleeding. That was 2,000 energy points, which felt a bit unjust. In an instant, nearly half of the small fortune he had just gained was lost. It was all that foolish dog's fault. This debt must be placed on its head. The group returned to the top of the villa where Jean Long was still stuck, at a certain point his aura still surging. As they reached the edge of the rooftop, they could clearly see the dense mass of zombies in the distance. Moreover, a small group of higher-level mutated zombies was less than a kilometer away. Looking further ahead, Tong Yu happily exclaimed, Xiaopeng is okay. About 700 or 800 meters from the villa area they could see a small dog shadow sprinting rapidly. About 200 meters behind the dog were the 3 zombies suspected to be of level 6. Clearly the drone had not sacrificed itself for nothing. As Jing Tian looked at Xiaopeng's figure, he couldn't help but clench his fists, hoping it could go faster, even faster. At a distance of over 700 meters, Xiaopeng took nearly 2 minutes. Clearly as it got closer to the villa area its speed decreased once again, bringing the 3 zombies closer by nearly 100 meters. Fortunately at this moment Xiaopeng also stepped into the entrance of the villa area, quickly dashing towards the mountaintop. Jing Tian could finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. The aura of the safe house, while it might not completely intimidate the 3 zombies, would still have some effect. However, Jing Tian soon realized he had miscalculated. The 3 zombies showed no signs of stopping and charged into the villa area entrance without hesitation. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows. The previously cautious level 5 mutated zombies were now completely disregarded. Roar! Xiaopeng seemed to sense the immense danger, suddenly letting out a loud roar about 200 meters outside the protective line. Seemingly risking its life, Xiaopeng's speed suddenly surged and in the blink of an eye it dashed into the protective line. Once inside, Xiaopeng completely exhausted itself and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Jing Tian directly flew down from the top of the villa with Tong Yu and the others to Xiaopeng's side. Xiaopeng, how are you? Tong Yu exclaimed, her eyes red with concern as she rushed to Xiaopeng's side. His fur was matted with dried blood and some of his flesh had been torn away. Woo! Xiaopeng managed to open his eyes, the strange red hue fading back to normal. Xiaopeng glanced at Tong Yu, then turned to Jing Tian, letting out a soft whimper. Jing Tian felt a wave of gratitude emanating from Xiaopeng. He was clearly thanking Jing Tian for not giving up on him during the most perilous moment. Take care of your injuries. If you die, it would be a waste of my drone. Jing Tian said somewhat grudgingly. Woo! Woo! Xiaopeng let out an annoyed sound, rolling his eyes before tilting his head and fainting completely. Jing Tian had no time to observe Xiaopeng any longer. The 3 mutated zombies were already within a dozen meters of the protective line. They surprisingly did not charge straight and seemingly sensing the protective barrier of the safe house. It made sense, level 5 zombies would be cautious here and they couldn't possibly be unaware of the abnormality, it was just a matter of fear. At that moment Wang Lian and Wang Meng stepped in front of Jing Tian. Although they knew they were no match for him and couldn't stop the danger, they did so without hesitation. Awu! One of the zombies suddenly shouted at Jing Tian and the others. Then this zombie made a shocking gesture that left Jing Tian and the others stunned. The zombie actually stretched out its withered pale hand and pointed at Xiaopeng. Jing Tian froze. This zombie was expressing a thought. Do you want this stupid dog? Jing Tian instructed the Wang siblings to step aside and took a couple of steps forward to question the zombie, now less than 5 meters away from it. He felt somewhat anxious inside. However, thinking of his trump cards calmed him down. Awu! The zombie actually nodded, producing a deep hoarse sound. Damn, is that really what it means? If it evolves another level, can it speak? Jing Tian's eyes flashed with intense shock at the zombie's response. Roar! Seeing that Jing Tian did not respond immediately, the zombie growled again, tinged with anger. Wang Meng, we have to get ready for a fight, hurry and bring the Zhanshanhao. Jing Tian suddenly turned to Wang Meng and issued an order. It was clear that the situation couldn't end well. Therefore they had to prepare for battle. Of course, letting the zombie enter the safe zone might be a good idea. But unless absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid. This one could easily invite wolves into the fold. At the same time, Jing Tian instructed Tong Yu to take Xiaopeng back to the villa. Wang Meng, excited by Jing Tian's command, nodded and ran towards the back of the villa. Awu! The zombie seemed stimulated by the sight of Xiaopeng being carried away, letting out a loud roar. After this roar, the 3 zombies charged directly at Jing Tian. Damn, that was quick. Shouldn't we negotiate a bit more? Jing Tian exclaimed, instinctively pulling Wang Lian back a couple of steps. Boom! The three zombies almost simultaneously slammed into the protective shield. A deafening crash resonated, causing the whole villa area to tremble. Ding! Safety protection encountered extreme impact. Protective power decreased by 80%. The system's prompt sounded an alarm. Jing Tian was shocked. It seemed he had miscalculated. How could they lose so much protective power in one hit? At the same time, Jing Tian saw a crimson exclamation mark appear on the system screen in his mind. Clearly, this was an extremely dangerous warning. This is getting serious. Repair, immediately repair. Thinking more was futile. Taking advantage of the zombies being flung back, Jing Tian quickly issued a command to repair the protective layer. Ding! Consumed 5 energy points, repaired 20%, time taken 3 minutes. Damn system, there are so many energy points now, can't you just deduct more at once for a direct repair? Jing Tian cursed. The system remained unresponsive. It was clear that his request was not within the accepted range. Awoo! Awoo! The three zombies, seemingly unaffected by their injuries, quickly regrouped, staring at each other and starting to howl. They were clearly discussing something. Meanwhile, a large group of zombies following these three had also arrived. All level 2 ordinary zombies came to a halt. The group of mutated zombies above level 3 had stepped into the villa area. It was unclear whether this was due to the presence of higher level zombies or the depletion of the protective shield's power. In any case, these mutated zombies, which had previously dared not approach, were now charging towards the villa. At that moment, Wang Meng's Zhan Shenhao rushed in from the back of the villa. The vehicle moved almost silently except for the sound of tires crushing the ground. Awoo! The three zombies howled in unison and charged forward again. Simultaneously, the zombies behind also suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the protective layer alongside the three zombies. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows but did not seem overly anxious. Unleash the first trump card. The first trump card that Jing Tian revealed was the disguise cloak. Originally, the disguise cloak was merely a trivial auxiliary function. However, in Jing Tian's hands it became a tool for intimidation. In an instant, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from Jing Tian. Wang Lian beside him and Wang Meng in the vehicle both had their eyes light up upon sensing Jing Tian's aura. The master is finally going to make a move. One cannot deny that the aura created by the disguise cloak was indeed effective. The three zombies were the first to react, momentarily pausing, their lifeless faces revealing a hint of horror. All three of them halted their movements, let alone the lower-level zombies behind them. The front row came to a sudden stop while the rear row, unable to break in time, crashed into them. In an instant, a scene of pushing and shoving unfolded. Even the three special zombies could not escape being squeezed into the horde of zombies. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies were directly pressed against the protective shield. Although the shield only retained 20 of its protective power, it was more than enough to block the zombies' pressure. Wang Lian watched the scene and was momentarily mesmerized. However, she quickly became puzzled. She had thought the master would continue to take action and eliminate all the zombies. Instead, the master stood there without any further action. Jing Tian also had no choice. The intimidation artifact could only last for 5 seconds. Moreover, there was a cooldown time of 1 hour. But that was sufficient. After all, the chaos created would allow the zombies time to reorganize their formation. This was enough time for Jing Tian to make his next move. Though his body remained still, his mind was active. He called up the system screen and took control of the God of War's hunting rifle. Hunting rifle ready, exchange for 5,000 bullets. The hunting rifle initially provided only 50 bullets, which was far from enough. The system unhesitatingly deducted 100 energy points and the rifle rose from the top of the God of War. The muzzle was slightly adjusted. Fire! Jing Tian roared in his mind. Bang bang bang. The sound of the hunting rifle was like a cannon. Even rapid fire didn't produce the usual da-da-da sound. In an instant, the gunfire merged into a continuous roar. The group of zombies which had just stood up amidst the roars of the three zombies was met with a barrage of bullets. The crimson level 3 zombie was hit by the bullets and exploded. The bright red level 4 zombies were shot through the eyes or were finished off after taking 2 or 3 hits. As for the level 5 zombies, the level 1 hunting rifle could only inflict minor injuries on them. The gap was considerable, but there was nothing to be done. However, Jing Tian had plenty of bullets. In a frenzied bombardment, even level 5 zombies could only be pushed back step by step. At this moment, Jing Tian didn't care how much damage he inflicted on these zombies. It was simply a wild bombardment. Soon a look of unexpected joy flashed across Jing Tian's face. The system actually prompted him that the zombies he had hunted were directly converted into energy points. The continuous notification sounds felt like the most beautiful music to Jing Tian. Unfortunately, beauty is often easily interrupted. Awoo! The 3 suspected level 6 zombies were now completely enraged. They roared and crashed through the zombies in front of them. Once again they united and charged towards the protective barrier. Simultaneously a faint black mist began to emerge from the three zombies. Jing Tian raised his brows and aimed the hunting rifle carefully at the three zombies. Bang bang bang. The three zombies were repeatedly hit by bullets, but they merely paused in their steps, their bodies swaying slightly. The black mist on them appeared weak, yet it was able to block the hunting rifle's bullets. At most it could only hinder their forward movement. Damn it, too strong. The protective barrier takes a whole minute to recover. Jing Tian finally grew worried. If the barrier was struck again, it would likely be completely shattered. The consumption of protective power and complete destruction are two different concepts. Although it could regenerate, the cost in energy points was not small. Come on, let me show you my last trump card. Jing Tian suddenly gritted his teeth and directly withdrew the protective barrier. This was undoubtedly a smart and correct decision. It would have been broken anyway if he hadn't withdrawn it. The hunting rifle entered automatic firing mode, borrowing the disciple's ability. Watch me. Jing Tian roared in his heart as he activated his final trump card. However, halfway through his shout he suddenly choked. His expression turned as if he had been constipated for over 10 days. Why is this happening? Because Ji Lon's level 6 metal ability showed no response. Only Tong Yu's pathetic level 2 fire element quickly reacted to him. Damn it. Who the hell is messing with me? Jing Tian's forehead turned as dark as a pot bottom, cursing furiously in his heart. I don't know if it's Ji Lon's issue or a system malfunction. Can't figure it out. Let's just curse together. During this distraction, three zombies had already approached within 20 meters. Moreover, they spread out, interfering with the shotgun's shots. Wang Mang, let's go together and entangle one. Just as Jing Tian felt somewhat frustrated and one of his trump cards failed, Wang Lian suddenly called out to Wang Mang. Wang Mang had just disembarked from the battle god. As soon as his sister called, Wang Mang nodded and both rushed towards a zombie. The siblings charged while unleashing their abilities. The earth bullet and wind ball successfully hit the target. Bang. Phew. However, after the two sounds, the earth ball shattered and the wind ball dissipated. And what about that zombie? It merely swayed the black mist on its body. It wasn't even grazed. Just as the siblings' expressions changed drastically, the zombie suddenly flipped its claws, sending two streams of black mist straight at the siblings. The black mist moved with eerie speed, leaving the siblings no chance to react or dodge. Bang bang. The two were sent flying. At the same time, they were instantly enveloped by a mass of black mist. Everything happened too quickly. So fast that Jing Tian's warning hadn't even left his mouth. The siblings seemed to have voluntarily rushed forward to deliver their heads. This was the result of a stark power disparity. Little sister. Ah. As the black mist enveloped them, Wang Lian's eyes turned dark and she fainted. Meanwhile, Wang Mang, after a roar, suddenly experienced a drastic change in his body. In an instant, the layer of black mist was absorbed into Wang Mang's body. At the same time, his body swelled like bread rising. In no time, all of Wang Mang's clothes were torn apart and the dagger he carried flew away. Fortunately, a certain point remained elastic enough to barely stay intact. In just 2 seconds, Wang Mang had transformed into a giant resembling a rock. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his eyes were blood red. Roar! Wang Mang seemed completely unaware of his transformation. In his eyes there was only that zombie charging at it like a tank. Originally, Jing Tian felt a pang of guilt upon seeing the siblings injured. He was about to use his ultimate trump card to end the battle. However, upon witnessing Wang Mang's transformation, he hesitated. Wang Mang's condition clearly showed the side effects of fusing with the zombie poison. Perhaps it could bring him an unexpected surprise. The zombie seemed momentarily stunned by Wang Mang's mutation. In the next second, these two mismatched entities collided. Hedon. Bang. Wang Mang's massive body trembled slightly. The zombie was sent flying. With Wang Mang's transformation, he gained the upper hand in this round. Although it wasn't severely injured, the zombie was still knocked back over 10 meters, rolling twice before standing up again. Wang Mang charged like a mad bear, relentlessly pursuing, roaring continuously. Awoo! Seeing Wang Mang charging over, the zombie let out a peculiar sound and prepared to meet him. Hedon, just as they were about to collide again, the zombie's figure unexpectedly dodged to the side, quickly reaching out to claw at Wang Mang's ribs. Creak! A sound like hard objects scraping against a stone surface rang out. 3 white marks appeared on Wang Mang's ribs, yet not even the skin was broken. At this moment, Wang Mang seemed unaffected, turning to continue his pursuit of the zombie. Relying on his tough skin and flesh, Wang Mang ignored the zombie's attacks, but his speed was noticeably slower. After several exchanges, this battle between man and zombie reached a stalemate. Wang Mang was at a standstill, but the situation for Jing Tian was becoming tense. The two zombies kept moving closer towards Jing Tian. Even with the formidable shotgun, it could only delay their approach in the end. Moreover, the shotgun had to keep an eye on those restless mutated zombies behind. In the blink of an eye, the two zombies were less than 10 meters away from Jing Tian. Looks like I have to use my final trump card. Jing Tian sensed the crisis, but he had never truly panicked. Because he still had the final trump card in his hand. Once this card was played, all crises would vanish. Boom. Just as Jing Tian prepared to use his super trump card, suddenly a loud bang came from the roof of the villa behind him. Immediately, the elemental energy in the air surged towards the villa's rooftop like a tidal wave. In an instant, it was as if the air in the world had been sucked dry. Within a kilometer radius, all movements of people and zombies came to a halt. Of course, it wasn't voluntary, they were all temporarily suppressed by a powerful aura. Even Wang Meng, who was in a frenzy, stopped. As Wang Meng ceased to move, his mutated state quickly returned to normal, his body went limp and he fainted. The two zombies facing Jing Tian stopped just 5 meters in front of him. Yet Jing Tian was completely unaffected. Because he was the master of the safe house. Even without activating control, external energy could not bind him. This is what they call privilege. After a moment of shock from the unusual change, a look of ecstasy spread across Jing Tian's face. Jin Long had successfully ascended. Level 6 to level 7. Advancing from intermediate to advanced. This scene was quite a spectacle. Very impressive. Most importantly, it saved him from using one of his life-saving trump cards. After about half a minute, the elemental tide weakened. Awoo. The three zombies, regaining their freedom of movement, let out a simultaneous roar and dashed in 3 directions, with one zombie heading straight for Jing Tian. The other 2 moved towards the unconscious Wang Meng and Wang Lian siblings. Seeing the zombies' movement, Jing Tian reacted with lightning speed, firing his shotgun while simultaneously activating his disciple ability. His intention was to borrow Tongyu's fire-based hetero ability. Though her power was weak, even minor interference could disrupt the zombies. A brief delay would suffice, Jin Long would descend imminently. His ultimate trump card was too precious to waste unnecessarily. The moment Jing Tian focused his will, his expression shifted from shock to unrestrained elation. Jin Long's ability was now accessible, and at level 7. With no time to ponder how or why, he turned his full attention to the siblings' peril. Golden Light Spear. He had mastered hetero combat techniques so thoroughly that they manifested instantly. With a flick of his wrist, 2 golden beams shot forth from his palm, striking the remaining 2 zombies. Wang Lian and Wang Meng had to be saved, no hesitation. Heavy techniques were too slow, only the simplest, fastest combat maneuvers would do. A double thwip. Echoed sharply. Like the Wang siblings moments before, the 2 zombies had no chance to evade, their thighs pierced clean through. Even the most basic technique empowered by a level 7 ability carried devastating force. Master, I'm coming to aid you. At the very instant the 2 zombies collapsed, a thunderous shout erupted from the villa's rooftop. Jin Long had completed his ascension and awakened. Even as he roared, Jin Long launched himself off the roof. Madera's sphere of golden elemental energy, larger than a wash basin, hurtled downward with crushing momentum. Its target, the zombie Jing Tian, had barely restrained with shotgun fire. Boom. Already staggered by gunfire, the creature never saw the celestial blow descending. It was struck dead center by the golden orb. The zombie was hurled backward violently. Black chi exploded outward, its garments disintegrating into dust, and deep fissures split across its ghastly pallid flesh. Though grievously wounded, it remained alive. Even as it used the impact to reverse course, it regained footing in an instant, its black chi surging back with alarming speed. Jing Tian glanced once at Jin Long's assault. A wry thought flickered through his mind, still brute-forcing it even as a level 7 powerhouse. It was but a passing observation, his focus remained firmly here. The leg wounds barely hindered the 2 zombies, they rose immediately and lunged again toward the Wang siblings. Golden Wheel Slash. His eyes blazed with light, his voice boomed like thunder. A hetero combat technique, countless such arts resided in his mind, ready to manifest at will. At his cry, a golden disc, 20 centimeters in diameter, coalesced before him. In the next breath it shot forward like a streak of light, appearing behind one zombie in an instant. Slightly slower than true teleportation, but swift enough. Thwip. The golden will sliced cleanly through the zombie's neck. With a whisper of parted flesh, its head detached from its body. The second zombie had closed within 5 meters of Wang Lian, only a lunge or a swipe away from ending her life. Yet abruptly it froze, then whirled around. It fled. For the golden wheel that had severed its comrade's head did not dissipate, it arced over 10 meters, then reversed course, hurtling straight toward it. Had the zombie possessed speech, it would have cursed its own birth, lamenting it hadn't been granted 2 more legs. Frantically accelerating, it saturated its form with black chi to its utmost density, yet it availed nothing. Thwip. The golden will caught it in the blink of an eye, black chi dissolving, head flying skyward. Another instant kill. Is this the might of a level 7 cultivator? Jing Tian, the technique's originator, stood momentarily stunned by the result. Then, a chime. Hunting 2 mid to heightier mutated zombies grants 1000 energy points. Total energy 8765. Jing Tian blinked, then erupted into laughter. Ha! High risk truly yields high reward, this time fortune has truly smiled upon me. Though fraught with peril, the gains were extraordinary. Indeed, Jing Tian had never truly feared, he hadn't yet deployed his ultimate trump card. Then he recalled the system's classification of the zombies. Mid to high tier. Meaning a high-rank specimen within the mid-tier, equivalent to late or peak level 6. Suppressing his excitement, he turned to observe Jin Long's battle with the remaining zombie. After a few moments, Jing Tian shook his head wordless. How best to describe Jin Long's assault? Imagine something easily slain with a single stroke, yet instead one chooses to pound it blow after blow with bare fists. The outcome may be identical, but the effort is wasted, the timing flawed. Worse still, escape remains perilously likely mid-assault, and Jing Tian's assessment proved accurate almost immediately. Seizing another opportunity to be hurled aside, the zombie plummeted directly into the midst of a cluster of level 3 to 5 zombies. Arg! Arg! The creature roared urgently, whereupon the lower-tier mutants surged forward, encircling it completely. Simultaneously, they bolted down the mountain in frenzied retreat. Coward, trying to flee. Die, all of you. Enraged, Jin Long gave immediate chase. Jing Tian made no move to stop him. Instead, he hurried toward the Wang siblings. By now, the safe house's defensive barrier had recovered to 40%. He chose not to expend energy points on further restoration. Under non-critical conditions, the barrier regenerated naturally over time. Wang Mang was unharmed, merely severely exhausted. Wang Lian, however, was gravely afflicted. Her skin had absorbed the black qi, turning a sickly ashen black, resembling a victim poisoned by lethal toxins on screen. Tong Yue, having secured Xiao Pang safely inside the villa, had watched the battle intently from the window. Now sensing the danger had passed, she dashed outside. Upon seeing Wang Lian's condition, the girl's eyes instantly welled with tears. Master! Sister Wang Lian, she's like this. She dared not look at Wang Mang, not only because he wore only a single loincloth but also because his earlier transformation had left her trembling with quiet fear. Seeing the little girl looking worried and sad, Jing Tian hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, with Master here, Wang Lian will be fine. I believe Master can definitely cure Sister Wang Lian. Tong Yu had immense trust in Jing Tian. Her master had healed Wang Meng's severe injuries before. As for why her master didn't kill the two zombies right away, that question was clearly outside of Tong Yu's curiosity. System, how many energy points are needed to heal Wang Lian? Jing Tian, unable to understand Wang Lian's condition, decided to directly ask the system. The system could be a bit tricky at times. However, when it came to energy point income, it was absolutely reliable. Ding! With the zombie chi entering the body, it requires 500 energy points to remove the zombie chi. Do you wish to proceed? Only 500 energy. Clear it immediately. Upon hearing the system's response, Jing Tian felt that the system was surprisingly straightforward this time. After all, Wang Meng had been injured by a zombie before, and a full recovery required 2000 energy. Deducting 500 energy points, detoxification begins. Detoxification completed, remaining energy 8265 points. 3 seconds. Before Jing Tian could even finish his thoughts, the system had already completed the cleansing of Wang Lian's zombie chi. Wang Lian's complexion quickly returned to normal amidst Tong Yu's delight. Soon she let out a soft grunt and opened her eyes. Jing Tian blinked. Is that it? He had a strange feeling that he had been treated like a fat sheep by the system. I didn't die. Wang Lian seemed a bit dazed. With my master here, of course Sister Wang Lian won't die. Tong Yu exclaimed joyfully. Wang Lian raised her delicate eyebrows and quickly got up to thank Jing Tian. Judging by Wang Lian's state, she showed no signs of weakness. It's good that you're fine. Please bring Wang Meng inside, he just needs to rest and recover. Jing Tian waved his hand, instructing Wang Lian to take Wang Meng inside. Wang Lian was confused about Wang Meng's condition, as she didn't know what had happened after he fainted. While helping to carry Wang Meng into the room, Tong Yu explained Wang Meng's strange situation to Wang Lian with a look of astonishment. Jing Tian first remotely controlled the war god to return to the empty space in the backyard. Then he looked down the mountain. At the entrance of the villa area, a large tide of zombies had already dispersed. The highest level leaders had either died or fled, they dared not linger in the vicinity. Moments later, Jin Long returned with a somewhat gloomy expression. Clearly the pursuit had not gone well. I'm sorry, Master, I let that level 6 zombie escape. Here are some crystal cores. As soon as Jin Long stood before Jing Tian, he wore a somewhat awkward look. With his level 7 cultivation, he had actually allowed a level 6 zombie to escape. It was quite embarrassing. He looked at his master, who had effortlessly slain 2 zombies with a mere wave of his hand. That was the gap. Jing Tian was unaware of Jin Long's thoughts. He felt no particular disappointment about the zombie getting away. You can keep the crystal cores for yourself, you just advanced and your stability might not be optimal yet. Jing Tian did not take Jin Long's crystal cores and directly shifted the topic. Upon hearing that his cultivation was in question, Jin Long suddenly knelt down before Jing Tian. Thank you, Master, for your great grace. You have set me on the right path of cultivation. Without you, I don't know how long it would take for me to advance to level 7. Jin Long expressed a long stream of gratitude, deeply sincere. Get up, there's no need to kneel for no reason. Jing Tian said sternly, since you have taken me as your master, I naturally have the obligation to guide you on the right path. Jin Long quickly stood up obediently, but his eyes were filled with even more intense admiration. Jin Long was well aware that the benefits he received were not limited to just the advancement. Jing Tian put on a small show of masterly authority in front of Jin Long. Just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly glanced down the mountain. About a kilometer to the northwest of the villa area, a convoy of roughly 10 vehicles escorted by a large group of people was slowly moving toward the villa area. Master, it's Chung Kun and the others returning, Jin Long noticed and said to Jing Tian. It seems they avoided the zombie tide and also made quite a decent haul. Please go and greet them, then have someone clean up the zombie remains here. Jing Tian nodded, instructed Jin Long, and then turned to head back into the villa. He was still concerned about Xiao Pang's condition. If possible, Jing Tian really wanted to understand how Xiao Pang had provoked this group of zombies. Returning indoors, Wang Lian and Tong Yu had already settled Wang Meng and entered the living room. Meanwhile, Xiao Pang was placed on a thin blanket in the corner of the living room. The sight of him covered in blood was somewhat heart-wrenching. Jing Tian examined him and found that Xiao Pang's breathing and heartbeat were relatively stable. Moreover, the seemingly horrific wounds had already begun to scab over. Aside from the external injuries, he appeared to be in a state of weakness similar to Wang Meng. Of course, this was Jing Tian's assessment. To be sure, he still inquired with the system to see if it could help treat Xiao Pang. After a few seconds, the system finally responded. High-level mutated beast body. Since it is not the host's battle pet, restoring its weakness requires 5,000 energy points. The host has sufficient energy points should restoration proceed. What? Can you say that again? Jing Tian was startled by the system's words. It wasn't because of some high-level mutated beast body. It wasn't even a battle pet. What shocked Jing Tian was the treatment fee proposed by the system. He had thought he had become wealthy with plenty of energy for upgrading various functions. But it wanted 5,000 energy just for a simple restoration for Xiao Pang. It was merely a restoration, not even a treatment. At that moment, Jing Tian suddenly remembered that he had a drone he needed to exchange for. 2,000 for the drone plus this 5,000. That would basically put him back to square one. This was absurd. The system was clearly a sentient entity with personality. When Jing Tian asked it to repeat itself, it directly ignored him. Xiao Pang, you might as well recover slowly on your own. Seeing that the system was ignoring him, Jing Tian spoke somewhat stingily to the unconscious Xiao Pang. If Xiao Pang would die without treatment, he wouldn't hesitate at the cost of 5,000. Even if it were 10,000, Jing Tian would find a way. But right now he didn't want to be a fool naively getting scammed by the system. He entrusted Xiao Pang to Tong Yu and Wang Lian for cleaning and bandaging. Jing Tian returned to the bedroom on the 3rd floor and directly issued the command to exchange for the drone. Ding! Exchange successful. Upgraded drone consuming 2,000 energy points, remaining 6,265 energy points. As soon as the system notification ended, a sleek new black drone appeared on the charging station beside the bed. Jing Tian was instantly captivated by the design of this new drone. Unlike the original 4-wing spiral shape, this drone resembled a miniature fighter jet. It measured 1 meter in length with a jet black fuselage and 4 energy exhaust nozzles at the rear. The center of the wings featured 2 turbine fans, presumably for facilitating hovering and vertical ascent. Jing Tian hurriedly checked the drone's specifications. The drone weighed 20 kilograms with a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour, a charging time of 10 hours, and a 2-hour endurance. Transmitting images was its most basic function. It could carry weight equivalent to its own body weight. The fuselage strength could withstand level 3 attacks. The flight range was doubled and it was equipped with weapons capable of exterminating level 3 zombies. Finally, this drone could be upgraded along with the safe house. Wow, that was money well spent. Although a bit pricey, this thing is really impressive. Initially he felt that spending those 2,000 energy points was somewhat wasteful. However, after reviewing the specifications, Jing Tian felt a sense of balance. Does this drone count as a form of auxiliary function? A sudden thought struck Jing Tian. He quickly checked the current system's auxiliary functions to see how far off the main system was from leveling up to level 3. Water and electricity auxiliary function level 2. Resource exchange function level 2. Battle vehicle modification enhancement function level 1. Vehicle repair auxiliary function level 1. Cold weapon forging function level 1. Disciple borrowing ability cannot be upgraded. Disciple skill matching cannot be upgraded. Camouflage clothing function cannot be upgraded. There was no mention of the drone. This left Jing Tian somewhat disappointed. Just as he was pondering, he heard a commotion outside. He walked to the window and saw Chung Kun and Tong Zhan leading everyone to clear the zombie remains. On the hillside besides the East Wind Warrior and 2 pickup trucks there were also 7 off-road vehicles nearly new. Jing Tian went downstairs and stepped outside. Mr. Jing, we sincerely apologize for being locked out during the incident. Upon seeing Jing Tian approach, Chung Kun and Tong Zhan quickly came over to greet him, their tone carrying a hint of shame. They were evidently aware of the villa's attack but had been unable to return to help. Naturally, Jing Tian wouldn't blame them for this. The reason was simple. With their 2 level 5 abilities, leading over 200 people against a horde of zombies would only result in their demise. Taking cover at that time was indeed the most prudent decision. Master, I have gathered all the materials you requested and there are some extras. Jin Long came over to report to Jing Tian. Good, please take them to the empty space at the back and push the vehicles over. I will complete all the repairs tonight. Hearing that the upgrade materials for the battle god were complete, Jing Tian's mood improved significantly. Previously he hadn't been particularly anxious. However, knowing about Zhang Jin's situation made Jing Tian truly impatient.